Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
First item of business is member statements, and I call into Dylan.
I rise today to congratulate Cathal Clark, Eve Clark, Ronan Johnson and Crack Theatre in Cool on their production of Called Out. Written by Cathal, directed by Eve, with Ronan playing all of the characters in a one-man show, this truly was a hard-hitting production exploring the courage required for young men in particular to call out harmful behaviours and attitudes of their peers. This truly was a thought-provoking piece of work delivered with funding provided through Mid-Ulster Council for the executive strategy to tackle violence against women and girls. The difference with this production, I believe, from others and from other things that I've seen in relation to the funding is that it was very aware of its target audience and how to reach them and really have the potential to make young people question themselves. Are they willing to challenge harmful behaviours among their peers and harmful attitudes? This play tells the story of what happens when men and boys don't challenge harmful behaviours displayed by other men and boys because they're their friends. They know them, they like them, they've grown up with them, and for this very reason they fail to challenge those behaviours. This production was shown to many post-primary schools across Mid-Ulster, and the feedback was outstanding, both from the young people themselves but also from their parents, from their teachers and the adults around them, because of the conversations that we're having with them afterwards. And I spoke to some parents who went to see it on the Friday night who said they actually think all parents should go to it with their young people because of the opportunity for a conversation after seeing the production. And I believe that the production and the way in which it was thoughtfully done has the real potential to make a change in how people think about how important has the potential to make a change in how people think about harmful behaviours and attitudes against women and girls. And it is important that more young people right across the North get the opportunity to see this. And we are well aware that 30 women have been murdered in the North since 2020. But we also need to understand that the men who killed those women in many, many cases displayed harmful behaviours before killing their partners, their wives, their mothers. And were they challenged by their peers and their family? Many women and girls that are the victims of domestic and sexual violence will tell you that not only were they not challenged by their peers and their family, but they were defended. Their behaviours were explained away. So I'm going to finish this with a quote from Margaret Atwood, and this was from the 1980s, but unfortunately it's still the case. Men are afraid that women will laugh at them. Women are afraid that men will kill them.
Julie Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak to this chamber today, not only as a representative of the Foyle constituency, but as a community member who has long since seen the devastating effects of mental health in Foyle and beyond, most recently in my own home. I stand today to offer hope, compassion and genuine care to those who are walking the complex journey that is mental health illness. To anyone who is listening, who is currently walking this journey, you're seen, you're valued, and your struggle does not define your worth. Mental health is a universal human experience. It does not discriminate. It does not care about your postcode. It does not care about your politics. It doesn't care about your profession, whether you live in the waterside, the city side, whether you're a business owner or a student at Magee University. The pain of depression or the grip of trauma can affect anyone. In Foyle, we are a resilient people, but resilience does not have to mean suffering alone. It means being able to say, I am not okay, and knowing that your community will rally around you. And when you say you need help, this is a brave step to take. It's not an easy one. We must also be honest about the consequences of inaction. In Northern Ireland, we carry a unique legacy of trauma that continues to cast a long shadow on our citizens. When mental health support fails, the ripples are felt everywhere. Most tragically, in the home, where heartbreak is felt by suicide and one life lost is one too many. We know that 1 in 5 adults here will face mental health challenges. These aren't just statistics, they are our neighbours, our friends, our colleagues and our family members. They're valued individuals. Importantly, there is always hope. In Foyle, we are blessed with incredible organisations, therapists, the NHS, charities and churches. There is help out there. These services are the heartbeat of our city's recovery, but they can't do it alone. As an MLA, I am committed to doing my part, to listening, to learning, and to being proactive on this issue. Let us replace the stigma of past attitudes towards mental health with the compassion and hope of a bright future, of help when required, and of a deeper understanding from us all. Thank you.
Can I just make you officially welcome to the Chamber, Julie? It's the first time I've had the opportunity to do it in person in the Chamber. And can I express also, I think on behalf of everyone, our best wishes. I know everyone, our best wishes to Gary for a full and speedy recovery. Neila McAllister.
Speaker, I also want to welcome Julie to the Chamber today and wish Gary all the best. He was always a pleasure to work with. I want to speak today about breast cancer referral times. This is something that I have spoken about in this chamber many times over the past year and indeed since becoming elected as an MLA for North Belfast. Over the past 2 weeks we had the Easter recess when many people were taking a break to recuperate, perhaps taking some time to spend with their family, but there were many women in Northern Ireland who during that time were having to anxiously wait for an urgent red flag breast cancer diagnosis appointment. Indeed, we saw statistics come out from the Department of Health over the last 14 days. Statistics that were actually showed the department patting themselves on the back. Indeed, the Minister's response was to welcome the improvement, but yet the statistics showed that just 6% of women who are waiting for that red flag appointment were seen in the 2-week window. We also had women come forward again in the media over the past 2 weeks, highlighting how they waited up to 10 weeks for their appointment and indeed, unfortunately, being diagnosed with cancer after that time. We all know the importance of early detection and treatment in the likelihood of success of battling that cancer diagnosis. So seeing such a small proportion of women being seen in the 2-week window is nothing short of a disgrace. I want to pay tribute to the many clinicians who are working overtime on the ground. They are trying to see improvements in that area, but unfortunately we know that this will not be sustainable. How long do we expect those clinicians to run themselves into the ground for? How many extra shifts, how many weekend shifts can they do to see all those women who are waiting for that life-changing diagnosis? We need a workforce strategy and a service strategy from the department urgently, because this is not the fault of clinicians on the ground. This is a systemic issue, a fundamental problems that need to be structurally addressed. We want to tell women that they can receive their life-changing diagnosis and treatment in good time, but unfortunately the past year has seen many people waiting up to 10 weeks to begin that treatment and often making it actually worse. Rather than trying to frame these statistics as an improvement, we need to see long-term ambitions for breast cancer diagnosis so that many women in all of our constituencies can be seen in good time and not have the overwhelming stress and anxiety of that wait. Thank you.
Thank
you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, at the end of questions to the Infrastructure Minister, I raised an issue that far from our government paying billions to the war against Iran, we're paying nothing towards that conflict. And rather than believing this spin from Sinn Féin, we should be concentrating on the very real and diminishing state of our own national defences. To add this rather hypocritical position made by a Sinn Féin minister, indeed later on in the day, yet during another nugatory debate and motion brought to the floor by the Sinn Féin MLA from South Antrim, the fact that not only is the United Kingdom not investing enough in its defence, it has now taken on the responsibility for defending the air, cyber, sea and subsea space of the Irish Republic, at a cost of millions to the UK taxpayer. All the while the Irish government finds €500 million in fuel subsidies, and while we defend the Irish Republic, which shows no indication of moving away from its freeloading approach to defence, while all the time the Irish lecture us and others about security concerns. But this morning, Mr Speaker, in the financial terms, Lord Robertson, an ex-Labour Defence Minister, Secretary-General of NATO and co-author of Stammer's latest Strategic Defence Review, gave a damning indictment on the state of our nation's defence today. He has said, "We are unprepared, we are underinsured, we are under attack, we are not safe. Britain's national security and safety is in peril." Mr Speaker, the first duty of any British Prime Minister is supposedly the defence and security of our nation. And paradoxically, we have also committed ourselves to the defence and security of our neighbour, a neighbour who seems more interested in taking us to court rather than even investing a modicum of its tax avoidance revenues in support of the rest of us in defending our values here and where we are. Mr Speaker, any normal Prime Minister would be rectifying both of these issues with urgency. This should be a matter of all our concerns. Sticking proverbial heads in the sand is neither and shouldn't be supported. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I take just a moment to welcome Julie to the Chamber. It is great to see you here, and I know that you will be a strong voice for the people of Foyle, and obviously it goes without saying that I wish Gary all the best as he works towards recovery. Okay, at a time of growing uncertainty across the world, we are beginning to see a shift in Europe. There is a renewed sense of unity, a recognition that the challenges we face, whether economic instability, geopolitical conflict or external interference, are best met together and not alone. Across the continent, countries are choosing cooperation over isolation. They are rejecting outside influence that seeks to divide and destabilise. And in doing so, they are offering a clear sense of direction and purpose. We are also seeing signs of new hope. The recent election result in Hungary has been viewed as many as a moment where voters have signalled a desire for a very different path, one that is more open, one that is more outward-looking and more aligned to the European values. At the same time, even here on these islands, there has been a shift in tone. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has been clear in his assessment that Brexit did deep damage to the UK economy. And that is significant acknowledgement and one that should prompt serious reflection right here in this chamber. Because while others are moving forward together, we are still dealing with the consequences of being pulled apart from our closest neighbours. And the timing of this could not be more critical. As we watch the devastating situation unfold in the Middle East, where civilians are caught in conflict and instability spreading across the region, it is clearer now than ever before that we live in a really interconnected world. No region, no country can stand alone in the face of these challenges. That is why closer alignment within the European Union is not just an economic argument, though the economic case is overwhelming. It's about stability. It is about security. It is about ensuring that we are part of a collective voice that stands for peace, that stands for cooperation and stands with international law. For us here in the North, that matters deeply. Our economy, our society and our future are tied to strong relationships across these islands and across Europe. So as Europe moves forward in greater unity, the question for us is simple. Will we continue to stand on the outside looking in, or will we take the steps needed to rebuild those relationships and secure our place within the shared future? And I believe today more than ever that answer is clear.
Can I also welcome Julie and wish her well in her role as Foyle MLA and extend my best wishes to Gary. I want to take this opportunity to highlight Autism Awareness Month This year, Autism NA are using this month to celebrate the spectrum in colour to highlight unique differences. This month is an opportunity to remind ourselves that we still have much work to do to better support children, young people, adults living with autism, particularly when it comes to timely assessment and appropriate support, including post-19 provision. Giancarlo, just before recess, the All-Party Group on Autism met the Independent Autism Reviewer. Firstly, I want to thank Emma Cubitt for her time and the information she was able to provide us with. It was clear that the reviewer's evidence that good progress has been made on her work. However, Giancarlo, I do need to state it has been disappointing that, in my opinion, the Department of Health was not prepared for the establishment of the Reviewer's Office, even though the Department should have been aware of what was in this legislation and have been at a better state of readiness. The Reviewer could have got down to her work before now, but instead had to focus on establishing her office while also exercising the statutory functions she has responsibility for. I do welcome the Reviewer's comments that she believes there were barriers to progress within DOH and also across other departments. These are now being addressed, which will lead to better cooperation. Giancarlo, I agree with the Reviewer, and I think this needs to be recognised across all departments, that the changes that need to happen to better support people with autism don't always cost a huge amount of money, but I believe the changes require a willingness to adapt. Take, for instance, the focus that the APG has had on the development of a special autism mental health service. This has not progressed in the way that we would like to see, and as a result, people with autism continue to experience difficulties in accessing mental health services, which is not acceptable. It is clear from our meeting recently that the overriding message is clear. The autism strategy needs to be given the priority it deserves across all departments, ALBs and other organisations, and that the delivery plan must see measurable targets that can be monitored and delivered to ensure people with autism see impact on the services they access. Giancarlo, I look forward to reading the Reviewer's first annual report in the near future, and I look forward to supporting her in her work alongside the rest of the All-Party Group as we continue to demand improvements for people with autism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent years, teachers, youth workers and parents have raised growing concerns about the problems facing our boys and young men. These are not anecdotal. Last March, the Centre for Social Justice published its Lost Boys report, sobering research that gained national attention. It highlights serious issues across employment, education, family life and fatherhood, crime, health, technology and porn. It shows that boys are falling behind girls at school, are less likely to get into stable work, are significantly more likely to be involved in crime, and are 3.5 times more likely to take their own lives. 2.5 million children in the UK are growing up without a father figure in the home, and in the absence of positive male role models, many boys are turning elsewhere for identity and guidance. Louis Theroux's Inside the Manosphere has sparked a national conversation about what is shaping young men. It uncovers the dark world of hyper-masculine influencers. Without better alternatives, they then quickly become counterfeit role models, promoting misogynistic, conspiratorial and violent distortion of masculinity, leaving boys insecure, anxious and under impossible pressure to conform to a narrow, toxic view of what it means to be a man. Northern Ireland is not immune to these challenges. Men accounted for 79% of suicides in 2024, and suicide remains our leading cause of death in males under 50. Our economic inactivity rate is higher than the UK average, especially amongst working class men, and our young men are the most likely in the whole UK to watch porn, and evidence suggests the type consumed is increasingly violent. We also face additional unique pressures as paramilitary groups continue to lure some young men into criminality, compounding their existing challenges. Many young men are growing up without the guidance, purpose and mentors they need to thrive. The consequences are felt far beyond those individuals by families, communities, women, our whole society. We must ensure these issues get attention and we must deliver solutions. invest in youth and mental health services, support mentoring, strengthen online safety. Many of these young men lack aspiration and self-belief. They don't have anyone to champion them or even listen. By acknowledging this crisis and committing to solutions, we can send a clear message. Our young men are valued. Our society needs them. Yesterday, I hosted an event to explore these issues with those in education, business, PSNI and justice. These challenges cannot be solved by government alone. We need community groups, churches, sports clubs and families to collectively consider solutions. Let me also be very clear. This is not a competition between boys and girls, women and men. It is about starting a holistic conversation on how we can build a society where everyone can flourish together. The conversation has just begun. Please join it.
Peter McReynolds.
Mr. Speaker, just before Easter recess, I attended what I can describe as a crisis meeting in Ledley Hall in East Belfast. The focus that night was the recent decision from the Education Minister to remove ring-fence funding for youth services across Northern Ireland. This decision is an absolute catastrophe for youth services here, and the anger and tension in the room that night was clear for all to see. The decision puts Ledley Hall at risk and could close the doors of an organisation that has been operating in East Belfast for 80 years, an impact on close to 1,600 youth organisations across Northern Ireland. And what does that impact look like? Well, it jeopardises support for over 165,000 young people who use these services each year, as well as the volunteers and staff who prop them up. Following the meeting, I got home that night to urgently write to the Education Minister seeking an urgent meeting with Ledley Hall Youth Work Alliance and I to discuss the very real impact his decision was going to have. Someone there that night told me not to get my hopes up, but I thought, no, this is a fairly standard request from an MLA to meet with the Minister. For example, recently the Infrastructure Minister met me with a day's notice. The Health Minister just yesterday met me about ADHD as well. Unfortunately, despite advising in the request that we would make ourselves fully flexible due to his busy diary, he responded a week later that on this occasion he would be unable to attend, as if we had specified a specific date and time to meet when we had not. Quite frankly, I find that completely disrespectful to the issue at hand, to the concerns raised that evening, and to the residents in the surrounding area that make regular use of Ledley Hall and other organisations like it. Mr. Speaker, research from Queen's University found that 73% of 10-year-olds and 79% of 16-year-olds identified youth clubs and centres where young people will always feel mostly respected. Their impact is proven across the world, but what we have here is what I heard from many that night, a minister focused on academia, elitism and the upper class, forgetting that working class communities who use these services deserve to have their children and communities supported and invested in as well. Farming this out to the Education Authority and the budgetary pressures it's already under won't lead to the potential increase in budget the Minister previously told me about during education question time. Instead, youth services will be absorbed, looked over and then simply forgotten about. The Independent Education Review estimated over £70 million should be put into youth services provision, yet instead their funding is now being gambled with. Youth services aren't even asking for more money in this instance. Instead, they're asking for their current level of ring-fence funding to simply remain intact. I call on the Education Minister to urgently reverse this decision, see the benefit of youth services and meet with Ledley Hall, Youth Work Alliance and myself to hear how this decision, and let's be clear, it's his decision, will affect services and families across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Martin.
Speaker, on Friday the 27th of March, Ryan Gray, a volunteer with Canine Search and Rescue, and his search dog Max were attacked by a group of 15 to 20 youths in Bangor. Police said that the incident began after a verbal exchange and then the youths launched a very vicious assault on Ryan and Max. Ryan suffered a fractured eye socket, lost teeth, facial injuries that required hospital treatment, and his dog Max was kicked several times and left very shaken. One 13-year-old boy, two 15-year-old boys have been charged with ABH, which is a very serious charge, and a 16-year-old girl was charged with fray and common assault. Mr. Speaker, I've worked with Ryan and the wider K9 team, and in fact, they have provided me with a fluffy canine search dog which sits on my desk upstairs in my office. This was a completely unprovoked assault and completely unacceptable. Ryan, the wider K9 team, and its chair, Joanne Dorian, know they have my full support and the support of this party. Mr Speaker, recently the Justice Minister's party colleague, the Alliance MLA for North Antrim, tabled an amendment to the Justice Bill which would raise the age of criminal responsibility to 14, meaning that one of these boys would not even be charged with this serious offence. In my view, that is wrong. It does not support the victims of crime, and in fact it will erode confidence in the justice system. Mr Speaker, I have a son in P6 who is 10. He knows the difference between right and wrong, and he knows that actions always have consequences. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, I would want to make clear to folk that if they wish to support Ryan and Max, that a GoFundMe page has already been established. You can look that up online if you want to donate to that. But certainly my thoughts remain with this amazing charity, with Ryan and Max, and I certainly hope that both of them recover fully from the injuries they suffered that night in a very vicious and unprovoked assault. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Dan Armstrong.
At the outset, I'd like to welcome Julie to the Chamber, and I look forward to working with you in the course of time, and send my best regards to Gary as he undergoes his recovery. Thank you. Mr Speaker, in recent weeks we've witnessed an exceptional surge of sporting success right across Northern Ireland at both local, national and international level, and that success has been felt keenly in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, where sporting ambition continues to be matched by sporting achievement. Dungannon Swifts reaching the Irish Cup final again is testament to that momentum as they seek to build on last season's remarkable success, and I wish them well as they prepare to retain the Cup at the Cup final in Windsor Park on the 2nd of May. The past weekend, however, delivered a truly historic, famous victory for Enniskillen Rugby Club's men's firsts over Boyne RFC in Armagh on Saturday, sealing promotion to the All-Ireland League for the very first time in the club's long and proud history. And it was not just a win, it was a statement. The Skins produced a commanding high-intensity performance, running out 46 points to 8 winners, and in doing so demonstrated the dedication, discipline and sheer hard work that has been put in week after week by players, coaches and the backroom staff. That victory caps what can only be described as a remarkable year for Enniskillen Rugby Football Club. Adding to the sense of history, the women's team have also secured promotion to the All-Ireland League for next season. To have both men's and women's teams competing at senior All-Ireland level is an extraordinary achievement, one that firmly places Enniskillen RFC on the national rugby match. This double promotion is a moment of real significance. It reflects years of careful planning, sustained investment and a belief in long-term development. It speaks to a humble club that has consistently exceeded its expectations, fuelled by the commitment of its volunteers, the loyalty of its supporters and above all the determination of its players. And the future is just as bright. That strength runs deep through the club, right down to youth and academy level. I also want to congratulate the Skins under-21 side, who defeated Rainey RFC in April with an emphatic 22-7 victory to lift the Academy Cup, underlining the quality, skill and ambition coming through the ranks. Mr Speaker, Enniskillen RFC is a historic club, the birthplace of women's rugby in the British Isles, and this success marks a landmark moment, not only for the club itself, but for the entire Enniskillen and Fermanagh community. It is a source of enormous pride for everyone back home, and I wish to record my sincere congratulations to all involved. Thank you very much.
Speaker, I rise today to welcome the publication of the Music Venues Trust Annual Report 2025, which for the first time gives us a detailed and sobering picture of the state of grassroots music venues here in Northern Ireland. This is a sector that we should be immensely proud of. For a population of just under 2 million people, we have produced globally recognised artists right across multiple generations. But every one of those artists started somewhere. They started in small local venues, learning their craft, building confidence and connecting with audiences. Those venues are not just cultural spaces either. As someone who volunteered for a decade before being employed by one such music venue, I know that they are economic contributors, they are community hubs and they are pipelines for future success. In 2025, just 17 grassroots music venues hosted over 22,000 performances across more than 3,700 events, attracting 460,000 visits. That is an extraordinary level of activity for such a small number of venues, and it translated into £11.85 million of a contribution to our economy. But behind those headline figures lies a far more fragile reality. Only half of those venues made a profit. Employment in the sector has dropped really sharply, with down 21% in just 1 year. And perhaps most strikingly of all, live music itself is operating now at a loss, with venues subsidising performances to the tune of £1.63 million simply to keep music on their stages. So that means that while cultural output is thriving, the business model underpinning live music is under severe strain. And this matters because without intervention, we risk losing the very spaces that nurture our artists, animate our towns and cities, and enrich our communities. And we also risk losing opportunity, particularly for young people, to participate in music, whether as performers, workers, or audiences. And what this report today, being launched in the Long Gallery, shows is that clearly grassroots venues are not just a nice to have, they are an essential infrastructure within our culture and creative economy. And like any infrastructure, they require support, strategic and thinking and long-term planning. So the question for us as policymakers in this House, and also for the Ministers for Community and Economy, is what do we do next? How do we ensure that these venues are sustainable, and how do we recognise their value, not just culturally but also economically? If we get this right, the returns, cultural, social and economic, will speak for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes member statements. There was 2 points of order raised yesterday, which I'll deal with this morning briefly. Firstly, Pat Sheehan raised the issue of comments made by the Education Minister in the Chamber on March the 23rd in relation to allegations of bullying and contents of a written statement made by the Minister on the 27th of March. Mr Sheehan contrasted the content of the two contributions, accusing the Minister of misleading the Assembly, and asked me to direct the Minister to come to the Chamber to correct the record. Mr Sheehan will be aware that the Speaker does not have the power to direct either a Minister or member to come to the House to correct the record. I have reminded the House that it is not the role of the Speaker's office to fact-check the contributions of Ministers or members. It is for members to pursue issues, for any individual member or Minister to assess whether they need to correct the record for anything that has been said in the Assembly. However, it is important to note that written statements are also part of official proceedings. Therefore, on the 23rd of March, the Minister gave a response and said he was happy to respond to any specific allegation. No specific allegation was forthcoming. On March the 27th, the Minister issued the written statement, was on further reflection returning to the issue to add to what he had already said in the Chamber and provide further context and information on the record for the House. That is a step that we have encouraged others to do in the past. Therefore, clarification of an issue is appropriate and indeed welcome. Whether members are content with the details of the Minister's statements are a matter for them, and I note Mr Sheehan has tabled questions to the Minister on these issues. However, there is nothing further for me to address. On a second point of order, Mr Gaston raised a point of order about whether Linda Dillon had breached the standards of debate by using the term stupid in exchanges with Mr Buckley. I was in chair yesterday, and our standards of debate are assessed in terms of context and not just words alone. Mrs Dillon was responding to sedentary comments from Mr Buckley, who was shouting "net stupid" at her. Therefore, while I would not be encouraging any members to using the term stupid to refer to another, Ms Dillon was using Mr Buckley's words back at him, albeit personalising it, which was inappropriate. I therefore called for order at the time, but am content that in a specific context no further action needs to be taken. The point of order, Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I will not be on the second one, but on the first point. I note Mr Sheehan's point of order, which was a further attempt to smear the conduct of the Education Minister, omitted the fact that the report fully exonerated the Minister from any allegation that was made. But, Mr Speaker, before Easter, the FDA, which is the union that represents some senior civil servants, including permanent secretaries, released a press statement following the written statement by the Education Minister, Paul Givan, and in it the union referred to the provisions of the Ministerial Code and was critical of the Minister providing information to this Assembly. Can the Speaker confirm that the first duty of any Minister is, when asked, to provide information to this House, and that if there is any concern over the nature of the information that is to be provided, that should be an issue for the member asking the question and not the Minister who's answering it?
Thank the member for raising the issue. Members will note that on numerous occasions I have encouraged and exonerated ministers or extolled ministers to actually be coming to this chamber and to be providing accountability to this House, because this House is the accountable body to the people of Northern Ireland. Now, what I would expect of ministers, I'd also expect of senior civil servants, and I would not expect any civil servant not to be open, frank, honest and accountable to this House, either through ministers in this chamber or directly to members in committees. So at all times, I would expect openness, honesty, frankness, and not to be attempting to cover up or emasculate facts which the public are entitled to know. So I would express surprise at any civil servant, and particularly senior civil servants, who would wish that that was not the case, and therefore I would make it very clear from the Chair this morning that we expect honesty, integrity and accountability from everyone, both at ministerial level and those who work to the ministers, which is the civil servants. Let us move on. Next matter of business is further consideration stage of the Hospital Car Parking Charges Bill. I call the Minister of Health, Mr Mike Nesbitt, to move the bill.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill be agreed.
Thank you. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Hospital Parking Charges Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a further debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill is therefore concluded, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Next item of business is the motion on the Local Government Auditor's Draft Code of Audit Practice 2026. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Local Government Auditor's Draft Code of Audit Practice 2026 be approved.
I call the Minister of Communities to move the motion.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for the debate. Minister, you will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to mind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate.
Mr Speaker, Article 5.1 of the Local Government Northern Ireland Order 2005 requires the Local Government Auditor to prepare and keep under review a Code of Audit Practice which prescribes the way in which local government auditors carry out their functions in relation to district councils and other local government bodies. Article 5.2 of the 2005 Order provides that such a code shall embody what appears to the local government auditor to be the best professional practice with respect to the standards, procedures and techniques adopted by auditors. Article 5.3 of the Order provides that a code will not come into force until approved by a resolution of the Assembly, and that its continuation in force is subject to its being so approved at intervals of not more than 5 years. The existing Code of Audit Practice came into force on the 1st of April 2021. Mr Speaker, the Local Government Auditor consulted interested parties about the proposed draft Code of Audit Practice 2026. The 8-week consultation period ended on the 1st of December 2025. 12 responses were received as part of the consultation. I am therefore asking the Assembly to approve the Local Government Auditor's Code of Audit
Practice 2026 to come into force on the 15th of April 2026. I beg to move.
Colm Gilrenew. Audit. I rise as chairperson of the Committee for Communities to support the motion to approve the Local Government Auditor's Draft Code of Practice of Audit Practice 2026. As members will be aware, under the Local Government Order 2005, the Local Government Auditor is required to prepare and keep under review a Code of Audit Practice. This code prescribes the way in which auditors carry out their functions in relation to district councils and other local government bodies, and it must be approved by a resolution of this Assembly every 5 years. The previous code was approved in 2021. At our meeting on the 12th of March, the committee received a comprehensive briefing from the newly designated Local Government Auditor, alongside officials from the Audit Office and the Head of Local Government Finance at the Department for Communities. During that session, the committee explored the substantive updates within the refreshed code. We noted that following a consultation which yielded 12 supportive responses, the code retains a principle-based approach. The Auditor explained to the committee that this approach is essential as it provides the necessary flexibility and adaptability to respond to the changing nature of public sector audit and evolving financial reporting standards. Members of the committee sought firm assurances regarding the robustness of the scrutiny regime applied to local councils. The officials provided reassurance that the standardisation of accounts directions ensures consistent reporting across all 11 councils. The committee welcomed the fact that, unlike other jurisdictions, we do not currently face a backlog of local government auditors here in the North. Statutory target dates for draft and certified accounts are being consistently met, supported by regular and proactive engagement through the Finance Working Group. The committee also questioned the mechanisms for accountability and enforcement. Members inquired about the consequences for governance failures and the specific powers available to deal with councils that fall foul of their statutory duties. The Local Government Auditor confirmed that significant judicial powers exist to address serious issues such as wilful misconduct or items of account that are contrary to the law. It is a positive note that recently all 11 of our councils have received unqualified audit opinions. Furthermore, the committee raised the ongoing public interest regarding the tracking of efficiencies that were promised during local government reform. Officials acknowledged that while a comprehensive picture may take further time to fully crystallise, enhanced and highly detailed financial data is now being shared with the Audit Office. Members, this will hopefully allow for better analysis of how each council spends its money and help to identify and promote cross-council efficiencies. Finally, Ceann Comhairle, the committee welcomed the additions to the 2026 code which place a stronger emphasis on professional scepticism, the safeguarding of independence and a renewed commitment to conducting comparative value for money studies to share good practice across the sector. The committee was satisfied that the draft code provides a transparent and proportionate framework for the auditing of our local government bodies. Therefore, on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I am content to recommend the Assembly approves the Local Government Auditor's Draft Code of Audit Practice 2026.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on the Draft Code of Audit Practice. Overall, this represents a positive and a necessary step forward in how local government audit is carried out. The move to a principles-based, risk-led approach is the right one. It reflects the reality that councils operate in different contexts and require a degree of flexibility in how audit is applied. However, that flexibility must be balanced with consistency. If the code is to work effectively, there needs to be clarity in how these principles are applied in practice. Without that, there is a risk of uneven expectations across councils. The broader scope of audit is also welcome, moving beyond financial compliance to include governance, value for money, and performance improvement, aligns with what the public rightly expects. It's not enough for accounts to be technically correct. There must be confidence that public money is being used effectively. We have seen clearly through the work of the Audit Office, why that broader focus is necessary. In its extraordinary audit of Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council, published in July 2022, it found non-compliance with statutory requirements in land disposals, alongside inadequate procedures, weak internal controls, poor record keeping, and deficiencies in governance and oversight. On performance improvement, the focus on continuous improvement is positive, but we need to ensure this remains proportionate and does not become an administrative burden that detracts from the delivery on the ground. The strengthened emphasis on public reporting and transparency is also to be welcomed, particularly where it leads to clear, practical recommendations that support improvement. And finally, the Code's firm grounding in independence and professional standards is essential. Public confidence in the audit process depends on it. In summary, this is a balanced and modern framework. If applied consistently and proportionately, it will not only strengthen governance but help rebuild and sustain public trust where it has been tested.
I call the Minister to wind on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the support from the Chairman from the committee, and I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item, second stage. Members, just take their ease for a moment because the Minister isn't here, which just take their ease for a moment. Order, members. Next item in the order paper is the second stage, the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill. I call Pat Sheehan to move the second stage.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill be agreed.
The Workforce Plan Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate. I call Pat Sheehan to open the debate on the bill.
Thank
you, Speaker.
Delighted to move the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill. And I should have said, some of my contributions will be in Irish during this contribution.
I'm delighted to move the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill.
From the outset, I would like to place on record my thanks to a number of people who have assisted me throughout this process and played a vital role in the development of this bill. In particular, I want to thank Alison Belshaw for her professionalism and expertise at every stage. I also want to thank Frank Gaddis and Barbara Love for their advice and support throughout. Irish medium education has flourished here, not because it was strategically planned for or consistently supported, but because parents, teachers and communities were determined that it would flourish. For decades, the sector had to fight for very basic rights. One respondent to my consultation captured that history clearly. The Irish medium sector has had to plead its case for over 50 years for very basic rights. Today, Irish medium education is one of the fastest growing sectors in our education system. However, underneath that growth lies sustained and serious workforce pressure. The aim of this bill is to address that pressure in a structured and proportionate way. We undertook extensive consultation. The online survey received 529 responses. 95% came from individuals directly connected to the sector, including principals, teachers, classroom assistants, early years practitioners, SEND professionals, parents and grandparents. And the findings were decisive. Almost 98% agreed that the Department of Education needs to do more to facilitate and encourage Irish medium education. 98% agreed that the department should identify and address workforce shortages, and 97% agreed that there should be a formal mechanism to assess how well the department is fulfilling its statutory duty. 97.2% agreed that legislating in this area would enhance the right to education under the European Convention on Human Rights. One respondent put it plainly: there's no long-term vision. We're firefighting staffing every year, year on year. That firefighting culture is not sustainable. It's also disrespectful to a vibrant and growing section of our education system. At the outset of this process, I wrote to the Minister to outline my intentions. The Minister advised that the Department was working on a strategy for Irish medium education, expected in mid-2027. A strategy is welcome. However, strategies can be delayed, they can be deprioritised, ministers can change. Moreover, of course, mid-2027 happens to fall just after the next Assembly election. I'm sure that's entirely coincidental, but it does reinforce the point that strategies tied to election cycles are not the same as statutory duties. Article 89 of the Education Order 1998 already places a duty on the Department to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education. This bill strengthens the way that duty is delivered, and it reinforces an existing obligation and gives it practical structure. As earlier tá dualgas are in rin.
There already is an obligation on the department under the Education Order 1998, and encourages the department to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education. The bill will strengthen the way that duty is delivered, and it reinforces an existing obligation, and it gives it practical structure.
The workforce pressures facing the sector are now well documented. In a way, the Irish medium sector is a victim of its own success. Yes.
Thank you, Member, for giving way, and I commend the member for bringing forward this important bill. The fact that it goes beyond teachers alone is particularly welcome. Can the member outline how important it is that we address the recruitment and retention of the wider workforce, including classroom assistants and educational psychologists?
Well, it's absolutely vital. Every child has a right to be educated through the medium of Irish, and where some children have additional needs or require extra support or intervention, it's only right that those services are delivered by professionals who are fluent in the language, so that their support is consistent with the language the children are speaking and the fact that they're in an immersion situation within the Irish medium sector. The workforce pressures faced in the sector are now well documented. In a way, the Irish medium sector is a victim of its own success.
We're all well aware of the workforce pressures on the sector. It should be said that the Irish medium sector is a victim of its own success.
Research from Professor Noel Purdy, OBE, Dr. Claire McVeigh, Dr. Mark Ballantyne and Dr. Amelia Symington shows Irish medium teachers working on average 47 hours per week, significantly beyond directed time. Much of that time is consumed by translation, resource creation and compensating for the lack of Irish language materials and specialist support. There are also persistent shortages of Irish-speaking subject specialists, substitute teachers, classroom assistants and SEN professionals. At post-primary level, restricted subject choice is emerging at post-primary because recruitment is so difficult. In early years settings, particularly within the voluntary sector, staff instability and underfunding are placing enormous strain on ní scolanna, which are rightly described as the foundation of the sector.
Will the member give way?
Yes, of course.
Gormaga for giving way, and I really do commend the member for bringing forward this really important bill. Can the member outline to us just how important the early years sector really is to the success and the sustainability of Irish medium education, and why it is really, really important that it's truly reflected in workforce planning?
Yes, yes, and the early years sector is absolutely foundational. This is the beginning of a child's entrance into an immersion setting. It's where they develop their relationship with the language. And if we don't have a well-supported workforce in the nursery sector, in the ní scolanna, the entire pipeline into primary and post-primary sectors is going to be affected and undermined. And that's why it's essential that workforce planning fully reflects early years, ensuring the recruitment and support and retention of staff at that critical stage. Access to staff is not an abstract issue. It affects class sizes, curriculum breadth, staff well-being and children's experience in school. Without structured workforce planning, the statutory duty to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education cannot be meaningfully fulfilled.
Unless there is structured workforce planning, that statutory duty to encourage and facilitate cannot be implemented in a meaningful and structured way.
The consultation looked at workforce planning not only as a policy issue, but as a rights and equality issue also. Concerns were raised about equality of access, particularly for children with special educational needs, Irish traveller children and newcomer pupils. Data suggests that children in Irish medium education have similar rates of special educational needs to the wider school population, yet significantly fewer have statements in place. That points to systemic gaps in access to appropriate assessment and support through Irish. My bill is not therefore just about workforce planning. It's about equality of opportunity and ensuring that children educated through Irish are not placed at a disadvantage. Turning to the bill itself, the legislation is deliberately focused. It contains 2 clauses. It does not attempt to solve every challenge facing Irish medium education. Instead, it addresses one foundational issue: workforce sustainability. Clause 1 inserts a new Article 89ZA into the Education Order of 1998. First, it requires the Department of Education to prepare and publish a workforce plan for Irish medium education within 12 months of the Act coming into operation. That ensures that planning begins promptly and is not open-ended. Secondly, the Department must keep that workforce plan under review and publish a revised plan at intervals of no more than 5 years. Workforce planning must be routine, forward-looking and at all times responsive to projected growth and emergent pressures. Thirdly, the Minister must lay the workforce plan before the Assembly as soon as possible after publication. This ensures transparency and allows for scrutiny by members and by the Committee for Education. Importantly, within 18 months of laying a workforce plan before the Assembly, the Minister must publish and lay a report on the implementation of that plan. Planning is one thing, demonstrating delivery is another. This will ensure both. Clause 1 also sets out consultation requirements. In preparing a workforce plan, the Department must consult with schools providing Irish medium education, teachers, pupils, parents, Coilín na Gael Scoileachta and others as appropriate. That ensures that future plans are grounded in the lived experience of the sector. The clause further requires the Department to take into account current and anticipated workforce demand, the sufficiency of the existing workforce, recruitment, retention and development, the differing roles within the workforce, and all types of Irish medium provision, including early years, primary and post-primary settings.
Moreover, the clause requires that the Department take into account the anticipated workforce demand, the sufficiency of the existing workforce, the recruitment and retention development of staff, the various roles that there are within the workforce, and all types of Irish medium education, including early years, primary and post-primary settings.
Following consultation feedback, it is clear that the workforce plan must explicitly encompass early years practitioners, classroom assistants, SEND support staff, and leadership and management roles. Retention and career progression must be addressed alongside recruitment. Crucially for me, and perhaps the most important aspect of this bill, is that the workforce plan must contain measurable targets. Without measurable targets, strategy risks becoming aspiration. This bill requires benchmarks against which progress can be assessed. In essence, Clause 1 creates a statutory framework for structured and accountable workforce planning. Clause 2 is technical in nature. It provides that the Act will come into operation the day after royal assent and sets out the short title of the legislation. Some may ask why the bill does not go further. During pre-consultation engagement, there was a clear appetite for a broader and more comprehensive Irish medium education bill. That ambition is understood, and it was my initial objective to bring forward a wider ranging and more comprehensive Irish medium education bill to deal with the iniquity of curriculum and assessment resources, the capital infrastructure deficits and so on. However, the Speaker's office was clear. The Members' Bill process requires a tightly defined scope. And rather than overextend and risk getting nothing, I made a deliberate and strategic decision to focus on the structural issue that underpins many of the other issues, and that is, of course, workforce sustainability. Without teachers, classroom assistants, early years practitioners, SEND professionals and leaders, no capital investment, curriculum reform or wider strategy can succeed. What the bill does is more fundamental. It ensures that decisions about recruitment, retention, professional development and workforce support are informed by structured planning, evidence, consultation and measurable targets. It creates the statutory framework within which meaningful interventions can be developed and delivered. Getting workforce planning right will lay the foundations from which the sector can continue to grow and flourish. So in conclusion, Irish medium education is growing because of the determination and commitment of the Irish language community, but we cannot expect that growth to continue on the back of teacher burnout, recruitment crises and short-term firefighting. In my view, this bill is a measured, focused and proportionate response to the challenges that Irish medium education faces. As
I have said, the bill is a measured and focused, and it is a proportionate response to the challenges that the Irish education system faces.
Thank you. And I call Nick Matheson, the Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will begin my remarks as my role as Chair of the Education Committee, and then I'll make some very brief remarks in my capacity as an Alliance MLA. And I don't plan to speak for long, as I think the bill sponsor and Deputy Chair of the Committee has set out. The bill is a short two-clause bill, and I think its policy intent and its effect are clear, and to my mind don't require a huge amount of commentary in that regard. The Education Committee has heard on multiple occasions from both the Department of Education officials and from CNG in relation to issues impacting Irish medium education since these institutions were restored. And the themes really coming through all of those evidence sessions have been clear. Now, there have been some disagreements potentially around the extent to which whether the department's actions in this space have addressed those challenges effectively or not, but I think there is broad agreement on what the nature of the challenges affecting Irish medium education are, and I think this bill is very clear, it's very focused in terms of looking at the specific issue of workforce, which is an issue the committee has heard evidence on a number of occasions, and the research over a number of years has highlighted the clear need for the department to intervene in this space. And that workforce is one of those. There are also accommodation challenges, curriculum and resource development, gaps in CPD, but again the bill sponsor has set all of those out. Other speakers will no doubt reference much of the evidence that is available to us in this space, but I think the CNG research of 2023 on workforce and Irish medium education is probably the most relevant here, and its findings were very clear that, among other recommendations, the department needed to deliver a workforce plan for Irish medium education, and the committee certainly hasn't heard any evidence that has been substantially developed, although our understanding is a strategy is underway, which potentially could be coming to us in 2027. But on the specific issue of a workforce plan, there doesn't seem to be anything on the immediate short-term agenda. And that research was clear that any workforce plan that is developed must address the current shortfalls in the Irish medium education workforce and the likely and assessed future needs of the sector. So this bill expands and enhances that recommendation in more detail in terms of what the plan must include, but to my mind it's very much in keeping with that particular bit of research's recommendations. The committee has also heard reference to the QUB, Fair, Shared, Supported Research, which engaged directly with teachers working and practitioners working in Irish medium settings, and that too reflected very clearly the concerns around workforce as a key challenge, and recommended in that report a targeted recruitment programme to address workforce gaps. Again, this bill would seem to me to be in keeping with that recommendation. The committee has also, through its SEN inquiry and through other evidence sessions, heard evidence in relation to some of the SEN-specific aspects of the workforce challenges facing Irish medium education. And again, the bill sponsor set those out very clearly in his opening remarks. The research points to potentially higher levels of special educational needs in Irish medium, although the differences are maybe not terribly significant, but certainly points towards an inadequate workforce available to support those needs, a shortage of peripatetic teachers, a shortage of ed psychs who are competent in the Irish language, a shortage of classroom assistants competent in Irish language, shortage of speech and language therapists competent in Irish language. And it will perhaps, I think, be for the committee stage, if the bill passes second stage today, to assess if the bill could benefit from any SEND-specific provisions to just ensure that that is reflected in the workforce plan, given that that has been highlighted clearly to the committee as a specific issue. But I think the point is clear that there is a SEND layer to the workforce challenge, and it is important to make it at that stage. I think beyond that, in terms of my remarks as committee chair, I have nothing much more to add other than to say that this is an issue that we have heard a significant amount of evidence on, both departmentally and from relevant stakeholders, and certainly this bill does seem to me to be in keeping with the challenges that the committee has learned about, and it will be for the committee across its membership to assess, if it does reach that stage following today, whether the bill requires amendment and what scrutiny we need to apply in terms of hearing evidence from further stakeholders. I'll now just speak very briefly in my capacity as an Alliance MLA, and I think I would want to just begin those remarks by welcoming this bill to the Assembly today. I think it is a very straightforward and practical intervention to address an issue that we are all aware it has been a long-standing challenge for the Irish medium sector, that as it has grown and grown substantially over the last number of years, because of the specific challenges as have been set out by the bill sponsor, that the workforce has not grown at the pace to facilitate the capacity and scope that is there, I think, for further growth. And I think when we're reflecting on that, I would want to reference that statutory duty that already exists for the department, that duty to encourage and facilitate the development of Irish medium. As far as I'm concerned, this bill before us today is just a really very clear outworking of what that duty really should already be requiring the department to do. If the development of Irish medium education is hampered by workforce challenges, which I think it demonstrably is, then the department should already be stepping in to address that. And I wouldn't want to say that no action is being taken in this space. I think the PGC bursary scheme for Irish medium students, which is starting in September, is welcome, but it does feel that interventions have been needed for many years and have perhaps in this case come too late. So I think for me, the statutory duty sits well with this bill. It seems to me the bill is a fair outworking of that. Yes, I'll give way.
Way, and I'll make obviously remarks later in the debate whenever it gets to my time to respond to it. The member rightly, and I appreciate him recognising that there has been progress made by the department in this area, not least as part of Transform Ed and through the bursary schemes. When we identified shortages in some subject-specific areas, Irish medium was one. And that has been approved by me, that we would provide a bursary scheme in order to create more opportunity to attract people into the workforce. But in line with the statutory duty that the members already referenced that is on the Department of Education, when there were previous reductions in students coming into teaching, it never fell on the Irish medium sector. It was protected because of that statutory duty, while other sectors there was a reduction, not in Irish medium. And I think there is clear evidence that this department, not just in approving nurseries that have become statutory, new school builds, when it comes to the bursary, that under my time as Minister, the Irish medium sector has been able to expand, and I have been happily supporting them in that development. That's right. The question, I think, for members, and I'll pose this later, given the work that we are already doing, given the statutory duty that already exists, why would we then place a specific statutory duty on one sector which isn't going to be applicable to any other sector when it comes to workforce, because these challenges are being felt in every sector and it's not unique to one?
The Minister for the intervention. At risk the intervention is going to be longer than my speech potentially, but to try and pick up the issues that the Minister has raised, certainly very happy to put on record that the Department has made interventions in this space. I'm not trying to suggest they haven't, and I don't think my comments suggested that. I think that the bursary scheme is welcome, but I think that there has been a long historic issue and trend of the workforce in Irish medium not growing at the rate that is needed to support the demand that is there across the board for access to Irish medium education. And I think, as was reflected in the bill sponsor's remarks, it's not just about teachers. It is also about support staff, classroom assistants. It is also about speech and language therapists. It is also about ed psychs. So it's the whole picture, and I think that's why this bill, to my mind, is welcome. And then just to speak to the Minister's comment in relation to why should one duty be placed on this sector and not on others, I think it is very similar to some of the discussions that have been held around the integrated education side of things, that there is an equity issue if one sector is particularly impacted by specific workforce challenges, as I think Irish Medium is. It is a different sector to any other sector in our system, because it requires that level of specialism and that level of expertise to allow for that immersive education experience to be delivered. I think when the statutory duty is there, it is the right and appropriate thing to do to ensure that the workforce is there to meet the demand. And I don't think we would get into comparing potentially apples with pears if we say one rule for one sector, the same for everybody. So I think really there's not a huge amount more that I want to add to this, other than to say that yes, I do welcome this bill coming forward. I look forward to see what sort of transpires at the scrutiny stage. It is a short, straightforward bill. There may well be things that are done to enhance or amend it at committee stage, and we will wait to see on that. But I think I would maybe conclude with saying, from my perspective, the impact of this bill, if enacted, will really ultimately depend on the quality, the comprehensiveness and the effective implementation of the plan that arises out of it. And I don't think we've the scope to go into the detail of what exactly that would need to look like. That we're probably getting ahead of ourselves to do that. But I do think there is a resource implication. I think undoubtedly there will be resource required to implement a plan effectively. But I think on that point I would return to my comments in relation to the statutory duty. There is a duty already there to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education, so this bill isn't changing, altering that, isn't departing from that. It simply puts on a statutory footing what seems to me to be a natural outworking of that statutory duty anyway. If Irish medium education to be developed requires an enhanced workforce, then the department should be taking the steps to deliver that. So I don't see any reason it should cause undue concern for the department, minister or other parties on that basis. So very content to confirm certainly my support for this passage through second stage today, and I commend the bill sponsor for bringing it forward.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill, and I plan just to make a few short points and really maybe to concentrate on whether there is a necessity, and the Vice Chair and the Chair of the Education Committee have already commented on this, and I believe this is actually where the tension probably lies. Both previous speakers have mentioned the statutory duty that is already there in place to encourage, facilitate and develop Irish medium education, and the bill sponsor mentioned that in his opening remarks, which is under Article 89 of the 98 Order. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I mean, this already is a substantial duty, and the Chair of the Education Committee referenced that in his speech. And it's a substantial duty that not every sector in Northern Ireland has the privilege of enjoying. The integrated sector, which the Chair of the Education Committee referenced, has two duties placed, or the department has two duties towards that sector in Northern Ireland, and Irish medium education has one duty. Neither the controlled nor the maintained sectors in Northern Ireland enjoy such privileges. And I understand the comments previously that there are, and I recognise these, that there are specific issues that other sectors face into, and I hope to get on to those. But I'm just pointing out that fact of equity, and I think that's important. And I think teachers and pupils across Northern Ireland should be aware of that. I believe that the department has acknowledged and recognise the challenges that the IME sector faces. And as the bill sponsor has mentioned, these became very clear in the consultation responses that he referenced in his opening remarks. The Minister will no doubt talk about this, but the department is already addressing some of these workforce planning issues through the IME strategy, and these cover off retention, recruitment, pathways, and capacity, and some resource development. And it is fair to say that the specifics of the IME sector are different to other sectors in Northern Ireland, in that they require qualified teachers, and those teachers need to be fluent enough in Irish to be able to teach their specific subject. And the Minister referenced this in his question to the committee chair, the bursaries that were introduced, and the Minister introduced those, I think, in 2025, that covered off Irish medium teacher training, tuition fees, and I believe offering £1,000 a month to student teachers to encourage them in that area. But I would also just make the point, and the structural issues have been referenced by the sponsor and picked up on by the committee chair. There are other structural issues in terms of teacher recruitment in Northern Ireland, and it is not just specific to the IME sector. So if we looked across subjects in Northern Ireland, we would find there is significant pressure across all subject areas to get maths teachers, to get chemistry teachers, and to get physics teachers. And those are not peculiar to the IME sector. Those are across every sector in Northern Ireland. And I think the chair beat you to it, so I'll take it from the committee chair and then you.
I thank the member for giving way, and no argument from me at all. We have heard through committee repeatedly the challenges, particularly at post-primary specialist subject levels, some of those challenges in recruiting teachers. Would the member not agree that if that specialist subject teacher is also required to be fluent in Irish, that the challenge is going to be maximised for that sector, and that it is appropriate that, given the statutory duty, the department should step in to address it?
I may just take the Vice Chair's intervention at the same time. And
thanks for giving way. And it's effectively two sides of the one coin. How many speech and language therapists are out there who are fluent in Irish, who come in to deal with children in the Irish medium sector who have speech and learning difficulties? And if that person coming in can only speak English, then that's putting those children at a disadvantage.
Look, I accept both points. I'll try and address them. I haven't been on the committee for the better part of 6 months, so I probably haven't really been up to speed with some of the things that the committee have been dealing with. But I would accept the points. And to a degree, there is an element of chicken and egg on this. And the member highlights speech and language and the requirements, the added requirements for someone to come in and use speech and language in that particular context. I would hope that perhaps in that context, whilst the language is immersive in a range of ways, that if a child really needed speech and language therapy, some way could be found for, to address that for a child who was in an IME school. But I do accept those points. I'm simply making the wider point that actually it's not just purely structural, and it's not just purely structural within IME. On the wider issue, my understanding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that the Department has established an Irish Medium Strategy Steering Group and an Irish Medium Strategy Working Group to address some of the issues that have already been spoken on today. And there are a range of organisations that are attached to that and are working within that, including CNG, EA, CCMS, CCSE, CCEA, that's a lot of acronyms, Altrum and Irish Medium Principles across that sector. My understanding is that work is current and ongoing in this area. I hope the Minister will possibly touch on this in his closing remarks, and that the issues around workforce pressures and strategies to alleviate these are being dealt with. And look, it would be my view that I would hope that actually these groups solve some of the problems and issues that have been highlighted today by both the bill sponsor and the chair of the committee, because I think we want all sectors in Northern Ireland, regardless of where they are, regardless of what language they speak or what faith tradition they come from, to feel valued and successful in their education. Mr. Speaker, I know that in the EFM, the bill sponsor looked at a range of options, and I think there were 3 options in the EFM. The obviously do nothing option, the wait to see what the strategy produced option, kind of paraphrasing it a little because I gave my copy away there, and also the option to introduce additional primary legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my and my party's view that the issues that have been identified already today and have been highlighted by the sponsor and the chair of the Education Committee, and that have come out of the consultation are in fact best dealt with through the work that's already ongoing by the Department of Education, and I believe that this is the most appropriate mechanism for these issues to be addressed. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call John Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, look, there's nothing, and I said yesterday when I opened my comments on Mr. Baker's private member's bill, there's nothing more important than our young people, making sure they've got the skills and the support and the infrastructure and the buildings to allow them to thrive. That includes the Irish medium sector. I've been criticised by some when I divulged that a member of my family was trying to learn a bit of Irish so we could she could order me a pint of Guinness when we were in Donegal. So I have no objection to the Irish language whatsoever. It is a lovely language. And the bill sponsor is quite right. There are unique factors within the Irish medium sector. If you need someone who's a speech and language therapist, you also need to speak Irish. If you're struggling to get a physics teacher, Mr. Martin was quite right, or a chemistry teacher, or a maths teacher, it's an additional burden. I'd also say it's an additional challenge to get male teachers, because that's one thing I don't think we talk about enough through our education sector, the lack of male teachers in our schools and the lack of positive role modelling that brings. But my issue with the bill is this, and whilst I supported yesterday's bill to put it through to the next stage, is there is a pre-existing statutory duty. And what we should be doing is holding the Minister to account as to how well he is discharging his statutory duty through committees, through assembly questions, through written questions, through Education Committee. And I will wait to hear what the Minister says when he gets to his feet and tells the Assembly what he is doing. But for me, in the first instance, it is not good practice to bring a standalone bill to deal with a pre-existing statutory duty. I will give way.
When I set out to bring this bill forward, one of the things I had to do was to write to the Minister and ask him what was he doing. And he wrote back to me, the Minister wrote back and said that he was developing a strategy which he hoped would be ready by mid-2027, after the election next year. The timeline may fall, the Minister may not be here, might be another Minister, so on and so forth. But the important point is that the Speaker directed us to write to the Minister. And when the response came back, the Speaker, who is the ultimate authority when it comes to private members' bills, decided that this bill should go ahead. So it seemed to me that the Speaker felt that the argument the Minister put up wasn't strong enough to block this private members' bill from going ahead. So, you know, if you're talking about the processes and why a bill should or shouldn't go forward, I mean, there's one reason there alone why it should have gone forward.
I think it's a very creative reason, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I do thank Mr. Sheehan for his intervention. A bit like a judicial review, a judge might say it's perfectly tenable to apply for judicial review and for it to be heard. It doesn't mean that you actually have to agree with the issue being brought forward to be reviewed. So it was quite within the process for the Speaker to say, Mr. Sheehan, bring your private member's bill. But as legislators, we can still say, I personally don't think it's necessary. I suspect it's... Yes, I will.
And I'll outline later, and this is part of the issue, that everyone else gets to speak and then the Minister actually provides a lot of information that members haven't had a chance, and maybe that's a procedural thing for the Assembly to consider. But the inference by Mr. Sheehan that a strategy sometime in 2027 suggests that nothing's been happening. I intervened with the Chairman of the Committee and I outlined, here's how we are discharging the statutory duty. There wasn't reductions in other parts when other parts were being reduced. It didn't apply to Irish medium. We've had approval, positive approval of development proposals in the Irish medium sector, new bills in the Irish medium sector. Under Transform Ed, we have a bursary for the Irish medium sector. Whenever it comes to Transform Ed around the curriculum, there is a distinct strand to improve the curriculum in Irish medium, because Irish medium schools are being failed with the current curriculum. And so there is a whole series of evidences that can be brought forward to show how we are implementing it. And that hasn't been reflected yet by Mr. Sheehan, but I cannot get involved in what decision that the Speaker would have made and whether the Speaker considered my correspondence with the member. I don't even know if that's appropriate for MLAs to be openly discussing what are ultimately Speaker's decisions, but that's something for the Chair of this Assembly to decide on.
I thank the Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I do concur, and I was actually going to address the key in actually making an informed decision in this debate would be to actually hear first what the Minister is actually doing to discharge his current statutory obligation, and then make our points after that. But it's kind of the wrong way round. But I've heard enough so far, and I'll listen to what the Minister has to say, that there is a pre-existing statutory duty. I don't think there's a need for now fresh legislation to replicate that statutory duty, even if some things is. I'll give way to the member.
No, I thank the member for giving way, and I suspect you are maybe drawing your remarks to a close, but just to come in on this theme around the statutory duty and that there are mechanisms in place to hold the Minister and Department to account on that. Would the member agree that that statutory duty, as far as I understand, came into effect in 1998, so 28 years ago, and we still haven't had a workforce plan for Irish medium, as far as I'm aware, certainly not one that is regularly reviewed and that proactively and in an agile way responds to the needs of that sector, and then that would suggest that perhaps the statutory duty hasn't provided the impetus that it should have done to deliver on this?
Yeah, I take Mr. Matheson's intervention. Why it hasn't been done from 1998, I have absolutely no idea, but I have heard this Minister, and will wait to see what he says when he's on his feet, outline what action he is actually taking. He's putting it on the record, he's putting it in Hansard, he's answered a number of things that he's doing, and he's outlined them succinctly. So look, I'll cut to the chase in this one. I suspect it's going to go through to the committee. We will then scrutinise it there. I personally do not believe that there's a need for another private member's bill to deal with a pre-existing statutory obligation in which we should be dealing with any omissions of the Minister's duties through scrutiny and accountability, and not through just creating another piece of legislation. I imagine that you could bring any minister in front of here and put a private member's bill in saying, you need a workforce plan for X, Y and Z. So on that basis, I'm not minded to support it, but I am going to listen to what the Minister has to say so he can convince me and the party that he is discharging his important statutory obligation to the Irish medium sector. Thank you.
And I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute today, and I thank the member to my left for bringing this forward. And just to echo the sentiment of the Chair of the Education Committee, this is something we've heard extensively about. We've had a number of panels really talk about the challenges within the Irish medium sector and the workforce, so I really welcome the opportunity that this is being brought forward today. Whilst we must celebrate the remarkable growth of the Irish medium sector, we've seen over a 400% increase in the last 25 years. And whilst that demand for Irish medium education obviously continues to climb, our teachers and our school leaders within the sector rightfully contend that they feel very strongly that funding has not been matched at an appropriate level from this department. This has been highlighted by Sina G, that the department in many ways has failed to address the serious issues of teacher retention, the production of Irish language learning resources, support for particularly examination marking, and also adequately addressing the challenge of specialised staffing for Irish language speaking students, supporting children with special educational needs such as dyslexia, providing support for speech and language therapy and child psychology. These remain prominent outstanding concerns. Despite the lack of support and investment, our Irish medium sector teachers and staff really do incredible work, and I've seen this firsthand in my constituency in Dungiven at Gael College Jadura. So many of the staff there are really on the front line, keeping the language alive and really allowing it each and every day to grow and to flourish. And as someone who didn't grow up speaking Irish, it really is really inspiring and encouraging to see these schools and how language is used each and every day. And they do it in such a fun and engaging way with our young people. This workforce does so because of the incredible graw that they have. They have a love for this language, and they bring that energy and that love and that effort to the classroom each and every day. They have a passion for our young people and a true commitment to revitalising the language in the classroom and on this island. Whilst I recognise that there are many within the Department of Education who equally cherish the language and they do work hard to support the sector, we feel strongly that it is still not adequate and more must be done to invest and ensure that our workforce is well supported. Irish language has the same rights as the English language and must be treated as such. And Minister, I have to say, I genuinely really welcome the work that you've done on the Irish language. You did commit funding to Scoil Sprachta after meeting with myself and my colleague Patsy McGlone, so I really do welcome that we are seeing children right across the north right now learning language in the classroom, in English-speaking classrooms, and I wish we had that when I was at school. I would have absolutely loved that. But just on a broader point, I do feel it really is now is the time to comprehensively deal with the real challenges of workforce in this sector. And speaking with staff, with teachers, classroom assistants across the Irish medium sector, they do feel frustrations, they do feel overlooked, and I think that's why it's so welcome to have this conversation today, to have the consideration of the investment that they'll need to flourish. As is well known, our Irish medium staff teach disproportionately in buildings that have long seen better days. They're in mobile classrooms long past their sell-by date, all whilst delivering a first-class education, and often disproportionately to children who come from disadvantaged backgrounds, with more children in Irish medium schools in receipt of free school meals than English language schools. And what is perhaps also less known is that children in Irish medium schools are disproportionately likely to have special educational needs. And despite this, they lack the specialised language support that they so desperately need. This is really not an educational issue, it's not a standalone issue, it's fundamentally an equality issue. And I also want to note as well that many talented Irish-speaking teachers often go to the south, over the border, because they are better paid, and arguably, who can blame them? It's time to look at the long term here to ensure continuity of Irish medium education. The Minister has stated clearly his aims to reduce educational inequality, to advance achievement and to support teachers across the north. So today we're saying the Irish medium sector must not be forgotten, their particular needs must be recognised, and that this Assembly must act to lay down a framework that will finally address their concerns. Parents, teachers and pupils in the Irish medium sector across the north are listening to this debate today and expecting to be treated and supported in the same way as other sectors. By advancing this bill, I believe we will go one step further to address their needs, and it is important that we do so without delay. And to be frank, in closing, looking at the wider neglect of the Irish medium sector, our teachers across the north are really in classrooms that are falling apart, particularly in the northwest. When you speak with teachers and school leaders, there's so much mould. They've been there since the 1970s, and challenges as well in West Belfast, and I just don't think that's fair, because each and every day our teachers, our school leaders are showing up, wanting to learn, wanting to share their learning and educate our young people, but they're in facilities that are just not appropriate and desperately need investment. Today, the SDLP will be supporting this bill at the second stage, and really welcome that this is an opportunity to talk about the ongoing challenges that exist in the Irish medium sector. So thank you very much, Pat, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
And thank you. And I call Danny Baker.
And I'd like to start by commending my friend and colleague for bringing forward this very important piece of legislation. And his passion and commitment to the Irish language in my constituency and further afield has not gone unnoticed. And I suppose just before I start, I said this yesterday, we all have opportunities to close gaps, to bring forward legislation where maybe departments just aren't prioritising or falling through the gaps. So it's important that is there and being utilised by all members. When the Identity and Language Act was passed in 2022, it was a significant milestone for the Irish language. The long struggle to achieve the historic recognition of the Irish language in the North followed many years of campaigning, and it is a credit to the vibrant, growing and thriving Irish language community right across this island who never gave up and made their voices heard. This is of particular importance given that Irish speakers have been discriminated against, excluded and ignored by this state. However, the Identity and Language Act was not the end of the journey. The work to enhance its provision, the Irish language within our society goes on, and Sinn Féin will play its part in driving it forward. Irish medium education is one of the fastest growing sectors in the North. However, growth has outpaced workforce planning, leading to concerns of teacher supply, training routes and specialist support. This bill will formalise a strategic approach to addressing serious and persistent staffing shortages across all roles, including teachers, classroom assistants and support staff. During the consultation process, a number of specific Irish medium education workforce issues were highlighted, and in my remarks today I would like to focus in particular on special educational needs provision and assessment. SEND provision in Irish medium education is critically important because pupils learning through Irish face higher levels of identified need, yet receive less appropriate support than their English medium peers. The gap is structural, linguistic and systematic, and it directly affects the equity, access and educational outcomes. Irish medium schools have a higher proportion of pupils with SEND than English medium schools. A 2024 report highlighted that for 23-24 academic year, 22.5% of Irish medium pupils were recorded as having SEND versus 19.1% in English medium settings. At post-primary level, the gap widens to 30.1% versus 18.2%. Despite these facts, Irish medium pupils are less likely to receive formal statement of SEND. This disparity is partly due to the lack of assessment tools available in Irish language and the absence of specialised staff with statutory support services, such as educational psychologists fluent in Irish, speech and language therapists who can assess bilingually, and SEND support staff trained in immersion contexts. There is no formal structure to ensure linguistic alignment between pupils and specialised professionals. Consequently, Irish medium pupils with SEND can and have been misidentified, missed completely, leading to delayed interventions, inaccurate diagnosis and reduced access to statutory support. And I'll finish with this because it happens, I would say, regularly across the board, but it has happened in my constituency a lot, where children who are learning through Irish medium, particularly when they're at knee school, that when early interventions are in place or not in place, you're identifying additional needs, parents are being advised to then take their children out of that setting and into English settings. Yes, absolutely.
For taking intervention, and I recognise that as an issue, and I declare an interest as a parent of a child who went through Gaelscoil Uniel in Coal Island and is now in the Irish medium sector in St Joseph's in Donaghmore, and that has been a constant, which, would you agree with me, that puts constant pressure on the teaching staff and the school leaders, that they feel they have to do extra work in order to ensure that those children are able to stay in their school. And I know in our own case in Gaelscoil Uniel, the principal actually did Macathon from day dot with all of the children in his school. He put extra work in every single day, and so did his teaching staff and his classroom assistants, and that is unfair.
It is unfair, and you have to ask yourself, where else does that actually happen? It's very much an equality issue, and that's where I want to just leave it with today. This is an equality issue, and I really do commend the member for bringing this forward. It's so important.
Thank you. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. No headsets required for my contribution, unfortunately. I really have no Irish, or very little, or not enough to have the confidence to say it in any remarks today. I think I can count to maybe 13 confidently, but I wouldn't get much further than that. So the Irish medium sector has seen significant growth over the last decade. I think in 2001 there were about 1,600 pupils, and in 2025 over 7,000. So that's a real testament to the dedication of those working in the sector. And one of the first events I attended when I joined the Education Committee was at St Mary's, and I got to see firsthand and learn about the value of immersive education. And it goes beyond just learning a language. There is evidence of how it benefits memory, problem solving, creativity, and of course it is essential to learning the Irish language and to allow it to continue to grow and thrive. The sector faces challenges that are similar to every sector across the North. However, reports from Stranmillis, Queen's University and the First Start report outline there are specific and significant pressures for the Irish medium sector, both in terms of workforce and resources. Given this is the case, and the Department have a statutory duty as part of Article 89 of the Education Order, as we've all noted today already, to encourage and facilitate the development of Irish medium education, I'll be voting for this vote to go through to the committees, this bill to go through to the committee stage. I fully accept the Department are continuing to work on developing a strategy for the Irish medium education, which is due in 2027. Because of this, I imagine some will say that this workforce plan, as we've heard today, is not required, and it may come as part of that strategy. But I think the bill itself is addressing the issue that we've seen strategies come forward that exclude key facets, including things being delayed even when they are in the strategy. So I think there's enough here to say that I understand why this bill is being brought forward, and I think I have no issue with it coming forward in that context. From the reading of the bill as introduced, I don't see any significant issues with it, but I am looking forward to hearing evidence at the Education Committee. I would like to better understand what will actually be delivered through the workforce plan and what the sector really needed to deliver. In Clause 1, there are areas which must be taken into account by the Department, such as the current and future expected demands upon the workforce. But given there are no specific interventions required within the plan, I would like to know what confidence there is that as it stands it will deliver what is needed for workforce. So, for example, in the Stranmillis research into workload within the Irish medium sector, there were clear recommendations around the expansion of initial teacher training and the development of apprenticeships for classroom assistants. I do understand and accept that the intention through this legislation is simply to establish a statutory framework in order to establish whatever actions the Department do take, that they are timely and informed by robust consultation. I look forward to working with colleagues and the Irish medium sector to ensure this bill can progress and that I hope it makes a difference. Thank you.
I call Cathy Mason.
I welcome the introduction of this very important legislation here today that has been brought forward by my colleague Pat Sheehan, and the work that he has done not just on this bill but over the many years for the Irish medium sector is truly commendable. This bill reflects the ambition and the determination of the Irish medium sector, a sector that has grown, that has expanded and that has delivered for children often without the support that it deserves. Because the reality is this: Irish medium education has not been carried by the system. It has been carried by people, by passionate educators, by committed parents, and by a workforce that continues to go above and beyond day in and day out. But that goodwill can only stretch so far. And nowhere is the pressure more acute than in early years. Because early years is not just the starting point of education, it is the foundation that everything flows from. Yet time and again I hear from Irish medium childcare providers, early years settings, Arní Scoilna and organisations like Adjournment that they are struggling to recruit and retain staff. They are trying to build immersive language environments for our youngest children at the very stage where language development is most critical. But they are doing so with a limited workforce support and very little strategic planning. And if we don't get early years right, well then we are setting the entire system up to struggle. Because the pipeline into Irish medium primary and post-primary education starts there. And that, Cancorlia, is why this bill matters. because it allows us to finally start building the workforce across the entire Irish medium sector, including early years, which is so often overlooked but absolutely fundamental. Because without that foundation, growth simply will not be sustainable. And alongside that, we need to talk about those who are too often overlooked in these conversations, our classroom assistants and our Senkos. Because let's be clear, they are not an add-on to the system, they are the backbone of it. And they are the ones sitting beside a child who is struggling to communicate, the ones calming, supporting, encouraging, often quietly and often without recognition, the ones who know those children inside out. And in Irish medium settings, they are doing all of that through the medium of Irish, not just supporting learning, but language acquisition, confidence and inclusion. Yet despite the vital role they play, they are too often undervalued, undersupported and left out of workforce planning. And that has to change. And we also need to speak honestly about children with additional needs. Because for those children, the consequences of these workforce gaps are much more profound. And I hear from these parents who are already fighting every single day to get the support that their child needs, only to face an additional barrier because that support is not available through the medium of Irish. Children who are being assessed, supported and sometimes even misunderstood because the support is not being delivered in the language that they are learning through. That is not just a gap in provision, that is a failure to meet those children where they are. And it places an unfair burden on families who are simply trying to do what is best for their child. Because for a child with additional needs, communication is everything. And when that communication is not in the right language, we are not giving that child the very best chance to succeed. And that is why this workforce conversation matters so much. It's about having the right people with the right skills in the right language to properly support every single child. And when I speak to schools in my own constituency across South Down, Downpatrick and Castlemaine, I see the growth, the energy and the commitment that there is to Irish medium education. But I also hear the same message time and time again, that the system is not keeping up. There is a clear shortage, not just of teachers, but of the wider workforce, including early years staff, classroom assistants and Irish-speaking allied health professionals. And the consequences are real. Children being supported through a language that is not their language of learning, staff being stretched to breaking point, and families worrying about whether the support their child needs will actually be there. And that is not equality. The Minister has pointed to forthcoming Irish medium education strategy as a reason that this bill may not be required. But I have to say there is little confidence that another strategy will be delivered, and certainly not within this mandate, and not one that is as concise and as pointed as this. And that is not saying that nothing is happening in Irish medium, but not enough to address these acute problems. And in the meantime, the sector is left waiting. Waiting while these workforce pressures grow, waiting while children go without the support that they need, and waiting while staff are stretched to breaking point. And they're tired of it. They're tired of being treated as an add-on, tired of being something that is always promised for tomorrow, but never prioritised today. Because the strategy will not recruit a classroom assistant, it will not train an early years worker, and it will not put an Irish-speaking language therapist in front of a child who needs that support today. But this bill will. So that is why this bill matters. And whilst it is narrow in scope, it is about much more than just numbers or workforce planning. It's about recognising the reality that there is out on the ground. It's about valuing the people who hold this system together. And it is about finally matching the growth of Irish medium education with the support that it needs. Because no child should be disadvantaged because of the language they learn through. And no workforce should be expected to carry a system without the backing of the very system itself. If we are serious about equality, then we must be serious about investing time and effort in the people who make it possible. And this bill is a step in the right direction. I therefore welcome this bill as a significant step towards bringing about a workforce that can nurture and sustain the growth of Irish medium education. And yes, I will.
I want to thank the member for taking an intervention. The member just mentioned equality, and I agree with her completely that equality is incredibly important. Would she agree with me that equality across all sectors of our schools in Northern Ireland is important, controlled, maintained, integrated and Irish medium?
Absolutely, but I think, as has already been pointed out, that Irish medium is sitting on a back foot, and that's why we're trying to bring it up in line with the rest of the sectors. Irish medium education and ensuring children are placed on an equal footing with the others, and I would urge everyone to support this bill.
And just firstly, before I start, this is the first opportunity I've had to welcome Julie to the House and congratulate her on her new role, and to wish Gary the very best, and your family as well, on what must be a very difficult path ahead, but just that we're thinking of yourself and Gary, so look forward to working with you as well.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am delighted to support the bill being brought forward by my colleague Pat Sheehan today. When you strip it back, this is about doing something very basic but very important, that is planning. Irish medium education is growing at a pace that does not surprise me, but which might surprise others. There is a revival, a passion and a love for the language. And the bill says to the Department of Education that you must keep up. It places a legal responsibility on the department to sit down, look at the demand and make sure that we have the people in place to meet it. Not just now, but into the future. Yes, that means teachers, of course it does. However, it is much bigger than that. It is about classroom assistants, about early years workers, about support staff, SEN provision, educational psychologists, and every person who plays a role in a child's education. Anyone who knows the sector knows this. Schools do not run on teachers alone. They run on teams, on communities, and on people who care deeply about what they do. That is what the Irish medium education is built on. It is built on passion, on energy, and on a belief in the value of our language. This is not a sector that needs to be convinced of its worth. It already knows that. It built itself. What it needs now is support to meet that growth. The demand is there, it is real, and it's rising fast. We have all seen it, and it was even highlighted recently in news articles that pointed to a 400% increase in children attending IME. That is no mean increase, that is huge. Behind every one of those numbers is a family choosing IME for their children. I have mentioned this before, that I myself am a product of Irish medium education. I started in Leeskull, went through Bunskull, Phobal first year, and then went on to college the first year. And when I was in college the first year, there were perhaps 350 of us there. Today, that school has more than 1,000 pupils. It is bursting at the seams, literally. It is thriving. But it also shows that there is a need for a second campus. That is a clear sign of where the sector is going. My mother worked as a classroom assistant in Bunskull and Tlevachuv. My sister works as an SEN classroom assistant. I have many friends who are teachers in Leeskull, Bunskull and Manskull, and I can tell you that they are supporting our children. And whenever we speak about supporting this, we are talking about people. We're talking about making sure that the next generation of children coming into the Irish medium education has the same opportunities as those in English medium schools. The bill is about recognising success in Irish medium education and backing it. It is about making sure that growth is not held back by lack of planning. It is about sending a clear message that Irish medium education is not an afterthought. It is a vital, growing part of our education system, and it deserves to be treated that way. Therefore, I support the bill, and I urge others to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, legislation that is practical, necessary and long overdue. At its heart, this is about a simple question. Will we properly plan for the future of Irish medium education, or will we continue to leave it to chance? Across the north, Irish medium education is growing. Parents are choosing it in record numbers, and communities are building it from the ground up with real pride in our language. I see that in my own constituency. Gaelscoil Fádric Níofa in Crossmaglen is where my own 3 children attended school. It is one of many thriving Gaelscoileanna across Newry and Armagh, schools that are not only educating our young people, but also strengthening their identity and confidence. The benefits are endless.
The workforce needed to sustain the sector is simply not there. We are seeing teacher shortages, limited subjects, choice staff under real pressure, and children, particularly those with additional needs, struggling to access support in their native language. That is not sustainable and is not acceptable. Some will point to strategies and development, but strategies come and go, ministers change, priorities shift. What the bill does is different. It places a legal duty on the Department of Education to plan, to act and to report. It moves us from short-term thinking to long-term accountability. The demand for action is clear. More than 500 consultation responses were received, with overwhelming support for addressing workforce shortages and strengthening Irish medium education. This is not a marginal issue, it is a clear mandate. This is also about rights, the rights to education and the right to access and the education through our own language. Buinneann sé seo le cearta and ceart hun.
This is about rights, the right to education and the right to access that education through our own language. Without the workforce in place, those rights are not being fully realised.
That is responsible governance. Irish medium education has spent decades fighting for equality. The bill is about moving beyond that. Tá an Gaelscoileacht an Tríod an Blanta Farda an Shun an Cumana Hish. Tá an Béal Shaw an Gary na Heireachtaí Shin.
This bill is focused and practical. It requires it is time to plan, it is time to invest, and it is time to deliver. And I urge members to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Timothy Gosling.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This bill is not about fairness. It is a bill about special treatment, about elevating one section of our education system above others. Let me spell out why I say that in light of the provisions of the bill. Clause 1 places a legal duty on the Department to produce an Irish medium education workforce plan. The only legislation in relation to our schools which even comes close to that is the Northern Ireland Integrated Education Act 2022. But let's look at what it actually says. The Act requires the Department to encourage and facilitate integrated education. It does not require a workforce plan. Then we turn to Clause 2 of this bill, which sets out what the plan must contain. There must be an assessment of the current workforce, an assessment of future need, and proposals to meet that need. Not for all schools, not for every child, just for Sinn Féin's special category of schools, which, as this bill shows, they want to elevate above all others, that being the Irish medium sector. Clause 3 then requires the Department to consult specified bodies in preparing that plan. Again, this is not general good practice. This is a statutory consultation tied to a single sector? Where is the equivalent legal requirement for control schools, for maintained schools, for special educational needs, for integrated schools? Again, they are treated as secondary at best, not worthy of consideration within this bill. Clause 4 requires the Department to publish the plan and report on its implementation. This bill wants us to move from planning to accountability mechanisms in law. Accountability, but only for one sector. And Clause 5 completes the picture because it requires the Department to review and update the plan as defined intervals. This is not simply a one-off exercise. This is a rolling statutory planning cycle imposed for one sector and one sector alone. So let us be clear what this bill does. Clause 1, the Department must produce a plan. Clause 2, the Department must include specific workforce detail. Clause 3, the Department must consult in a prescribed way. Clause 4, the Department must publish and report. And Clause 5, the Department must repeat the process. And that is precisely what the Northern Ireland Integrated Education Act 2022 does not do. It sets direction. This bill sets instruction. And so a question arises: if it is right to legislate in this level of detail for Irish medium education, why is it not right to do so for the rest of the education system? Where is the statutory workforce plan for the controlled sector? Happy to give way.
Just wondering where the TUV's workforce plan is for other sectors that you feel are being discriminated against. I know you said to me yesterday you weren't an MLA at the time and missed some deadlines, but your predecessor was here. Where was his ambitions?
And here we have deflection. I was hoping the bill sponsor would come in to alleviate some of my concerns, but no, Mr. Becker decides to rise to his feet and deflect away from the questions and the concerns that I was raising, where Sinn Féin are quite deliberately in this bill trying to alleviate one sector over the other. So, Mr. Becker, where is the legislative framework for SEND staff? And I know that's something you're very passionate about. There was a recess here a number of weeks ago, so where is the legislative framework? Why is it not contained within your mate Mr. Sheehan's bill? Where is the equivalent duty placed on the Department across all education sectors? Happy to give way to the bill sponsor.
Well, first of all, thanks for giving way. Secondly, if you have been listening to the debate, you'll have heard today that there are unique challenges for the Irish medium sector that don't exist in any other sector, and that's part of the rationale behind this bill. It's to bring Irish medium sector up onto an equal footing with all other sectors. It's not about discriminating against other sectors. But I suppose the other question I would like to ask, because I honestly don't understand why there is such hostility from yourself and your party towards the Irish medium education sector, but towards the Irish language in general and anything of connected to Irish culture. Why does that hostility exist in that way? And it also exists within the DUP as well.
That hostility that you talk about exists because the Irish language has been weaponised, and it has been weaponised against unionism. And you can put your fingers in your ears and close off unionist concerns, but Irish creates a chill factor, and there is polls that back that up. So, Mr. Sheehan, you talk about discrimination. That's exactly what this bill does by prioritising Irish medium over all other sectors. There's challenges in all sectors within education. You sit in the Education Committee, you should know that. I sit in a Board of Governors. I am acutely aware of the problems that exist within all sectors within the education system. But what you're wanting to do through your bill is not bring Irish medium up to the same level. It's to elevate it above every other sector. Happy to give way.
I just don't understand how it's discriminatory to ask for a workforce to be planned for, particularly for children with SEN, particularly for child psychologists, speech and language therapists. Is that not discriminatory if we're not planning ahead and making sure that those people are in place for our children coming through Irish medium education?
Well, where's that request for the rest of the sectors? Where's that request for the rest of the sectors? I'm not the one bringing the private members bill forward, Mr. Sheehan is. Where's that for the rest of the sectors? That is why I'm saying this is discriminatory. And what this House must do today is decide whether it is content to move from supporting sectors in principle to designing and directing one sector above the other. Happy to give way to Mr. McNulty.
I thank the member for giving way, and I say very firmly there's nothing to fear from the Irish language, and members from the Protestant community have been some of the biggest advocates for protecting our language and heritage. There's a saying in Irish, Scatha Keela Awarin Nadini, which literally translates as we rely on each other. Sorry, we in each other's shadow we live, but more metaphorically it means we rely on each other for shelter from the storm. Is that not a philosophy and approach that would be better off adopted by your party and from unionism generally about our shared language? And it's a language which is owned by us all.
And I have no problem with the Irish language. Where I do have the problem is, and this bill eloquently puts it, that and shows and exposes that what Sinn Féin is trying to do, what nationalism is trying to do, is put Irish above English. And that's what this is all about. So, in response to the junior minister, like, where is the rest of the workforce plans for the other sectors? If you're happy, point me to them.
Why don't you bring those proposals forward for the other sectors? This one's for Irish medium education. If you want one for other sectors, bring it forward.
Once again, you are the ones bringing forward the private members bill, and you have chosen to elevate Irish above the rest of the sectors. You don't have a response to that apart from, oh, why don't you bring it forward? So then, do we bring one forward for each of the sectors? Is it not up to the Education Minister to bring one forward that puts everybody in a par and everybody in an equal footing, instead of what Mr. Sheehan's trying to do here today? So it will be no surprise, because of what he's trying to attempt, to prioritise Irish medium above all other sectors and try and make it a special case, that I'll not be supporting this legislation moving to the next stage.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Education to respond to the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I first acknowledge the intent behind the private members bill, and also to recognise the many teachers, school leaders, classroom assistants and other support staff, parents, pupils and sectoral bodies who have contributed to the discussion about the future workforce needs of Irish medium education. Their commitment to ensuring high-quality education through the medium of Irish is clear, and I want to place on record my appreciation for their ongoing work and for their dedication. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have visited many Irish medium schools, colleagues in the Assembly that have invited me to do so, and I have thoroughly enjoyed the experience, been very welcomed, and have admired the education that is being provided to those young people. I've sought to address concerns brought to me by the Irish medium sector when it comes to education, as you would expect any education minister to do for any sector, in terms of their particular needs, and they vary, and I'll outline a whole range of issues that they have concerns with and how we're seeking to support them. As a minister, I have been actively involved in taking decisions to provide development proposals when it comes to nursery provision. I've also actively taken decisions to move forward new bills for the Irish medium sector. And I know that narrative doesn't always suit some members in this House, that there is a DUP Education Minister who is proactively engaged and encouraging when it comes to the Irish medium sector in education. And at times I've listened to some commentators and political comments made from some people in this House, and I ask them myself, that must be not relevant to the Department of Education, because I don't think members will find any evidence of any form of inequality of treatment when it comes to the Irish medium sector by me as the Minister for Education. And when Mr McNulty talked about unionism collectively and broadly having nothing to fear, this unionist minister has absolutely nothing to fear, nor have I shown any concerns in that respect. Indeed, Cara Hunter rightly referenced whenever she and her colleague Patsy McGlone came to me about a particular project, Scoil Sprocketa, that had funding cuts, asked me to engage in finding a solution in order for that organisation to continue to provide Irish and English speaking schools in terms of giving the taster for pupils in those schools. I proactively engaged and found a solution and provided funding of some £100,000 to that organisation. So I think I have a track record that I'm certainly content that demonstrates my bona fides as being a minister for all when it comes to education for Irish medium. But Mr McNulty, I'll give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way. And on Scoil Sprocketa, Minister, we're very grateful for your interventions and for the continuation of that scheme and the promptness by which you acted to save that scheme and protect it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McNulty, and I know you, and forgive me, I didn't reference, I know you were at that meeting and made the case for the organisation as well. But today's debate does give us an opportunity to consider both the strengths and the pressures within the Irish medium education, and to reflect on how the Executive and this Department can best support this important and growing sector. Before I turn to the detail of the bill, let me just signpost briefly what I intend to cover. I'll speak first about the aims of the bill. I will then address the current workforce challenges within Irish medium education. After that, I will outline the work that the Department is already taking forward, including the development of a dedicated Irish medium education strategy. Finally, I'll then set out my initial view on the legislative proposals that are before the Assembly today. At its core, the bill seeks to place a statutory duty on the Department to prepare and publish a workforce plan for Irish medium education and progress reviews against this. It proposes that the first plan be published within 1 year of the Act coming into operation, and that updated plans be published at intervals of no more than 5 years. It also places duties on the Minister to consult widely with schools, teachers, parents, Correle Nagile Sculliocta, more commonly known as CNG, and others across the sector. And it requires measurable targets and a report to the Assembly on the implementation of each plan within 18 months. My department understands that the sector faces a number of well-recognised and long-standing pressures. Irish medium education has experienced sustained growth in recent years, and this brings with it new demands on staffing, training, leadership, resources and support services. Consultation responses on this private member's bill, as well as research from Correle Gila Sculliocta, Stranmillis University College, Queen's University Belfast and others, highlight shortages of teachers, classroom assistants and SEND professionals with the requisite level of Irish. Teachers also report considerable additional workload from preparing appropriate resources, translating materials and supporting pupils with differing levels of language exposure. Additionally, school leaders highlight issues with buildings, classroom space and access to specialist support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are real challenges across the whole education system, some of which are felt most keenly within Irish medium education and also other sectors. They can affect not only staff but also the quality of provision for children and the ability of schools to plan for growth. Through Transform Ed, which I know Sinn Féin some members are keen to attack, I think they actually do understand it, and in understanding it they will know that actually Transform Ed has recognised the importance of the workforce in terms of delivery of quality of education and for the Irish medium and our system as a whole. And while I recognise the intention behind this bill, I believe it's important to note that a substantial programme of work is already in place. The Department has established both an Irish medium strategy steering group and a working group that involves CNG, the EA, SIA, CCMS, CSSC, ALTRAM and representatives from Irish medium schools. These groups are already in the process of developing the Department's first dedicated Irish medium education strategy, and that will set out actions to address teacher supply leadership development, SEN provision, early years capacity, and the availability of immersion-appropriate resources. This work reflects extensive consultation with the same stakeholders that have been identified in the bill. It ensures that all voices are heard without introducing statutory rigidity. Initial teacher education intake numbers for Irish medium education, they have been protected, even at times when reductions were required elsewhere. Members have referenced equality. Whenever reductions took place, preferential treatment, inequality, if one could describe it as that, was afforded to the Irish medium. People will say that was the right thing to do. But when reductions were applied to every other sector, it didn't apply. There wasn't equality of cuts to the Irish medium. It was given preferential treatment. And people can justify that being the right thing to do. But this is not a case of this bill addressing inequality or this bill addressing being treated as somehow inferior to other sectors. Members have already highlighted there's already a statutory duty. There is already an enhancement of protection which isn't afforded to other sectors. This is adding further rights on top of existing rights which don't extend to other sectors. Through Transform Ed, there's a new teacher training bursary scheme which has been introduced, with Irish medium education highlighted as one of the priority areas experiencing the most acute shortage. That is Transform Ed, Sinn Féin members delivering for the Irish medium sector. The Education Authority is progressing innovative work on the use of artificial intelligence to reduce teacher workload in Irish medium education settings, and plans to appoint accredited AI leads in every Irish medium education school. The Department also continues to work with partners to explore additional pathways for fluent Irish speakers to enter the profession, including entrants from other jurisdictions. Is not whether workforce challenges exist. They clearly do, and I agree. The question is whether legislation is the most appropriate mechanism to address them. My view, which I've set out previously in correspondence, and Mr Sheehan referenced that, is that legislation is not necessary and may in fact constrain our ability to respond flexibly to changing circumstances. A statutory requirement to publish a workforce plan within 12 months, followed by fixed 5-year cycles, does not reflect the dynamic nature of the sector. Growth patterns vary, recruitment pipelines shift, and needs evolve in ways that may require more responsive action than what a fixed review period would allow. Furthermore, the bill creates a planning framework which would require funding for the potential measures that a workforce plan might identify. And as the explanatory and financial memorandum acknowledges, additional resources would be required to deliver the administrative duties created by this bill. Introducing a statutory duty in one specific education sector may also rightly raise questions about parity of treatment for other sectors, which are also facing significant workforce challenges. Introducing statutory-based planning now risks creating structural imbalance between sectors. It also risks creating unknown, unintended consequences, which could have a negative impact on the broader workforce and that within Irish medium education. I'm keen to avoid duplication of effort or diversion of focus. The development of the Irish medium education strategy already provides the mechanism for targeted, evidence-based planning. It involves all the key partners that the bill has identified, and it will allow for ongoing review, refinement, and that collaborative decision-making. So let me be clear. I share the ambition that Irish medium education should continue to thrive, and that it should do so on a strong and sustainable foundation. Our children deserve high-quality education. They deserve access to the right support at the right time, and they deserve school environments where teachers and staff have the resources and professional development they need to deliver excellent education. The work already underway within the Department is aimed squarely at delivering on those ambitions. The Transform Ed work will make a positive difference across all schools, and the Irish medium education strategy will mark a significant step forward in strengthening the sector, ensuring stability in teacher supply, improving SEN support, enhancing leadership capacity, and addressing the operational pressures that schools have articulated. In conclusion, I want to acknowledge the genuine concerns around workforce issues in the Irish medium sector and in the wider education system, I can reaffirm recognition of the Department's statutory duty to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education. And I want to emphasise that a major strategic programme of work is already underway to address the challenges within the sector. I believe that the most effective way forward is to complete and implement the Irish medium education strategy, which is already designed to provide the coordinated, evidence-based and responsive approach that the sector needs. I look forward to continuing to work closely with members, with career teachers and with wider community as we take forward this important agenda. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. Members, before I move to my next point, can I add to the welcome expressed by Aisling Riley to Julie Middleton, our new member. I had the pleasure of speaking to Julie privately yesterday, and I know she was welcomed separately from this chair, but I wish formally now to add to that also and extend my best wishes. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate, members, will continue after question time, when the next member to be called will be Pat Sheehan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. The sitting, meanwhile, is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
The sitting is resumed. Time for questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call Stephen Dunn.
To date, 2 evaluations of the Substance Misuse Court have shown positive outcomes. Work is ongoing in respect of its cost effectiveness, and it is anticipated that the full evaluation will be completed by the end of June 2026. I fully endorse their use and effectiveness.
Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. Of the 276 people who have participated in the court since 2018, as of last year, 2024, 117 have been convicted of. A further drug-related offence, which is quite alarming. Given that almost £3 million has been spent on this programme since 2018, does the Minister have any concerns about its value for money to the taxpayer, and also, importantly, the effectiveness and efficiency of this scheme?
Minister.
The issue, of course, with the substance misuse courts goes much more wide than simply the criminal aspect of it. It is about trying to tackle the underlying causes and complexities of addiction, and therefore it is challenging often to get people to break that cycle of addiction and offending related to it. So I believe that the evidence, certainly from the evaluations to date, have shown that the substance misuse courts have been of use in terms of getting people to engage with those services. But it is a well-established case that the first attempt may not always be the successful attempt in terms of being able to break people's addiction, particularly when it comes to substance misuse, and therefore it may take a number of attempts to be able to do that. I would prefer that that was being taken forward proactively in terms of our healthcare system, because I believe that that is where the problem fundamentally lies, and I believe that that is where the biggest change can be made, rather than waiting for people to find themselves in contact with the criminal justice system before we make those interventions.
Doug Beattie.
Minister, I totally agree in everything what you've said, but could I ask, could you let us know how the mandatory treatment element of enhanced combination orders is working, or what evaluation we have on that?
Well, they're two separate things in terms of the advanced combination orders and the work in the substance misuse courts. But part of the challenge, I think, has been that in order to be able to pilot this, much of the resource has been through voluntary and community sector partners who deliver much of the care and intervention around it. There will be people who are referred to the substance misuse court who, after a 4-week period, may not be determined to be suitable following that programme. And so it is only after that period that a defendant will actually be accepted onto the programme. There has to be willingness on the part of the defendant to engage with the programme on a substantive basis and be at a position in their lives where they're able to do that effectively and efficiently in order for them to be accepted. In terms of ECOs, I'm happy to engage with the member on those, but I know that, for example, some of the work that we have been doing has been very closely followed by colleagues in Scotland who recognise that enhanced combination orders offer an alternative to dealing with some of the more complex recidivism within the criminal justice system, whilst at the same time maintaining high levels of public protection.
Eoin Tennyson.
Speaker, could I ask the Minister to elaborate on the referral process and how it works in terms of substance misuse courts?
Yes, well, as I said, there are set criteria available for referrals to the substance misuse court, and defendants can be assessed as not being suitable. After a 4-week engagement programme, they're basically assessed to see whether or not they're in a position to be able to engage effectively with the programme, and it's only after that initial screening and assessment period that a defendant will be accepted on the programme. That individual will be required to attend the court and probation initially on a weekly basis and engage in drug and alcohol testing and counselling or treatment, including undergoing psychological assessment and intervention if appropriate. Participants can also be removed from the programme for a range of reasons. And so, whilst there is no kind of straight line approach to dealing with the issues of substance misuse and addiction, this programme allows those who are at a position in their own lives to be able to maximise the support that's available to them to desist both with their addiction and also with the offending behaviour that initially brought them before the courts.
Dr. Aiken.
The only challenge facing the Northern Ireland Prison Service in relation to recruitment and retention is uncertainty around funding to allow them to recruit in sufficient numbers to respond to the rising prison population. The Prison Service has no difficulty attracting applicants, with 525 individuals recruited into operational roles since June 2021. Their assessment process is robust and staff are supported through a range of wellbeing initiatives, both in the workplace and when they are absent from work or non-work related reasons. Staff retention rates in the prison service compare favourably with similar organisations. There's been a significant reduction in the numbers leaving over the last 4 years, from 103 in 2022 to 60 in 2025. Exit interviews are offered to all staff who leave the prison service to help the service to get a better understanding of the reasons for leaving and to address any issues raised that can further improve retention rates.
Mr. Aiken.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much indeed for your reply so far. Minister, you will be aware that there's a significant issue within the prison service with staff on long-term sickness and how they've been dealt with in the past. Could the Minister update us on how the approaches to dealing with long-term sick absences in the prison service are being dealt with now? And indeed, would she state to me whether she thinks we have turned a corner in this issue and actually we're beginning to treat our long-term staff who are on sick with a much better treatment?
Well, prison staff, as you know, are members of the civil service, and that has been the case, so they're dealt with through civil service HR mainstream procedures. However, in terms of the support that's offered to them, in terms of the service itself, those have been enhanced. During my time in office, I know that there are a number of initiatives that have been introduced, both in terms of peer support, in terms of counselling and access to counselling, in terms of enhanced access to PRRT, for example, in order that those who are, for any reason, exiting the service or require rehabilitation or occupational therapy are able to access that in what is a safe and secure way. So there have been significant improvements, but I think it would be wrong to suggest that we're at the end of a process. I think we need to be constantly re-evaluating what we can do to support people who do a job that is hidden from view, but is nevertheless absolutely critical to ensuring the public are kept safe, and that those who are in our custody are able to access rehabilitation and hopefully emerge from prison without further reoffending and indeed without creating further victims in the community.
Ferguson.
I would like to mention volunteers, and particularly those from the Independent Monitor Board. And when we met with them, members of the committee, they were running at a very low capacity. At that stage, it was like 50%. Is that something that you're aware of, that you could look at and ensure also there is current members who have done their 13 years of service and now have to leave, and they've been told they can't, even though it's 15 years elsewhere? Is that something else that you could look at as well? Because they're very keen to stay on and they do provide an exceptional service. Thank you.
Well, I think the work of the IMB is one that, again, is very often overlooked. It is quite a demanding role, and I would say in terms of the spectrum of volunteering that people can be engaged in, I think volunteering in the IMB within our prisons is probably one of the most challenging. And it has proved hard both to recruit people into that role and also to retain people, particularly in the first few years of service. However, we have a recruitment campaign underway in terms of recruiting new members. It is a regulated position, and therefore under SAPANI rules we do have to be careful in terms of extending people's terms, and also given the challenge and the pressure that it places on the individuals who volunteer in that role, it may not always be wise to continually extend those terms beyond the initial regulated periods. There were some extensions made as a result of lack of interest in new recruiting in the last mandate, but we have had some more interest this time, and I would encourage any member who is aware of people in the community who would be interested in working in that role, one which is there to provide independent oversight and monitoring of what happens within our prisons, to give prisoners a voice, but also to see firsthand what is happening within those facilities, to actually look at the applications around the IMB and get involved. It is not only a challenging role, but it is a very rewarding one, and I think those members that you've been speaking to from the IMB would certainly reflect that their time spent within prison was one that they actually very much welcomed.
Jonathan Buckley.
It's deeply regrettable that you say that the only issue pertaining to recruitment and retention in the prison service is funding, when there's clearly a culture problem in our prisons. Today's Belfast Telegraph, the headline, "Prison officer's jaw is broken after drugged up inmates go on rampage." Staff say that the prison is descending into chaos and talked about almost a dozen alarms sounded in just one day. Minister, that's under your watch. Your staff that are living in fear as prison officers, inmates going on the rampage. Minister, can you please tell us, is there a drug problem in our prisons? Have they turned into drug dens? Because this headline and these accounts suggest that we have serious problems.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the member has been over the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years, or indeed for much of the rest of his life, if he thinks that there isn't a problem with addiction and drugs in prisons, and if he isn't. Thank you. I just assumed the member wasn't interested in the answer, given he was interrupting. The issue here is that there are issues with drugs in prisons. However, we have introduced, for example, full body scanning in order to reduce the amount of illicit material being smuggled into the prison. That is helpful and has seen a downturn in that particular issue around drugs in prisons. There is still a market within prisons for prescription medication, and that is something that we work very hard with the Department of Health and the Healthcare and Prisons teams to address and to manage, and that has been reflected in recent reports. However, for the member to stand up and use what was an appalling incident as a means of trying to attack me, he can wave the paper all he likes, but my understanding in this chamber is the props are not permitted. And maybe some people need props to make their point, but I am happy to make my point. I listen to our prison officers. I am regularly in our prisons. And yes, it is a matter of funding, because we now have more prisoners in custody than we have had any time since the Good Friday Agreement. We have no more accommodation, and that leads to potential crowding of our landings and our cells, and that leads to a more volatile situation. And if the member has a solution to that, which doesn't involve waving around newspaper articles, but actually provides for additional prison officers and additional accommodation, I'd be happy to meet him. But like every other occasion, he comes to this chamber with no solutions and simply with his little TikTok planned out in advance.
Stuart Dixon.
May I ask the Minister in relation to how the Department looks after our prison officers? What wellbeing support services are available for prison officers who obviously undertake a very challenging and stressful role?
I think the first thing to say is that where officers are assaulted, it is standard policy that prison service will support them in taking those responsible to court. So it's not literally be in jail free card in this case, where people can assault whomever they wish within prison service and expect not to have consequences. All of our staff can access the wider NICS welfare support services, which offer independent confidential service to help staff with work stress and throughout their personal work-related issues, which may affect their ability to work. Operational and non-operational staff can also avail of self-referral facility to confidential counselling through LENA by Inspire Workplace Services. And in addition, staff can also access online resources in the Inspire Support Hub, providing expert information and advice on mental health, lifestyle and well-being. NIPS also has arrangements with the Police Rehabilitation and Retraining Trust for prison officers for counselling and physiotherapy. And between the 1st of April 2025 and the 31st of January 2026, 45.7% of operational prison grade staff did not report any sickness absence. It is not an easy job to be a prison officer. In some of our prisons, they are dealing not only with some of the most dangerous people in society, but also with some of those with the most complex and challenging needs. And they have to manage those in confined spaces through difficult periods, and particularly at the moment when there are such high numbers of people in custody. We should not underestimate the challenge that that presents to individual prison officers and to the prison system as a whole, and it is our job to secure the resources in order that we can ensure that we do recruit more prison officers, as we have done over recent weeks and months, but also secure the capital so that we can actually invest in the prison's estate so that they are able to actually continue to do the good work that they do.
Matthew Till.
Speaker, Minister, you've repeatedly said that recruitment and retention is contingent on adequate funding. I presume you have been in conversations with the Finance Minister about your budget. Have you agreed your allocation for the multi-year budget? Do you believe that it is sufficient to recruit the requisite number of prison officers over the next 3 years?
I have been in contact. I have not yet, and no executive member has been asked as yet to agree their allocation, and it is not adequate to meet the needs of the justice system over the next 3 years. And I have been open and put on record the figures that at the end of this year, just to take 1 year snapshot, we would be overspent by around £100 million based on simply doing business as usual And that is only essential business, not the other things that may crop up over the course of the mandate. So to say, and if I may, on the capital, which I just reflected on, as things stand, the opportunity for us to be able to invest in modular accommodation for our prisons to expand the capacity that we currently have, we would not have that within our capital budget once we have met out of our capital allocation in the draft. We would not have any money left beyond what is required for us to meet our contractual obligations.
Number 3.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer questions number 3 and 8 together. And I would ask if you could indulge me some extra time, as it is quite an involved answer. The Department of Justice is responsible for a number of actions within the cross-departmental strategic framework to end violence against women and girls delivery plan. Ongoing engagement between my officials and the Executive Office, both formally under the auspices of the EVOG Programme Board and the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategic Oversight Board, helps to provide continued alignment and cohesion to promote a comprehensive, cost-effective and joined-up response. Under the EVOG delivery plan, my department is working with the PSNI and the Executive Office to deliver the Power to Change public awareness campaign to tackle the underpinning misogynistic behaviours and attitudes that can fuel sexual offending and gender-based violence. The second phase of the campaign, which will launch in May this year, aims to address rising online misogyny and harmful gender narratives. Much of the wider work of my department is aimed at addressing sexual offending and domestic abuse and supporting victims in these cases. Whilst not all domestic and sexual abuse victims are women and girls, and not all violence against women and girls happens in domestic relationships, there is a significant overlap. Implementation of the domestic abuse offence, which captures patterns of controlling, coercive and threatening behaviour and associating aggravators, is continuing, and a pilot for domestic abuse protection notices and orders is under development. Work has also been prioritised to establish revised and improved domestic abuse risk response arrangements. I aim to address a legislative gap by introducing new offences to address non-consensual, sexually explicit, deepfake images of adults online, which again disproportionately affects women and girls. I also recently secured legislative consent to extend several provisions from the UK Government's Crime and Policing Bill to build on sexual offences introduced in 2022. Together, these measures contribute to a legal framework which allows the criminal justice system to deal effectively with sexual offending, in which most victims are women and girls. My department has allocated specific funding of £1.9 million to ending violence against women and girls in the last 2 financial years. Total spend by my department and non-departmental public bodies was £0.8 million in the 24-25 financial year and £1.1 million in 25-26. We have also committed funding of £8.4 million over a 7-year period, commencing in 2025-26, to assist NI to deliver advocacy services to high-risk and high-impact victims of domestic and sexual abuse, and alongside the Department of Health and Department for Communities, my department jointly funds the Domestic Abuse 24-hour helpline delivered by Nexus NI, which will cost £3.2 million over the next 7 years. Similarly, our investment of over £0.5 million on remote evidence centres over the past 2 years, whilst beneficial to all vulnerable or intimidated witnesses, has disproportionately benefited women and girls.
Mr. Gosson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can the Minister give an assurance that all money is being spent within her department to address this scourge on society is being spent on biological women, or is some of it being diverted to men who pretend to be women? Does the Minister realise that this is not a culture war issue, but rather something that deeply concerns more than 50% of the population in Northern Ireland?
Well, first of all, I would advise the member not to speak on behalf of all women on this issue. That's the first thing. So I don't know where the over 50% of the population comes from. Secondly, what we are doing here is trying to protect vulnerable women and girls from domestic abuse, but also, in my department, vulnerable men from domestic and sexual abuse, vulnerable trans people from domestic and sexual abuse, vulnerable straight people from domestic and sexual abuse, vulnerable gay people from domestic and sexual abuse. That is what my department is here to do, to protect every citizen to the best of our ability when it comes to defending them against violence against the person or domestic and sexual abuse.
Minister, you have delivered a huge amount of change and legislation to tackle violence against women and girls. Could you please give your assessment of what more is needed to be done to change this in our society?
Well, I've introduced a diverse range of measures aimed at addressing sexual offending, coercive control, domestic abuse, and further measures are planned which I believe will tackle the use of online and technologically aided abuse. But I have recognised and have said in this chamber many times that legislation alone will not stop or bring an end to the levels of violence and abuse that exist in our society. We need a cultural shift in our community. And I am absolutely committed to playing my part in protecting women and girls from harm through the law, as well as recognising new types of harm and creating new offences. But it isn't good enough for us to be able to tackle violence and take people through the courts, though that is good, where harm has already occurred. We have to be focused on prevention of that harm. There is no short-term solution to tackling these complex issues. Addressing abusive attitudes requires sustained, cross-departmental approaches with an emphasis on preventative actions. And I'm committed to working with others and have been working with others consistently in order to ensure that we, along with other stakeholders, can actually tackle the drivers of abuse and violence. And I have to say that part of that is not allowing our concern about violence against women and girls to be weaponised in a way that actually makes other minority groups in our society more vulnerable to abuse. This is about tackling a very serious crisis that our society faces. And we need to work together as a community, right across the community, irrespective of race, religion, creed, sexual orientation, or how people identify their gender, to ensure that women are kept safe, that our girls are kept safe, and that our young men and boys are educated in a constructive and positive way about what it is to be a good man. Because sadly, women and girls, whilst the focus of the campaign, are not the problem.
Aoife Finnegan.
Can Corlia, violence against women and girls must be a priority for us all, but we must also be aware of the impact on families and protecting children from further harm. To this end, can the Minister outline whether she has done any work to explore introducing the equivalent of Jude's Law here in the North concerning the suspension of parental responsibility for a parent who kills their partner or ex-partner?
It is something that has been raised with me, and it is something that obviously I think causes many of us concerns. We have seen in recent months and years situations where people who were co-parents of children, one takes the life of the other, leaving those children without a mother in most cases. And we have seen the distress that it causes families when that can then lead to that person continuing to have parental rights. The courts, in terms of the family courts, ultimately make the determinations on this, and it is for the Department of Finance to bring forward any change in the law when it comes to family law in this area on parental rights and so on. It's not something that lies within the criminal justice sphere, which is where my responsibilities lie, but we have looked at this. And at the moment, certainly in the responses that I've had in engaging between officials in the Department of Finance and myself, there is a view that given that the courts have discretion in terms of the granting of access to children and are genuinely supposed to put the needs of the child first, not the demands of the parents, or the desires of the parents, that there is sufficient scope for a similar approach to be taken within the courts without any substantive change in primary legislation. However, I am happy to continue to engage on the issue and to continue to engage with the Minister of Finance, but it would be for the Minister of Finance to do the policy development work on that particular piece of work rather than for my own department.
Turkin.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the Minister to tackle the scourge of violence against women and girls. This is something, I suppose, that needs a whole government approach and a whole society approach. Minister, what investment and efforts are being made in the area of the rehabilitation of perpetrators of domestic abuse to prevent or reduce reoffending and reduce risk primarily to women and girls?
Well, there are a number of things that we do in terms of perpetrator programmes. There are opt-in perpetrator programmes for those, for example, who are on remand within the prison system for domestic abuse-related offences. And so there is the option for them to take those courses and engage in that process. Once people are there as sentenced prisoners, there is then obviously a needs assessment done in terms of their rehabilitation, and there are a number of assistance programmes that are undertaken within the prison in terms of healthy, happy relationships, in terms of anger management courses that are available to people, and often also allied with substance misuse, which can often trigger some of those incidents. So that is happening within the prisons. In addition, probation run a number of courses for people who have been convicted of domestic abuse offences, which again are about changing attitudes. Part of the issue, Mr. Speaker, is much like with drug rehabilitation therapy. Unless a person has a desire to change, unless there is a willingness on their behalf to engage properly and thoroughly with those programmes, it can be very difficult to change patterns of abuse. Many of those who we will have in prison will also come forward as victims of abuse or have, as children, for example, been exposed to extreme violence. And so part of what we are trying to do as we go through those assistance programmes is to look at how we also deal with the trauma that they often carry forward into their adult life, into their adult relationships, patterns of behaviour learnt from those around them as a child, and that then go on and lead them to be abusers themselves. And so breaking that cycle is not straightforward, but it is something that we invest in.
Sorry, Carl.
Given that an independent report found clear evidence of sexism and misogyny within the PSNI report and findings accepted by the Chief Constable as well, how appropriate do you think it is for that organisation to deal with violence against women and girls?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the Chief Constable for asking Rachel Langdale to come in and do the review that she did, because I think that that was welcome oversight. I think that the best disinfectant is sunlight, and therefore I believe that the openness and transparency with which the Chief has addressed this issue is important. I have no doubt that both Rachel Langdale's report and indeed the work being done by the Ombudsman's Office around abuse of position for sexual purposes will cause people to have second thoughts about reporting domestic and sexual abuse to the police. I want to be certain, just as everyone in this House would want to be certain, that when a vulnerable victim or witness approaches the police seeking help, that they are not inadvertently engaging with another predator. And it is important that we do everything at every stage, both in terms of vetting and barring, in terms of how we approach the recruitment process, and in terms of how internal vetting within the PSNI works as people move towards perhaps more contact with vulnerable victims and witnesses, that any red flags at all that are raised in the organisation are taken seriously and followed up competently. I think that is the very least that people should expect. However, that said, I would not wish to overplay this issue in the context of the PSNI versus other forces around these islands. There is a problem very often in hierarchical organisations which are predominantly male in nature, where the culture needs to change. I think it is good that that has been acknowledged by the Chief Constable. I think that leadership from the top is important, and I will support the Policing Board and the Chief Constable in every effort they make to ensure that this is stamped out and that victims can have full confidence when they go to the PSNI that they will be protected and kept safe.
Diane Forsyth.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to answer questions 4, 10 and 15 together. It is incredibly disheartening that I am once again updating this chamber on the CBA service withdrawal. The ever-decreasing resources at our disposal should not be focused on mitigating avoidable levels of harm. Neither should we be trying, through derogations, to balance the needs of those who have already suffered immeasurable loss and trauma. But unfortunately, that is the very real outcome of the CBA decision to continue with their withdrawal. The withdrawal continues to unnecessarily harm victims and witnesses and will cause damage to the system, which we don't have the resources to repair. It is also to no end, as it will not change outcomes. Furthermore, I have already repeatedly demonstrated my commitment to resolving what have been the ever-changing asks from the CBA. I demonstrated that commitment again when I commissioned the accelerated review, dedicating yet more of my already depleted resources and appointing 2 independent leads in an effort to address the remaining issues at pace. That review is due to conclude no later than the 27th of April, and I hope it will bring this unwarranted action to an end. In the interim, It is for the PPS to determine which cases should proceed while the withdrawal is ongoing. That was a condition of my commencing the review. It is right that those who properly understand the detail and impact of offences and who are directly supporting victims and witnesses assess which cases most need to proceed. That assessment will be based on the individual facts of case, including the nature of the offence and the level of risk of further offending towards complainants and others. I do not underestimate the challenge that presents for PPS, and of course they should not be in the pernicious position of making those decisions. I would therefore call on all members to, as I am, press the CBA to return to full service as a matter of urgency.
I have to move on to topical questions, and I call Patsy Malone.
Minister, with regard to the recent security alert at Lurgan Police Station this month, can you share your assessment of the current situation, but also any cross-border cooperation against organised crime and paramilitary activity?
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to place on record in this House my absolute abhorrence at those who drove a live device, forced a person at the point of a gun to drive a live device through Lurgan, placing everyone in that community from Kilwilkie to the police station at significant risk. The abuse of the individual who was out there probably on minimum wage, just delivering food and trying to make a living, is the trauma inflicted on them is unimaginable, and the trauma inflicted on the officers when it arrived at the station. But I want to commend them for their quick thinking, for their quick response, and for the fact that they kept people safe while the issue was dealt with. There is nothing, as I have said already publicly, to suggest that this is a significant change in the capacity or intent of the organisations involved. It has always been the case that for as long as a small rump of individuals wish to continue to try to target and attack the PSNI, they will have some capability to do so, albeit that that capability may be depleted. However, we should not be complacent about that. And so the PSNI, one of the reasons why we see very few of these attacks happening is because of the disruption and suppression that the PSNI undertake in those communities to ensure that this doesn't happen, and the work that is done within those communities to build confidence and trust in the PSNI. And I want to pay tribute to the Minister of Finance, who spoke quite at length about the good work that is being done within Lurgan in terms of the PSNI reaching out to those nationalist and republican communities and ensuring that they can work cooperatively to ensure that they are not put at risk and that the PSNI is not put at risk. In terms of cross-border engagement, obviously OCTF continues to do that work in terms of the Organised Crime Task Force as part of the intergovernmental agreement, and we were at a conference recently, myself and the Minister of Justice in Ireland, to deal with those issues.
Mr. Malone.
Thank you for that, Minister. Indeed, everyone, I'm sure, in the House here shares the views that you have in fact expressed there about such a dangerous, dangerous act in the police station and the danger that that caused to civilians, including, not least of all, the driver of the vehicle. Minister, can you indicate to us, in fact, whether there are any additional joint initiatives being taken place on a cross-border basis to ensure that organised crime, drug trafficking, indeed human exploitation or paramilitary crime can be tackled?
Well, through the Organised Crime Task Force, there are regular meetings between our officials in the PSNI and in Garda Síochána, and I think those have been very fruitful. We see cooperative working not just in border communities, but actually further afield now as a matter of routine. I think that is very helpful because we recognise that many of the issues to which the member refers are not limited solely to Northern Ireland or to the counties surrounding the border, but actually are elements of organised crime that extend way beyond our jurisdiction, both of our jurisdictions, and into others. And so it's important that we have that opportunity to work collaboratively and cooperatively. There are a number of initiatives the member will be aware of obviously, of the work being done around drugs. That's one of the themes. But we also look at the wider issues through the IGA around things like human trafficking. And that's one of the issues that I had a conversation with Jim O'Callaghan about. It is important to recognise that for organised criminals, it doesn't matter what it is they traffic, whether it be people or goods. They treat them all as simply collateral to make money from. They have no compassion either for the people who receive those goods and can end up, if it's drugs, for example, with serious addictions or worse. And they have no compassion for the people they traffic for other reasons of exploitation. So it is important that there is that good collaborative working relationship. And the recent conference that I attended was just one example of how law enforcement comes together on a regular basis, including also, for example, the Revenue Commissioners and HMRC, to look at how we can shut down these organised crime gangs and ensure that their path to be able to cause mayhem and destruction is frustrated.
Jonathan Buckley.
Minister, earlier I referenced a serious incident in one of our prisons where a prison officer had his jaw broke whilst prisoners went on the rampage drug-fueled. Minister, I think everybody in this House would at least have expected a ministerial statement from yourself following that incident. But can I ask, what interaction did the Minister have with the prison service following that attack?
I am in contact with my colleagues in prison service on an almost daily basis. I visit the prisons on a regular basis. And so what I discuss in those interactions at an operational level is not something that I feel it is appropriate to discuss on the floor of the House on every occasion, nor is it necessarily the wish of individual prison officers who have been subjected to assault to have those issues either plastered on the pages of newspapers or raised in this House. And therefore I have to act with sensitivity. I recognise that every prison officer who gets up in the morning and puts a uniform on, who goes to work in the evening as a night custody officer, who gets into a van to transport prisoners, does so at significant risk. I never underestimate that. And I am grateful to them for the work that they do and for the initiative they show. But I would say this: the painting of our prisons as an inherently dangerous place does not reflect the findings of the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. We have 2 of the 3 best functioning prisons in the UK here and now at this point in time. That is a transformation from a time when prisons were handed over under devolution to this House and when we were dealing with some of the most dangerous prisons in Europe. I would hope the member would reflect on that fact and reflect on the effort of prison officers to maintain order and to ensure that those incidents such as which he refers to are kept to an absolute minimum, because I certainly respect the work that they do and the compassion that they show as they do that work.
Mr. Buckley.
Minister, with respect, you have not answered the question, so I can only conclude that you have not met with prison officers and senior prison officials following that attack, which was indicated by the very staff that you say the culture is well with, that the prison was in chaos. The prison officers feared for their own safety. You have not addressed this point. Minister, did you meet with senior prison officials following this rampage, which is in today's newspaper, or do you think it's fake news?
Well, first of all, I answered the question and I said that I didn't believe that my regular meetings on an almost daily basis were a matter for airing in this House because of the sensitivities of those conversations and because of the potential impact on the individuals involved. Nor can I respond to every piece of news that is going to be put in the newspapers and the reports that some will say about how prison officers felt at any point in time. That would be unwise. I can only go by what I do on a regular basis, by attending our prisons, by talking to individual prison officers, by remaining open and engaging, as I say, on an almost daily basis with the staff. I spoke to the Director General of Prisons as recently as yesterday, if that gives the member any comfort. But again, I have to drive the point home that suggesting that our prisons are in chaos is a falsehood. I am not saying the Belfast Telegraph is engaged in false news and fake news, But I am saying that the member's portrayal of an incident that took place within the prison, as the prison's being in chaos, simply does not stack up against the evidence.
Order. Philip Brett.
Speaker, Minister, you'll be aware from correspondence that I've been in touch with you in relation to the growing concern in my constituency about the use of e-scooters both on the public highway and on footpaths. Could the Minister outline any discussions she has had with the Police Service of Northern Ireland to try and ensure that we have a targeted campaign before someone is seriously injured or worse is killed?
With respect to campaigns around the use of e-scooters and their legality, it is a matter for the Department for Infrastructure rather than the Department for Justice. I have, of course, had conversations with the PSNI when I have my regular meetings around the concerns that have been expressed to me in this House and indeed otherwise regarding the proliferation of e-scooters and the risk to life that they pose. Ultimately, e-scooters are illegal, and so where the police see people using e-scooters on the public thoroughfare, they are at liberty to take action in those cases. The issue, again, I suspect is one that comes down to resources and what resources are available. In some areas where this has been a systemic problem for some time, PSNI have had very good work done in terms of targeting groups of young people who are engaged with e-scooters, who have been engaged, for example, with scrambler bikes and other such vehicles, and have worked with them to not dissuade them from having an interest in those vehicles, but actually about their safe use and the dangers of using them on the open road. And I think that that is something where there is a particular issue, and in the member's constituency where there is a particular issue, it may be worth surfacing with the PCSP in order to see if something can be done between the PCSP and the PSNI and perhaps even some of his colleagues on the policing board, because I know that they've also shown an interest in this particular issue.
Mr. Brett.
Thank you, and can I thank the Minister for that. Could the Minister commit in the House that she will have discussions with the Minister for Infrastructure around emulating Clause 8 of the Crime and Policing Bill in England and Wales, which looks to strengthen legislation in terms of seizure power, but also then reducing the amount of time that the police have to hold on to the e-scooters before they're able to destroy them?
Well, given the late stage of the mandate and the fact that we are now, I suppose, at a point where the introduction of new ideas for legislation is probably beyond the capacity of any department to take forward in this mandate, it is unlikely that that would come to fruition quickly. I think there are things that can be done quickly in terms of desistance, and that's why I suggested perhaps the PCSP and Policing Board colleagues may be able to assist. But I am happy to continue to engage with the Department for Infrastructure on the basis that the policy lead is theirs and that their response is that these are illegal and therefore there is no kind of grey area. The issue around seizure of vehicles, the issue around the impoundment and so on is one that we have looked at, but I have to say we have been mainly looking at it with PSNI and ourselves in terms of the costs that PSNI carry as a result of having to impound vehicles on a regular basis.
Nicol.
Ask the Minister how her department is planning for the proposed draft multi-year budget, please.
Well, I recognise the Executive as a whole will not receive sufficient levels of additional funding during the multi-year budget period, and I'm also incredibly conscious of the significant pressures facing departments and the difficult decisions that we will have to take as an Executive. However, I have to say that it is extremely disappointing that the proposed budget allocations will leave my department facing stabilisation pressures of £101 million in 26-27, £141 million in 27-28 and £215 million in 28-29, and that is before exceptional pressures for holiday pay, McLeod and legacy are taken into account. £215 million pressure in 2028-29 sounds like a large figure, and it is, but as an indication, Mr. Speaker, it represents the entire current budget for Prison Service, Probation Board, Youth Justice and Forensic Science put together. Now, it's fairly clear that that isn't a gap that can be closed by reducing the number of civil servants, a tweak here, a tweak there. That is something that is a significant shortfall in the budget we have available, and I would go as far as to say it would be catastrophic for the justice system in Northern Ireland. Considering the magnitude of the pressures remaining, it is difficult to see how any department will be able to live within budget, and the limited funding to my department, which has gone on now for a significant period of time, makes that all the more difficult. There are no savings left to be found within justice. All we can do is start to cut the services that we provide. Most members today have been saying that what they want is more of a good thing, more intervention, more protection, more engagement with communities, and it would be almost impossible for us to do any of that, even at the level we are at the moment with the budget as it is. So we will need to look very carefully as we approach the point when it comes to making a decision on this budget. But I am also conscious, and I raise it here, that we do not have a budget, and we are now almost 2 weeks into the new financial year, and that in itself is a point of worry. Because if we do not get a budget, we can only allocate 45% of last year's starting budget to see us through to July, August, and then only 95% of last year's starting budget to see us through the rest of the year. And that would be even more catastrophic than the budget itself.
Time is up for questions to the Minister of Justice. We now move back to the Education Bill motion, and I call Mr. Sheehan to wind.
And first of all, I want to thank everyone who participated in the debate today. It was a very well-tempered debate, and I just want to thank everybody who participated in it. I suppose there were two main issues that arose in terms of those who were opposed to this legislation. One was in relation to the fact that there's a strategy being developed within the department, and secondly, that there was an equality issue, that Irish medium education was going to be given a privileged position within our education system overall. So let me just clear up a few issues around the issue of equality. So, in terms of special needs support within the Irish medium sector, and there were issues raised about why Irish medium would require a differential SEND support and whether this implied preferential treatment. So it's important to state at the outset, or to clarify, that Irish medium education doesn't sit within one particular sector. There are Irish medium schools in other maintained sector, Irish medium schools and units within the maintained sector, there's provision within the controlled sector, and most recently Irish medium provision within the integrated sector, Scoil na Seolta. And while Irish medium education spans several sectors, it constitutes a distinct education system in terms of the language of instruction. So from a SEND support perspective, the education system operates in practice through two media of instruction: education delivered through the medium of English and education delivered through the medium of Irish. All controlled, maintained, integrated and special schools that deliver education through English benefit from a fully developed and system-wide SEND infrastructure delivered in English, and this includes educational psychology, assessment and follow-up, SEND-related training and advice provided by the Education Authority. They get support from local impact team intervention, and they have access to specialist professional support services. Irish medium schools, on the other hand, regardless of sectoral designation, deliver education entirely through Irish, which is the language of learning and assessment, not an additional or enrichment subject. And equivalent SEND services do not currently exist in a consistent or systematic way through the medium of Irish, despite Irish medium pupils having the same statutory entitlements as all other pupils. The issue raised by the bill is therefore not one of sectoral privilege or additional entitlement, but of parity of access. Irish medium pupils with special educational needs should receive the same assessment, intervention and support as their English medium peers, and for that to be effective, it must be delivered in the language of instruction. The absence of SEND support delivered through Irish represents a structural gap in provision affecting pupils across several sectors rather than an advantage afforded to any one sector. And addressing this gap aligns with inclusive education principles and ensures that pupils are not disadvantaged based on the language through which they are educated. So, there was talk about the statutory duty on the Minister to encourage and facilitate Irish medium education. And some concern that there was going to be some sort of change to that statutory duty or a strengthening of that statutory duty. And that's not the case. This bill is not trying to change the statutory duty from the 98 order to encourage and facilitate Irish medium. What we are trying to do with this bill is to give practical effect to that statutory duty. So, in terms of equality, how has that statutory duty been implemented and carried out by successive ministers? Well, after 28 years, teachers in Irish medium education are still having to translate materials themselves for children in those schools. There is a deficit of bespoke materials and resources for children who are being educated through the medium of Irish. That's after 28 years. If I had my way, I would have been, as I said during my opening remarks, I would have been bringing a much more expansive and wide-ranging piece of legislation, and among that would have included a duty on the Minister to ensure parity between children in Irish medium schools and children in English medium schools when it comes to the provision of resources, particularly resources through the language which children are being educated. And that's still a stain on the Department of Education that teachers in Irish medium schools are still themselves having to translate materials. Some Irish medium schools are in temporary buildings now for nearly 40 years. Where's the statutory duty there to encourage and facilitate? College to First Year, the main post-primary Irish medium school in the north, had a major development. I would say now about 10 years ago it opened, and it was opened for a population of 550 students. There are now more than 1,000 pupils at College to First Year. It's bursting at the seam. Aontaivs na Gael Sculliachta, Corleon na Gael Sculliachta have been begging the department for over 7 years now to provide a site for a second post-primary school in Belfast, preferably in North Belfast, because many of the students who attend College to First Year come from North Belfast. What has the response been? No sites available. Nothing can be provided for children who want to continue their education after primary school in post-primary. And the fact that there are so many children in that school, for a school that was designed for 550 pupils, means that that affects the fabric of the school, the wear and tear on the school, access to toilets, everything. But no urgency on the part of the Minister or the Department to ensure a second site is provided for children in post-primary education. So, I'm not saying the Department has done nothing. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is that the sector, the Irish medium sector, is growing faster than the department is dealing with the challenges that exist within the sector. Equality. Yes, go ahead.
Remember some of the challenges that he's outlined there in terms of even the state for the Irish medium sector are some of exactly the same challenges we see for instance, in the SEN sectors for special needs for special educational needs in terms of we need more special schools, we need more sites, and so on. And actually, a big part of the problem is that the Department of Education is not resourced to the level it needs to be in order to provide some of those facilities.
I absolutely agree with you that there are problems in delivering SEN support in English medium schools as well. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The committee's been holding an inquiry for the last number of months, and anybody who's on the committee and has listened to the evidence that has been given will be clear that the provision that's there at the minute doesn't cut the mustard. And one of the reasons comes back to an issue we discussed yesterday and we discussed before the break, the Easter break. And there's no cooperation at all between the Education Minister and the Health Minister. And you know that, David, because you have been sitting on the committee and you know there's no cooperation there at all. And it's an issue which requires cooperation and collaboration between the Health Department and the Education Department. And that's not there. And we saw on the issue of just finish this point, we saw on the issue of the summer schemes for special schools that the Education Minister couldn't even lift the phone to his counterpart in Health. I'll give way.
Would remember agree, though, that from the perspective of the committee and the experience of the committee in terms of what we have heard, that quite often we have seen a willingness from education officials to engage, and the perception that certainly I have built, and I feel that it has been felt across the committee, is that actually there is more reticence on the health side, and that's not an attack on the Health Minister. That's to say that health, probably with its own budgetary issues, has a reticence about overcommitting itself. But I do think that the reticence that we have seen on committee has largely been from the health side, and that. So I'm going
to ask you to return to the scope of the bill. We've strayed somewhat beyond that, and if we turn to the framework of the bill now, we can continue. Mr. Sheehan.
Okay, so, and just to finish on this matter of equality, and there were some concerns that we were arguing that the Irish medium sector should be given a privileged position over other sectors. Part of this process, and I know Mr. Burrows is fairly new to the place, and he may not be familiar with all the procedures, but one of the things we had to do was write to the Equality Commission and inform them of what we were doing and what our policy intent was. And the Equality Commission did not identify any adverse impacts from this bill. In fact, it highlighted the importance of properly resourced plan provision, particularly in areas like SEN, to ensure equality of opportunity for all children, including those in Irish medium. So, I mean, the issue of a lack of equality for children in Irish or in English medium settings because of this piece of proposed legislation is just a nonsense. So let's move on then to the argument that because the Minister is bringing forward an Irish medium strategy, that this piece of legislation is superfluous. There's no need for it. The Minister's going to deal with all these issues. And I have to say, we've written to the Minister on a few occasions to ask him about what's going to be contained in his strategy. And to be quite honest, we don't get very satisfactory answers in that regard. The answers are always pretty vague. He'll tell us something is being considered, but he won't tell us the full picture of what's going to be in it. So There's currently no statutory requirement on the department to produce a workforce plan for Irish medium education. And that is the gap that this bill addresses. A non-statutory strategy, however welcome in principle, offers no guarantees on delivery, no requirement for timelines, and no mechanisms for accountability. So we're being asked to place faith in a strategy that is not due until 2027, after an Assembly election, from a minister whose track record on Irish language is quite shocking. And I'm not saying this to score any points. I'm saying it because it's a fact. The people in the Irish medium sector, the parents who send their children to Irish medium schools, the children who attend Irish medium schools, the people who go to Irish language Rangana right throughout the north, people who don't speak Irish but still have a love for it and like to see it being promoted. None of those people trust this minister to deliver a strategy on Irish medium education. Nobody trusts them. And this minister knows why they don't trust him. They know his history in relation to the Irish language. They know that he was the minister who cut the LEFA bursaries for young children from disadvantaged backgrounds to go to Gaeltacht to learn Irish. What was a miserly sum that he cut. And to add salt to the wound, at the end of his email, he offered everyone a happy Christmas. So, against that backdrop, it's entirely reasonable to question whether a future strategy will even be delivered. And I don't want to make this, I'll give way in a second, I don't want to make this entirely personal about the minister. His own party are notorious for their hostility to the language. And it's something I don't understand. How can you hate a language? How can you think a language is offensive? What is offensive about a dual language sign in a public building in 2026? What was so offensive that the DUP thought it was a good idea that their minister would join a judicial review? I'll give way to the minister.
Apart from the comments being completely out with the purposes of this bill, Sinn Féin had done very well up until this point to resist the temptation of going down the commentary that Mr. Sheehan has now went down. And I didn't go down the history of the Irish language and the way in which Sinn Féin have used and abused the language. And Mr. Sheehan, when I visit schools, schools say to me that the language needs protected from Sinn Féin's politicisation of it. And I think it does a disservice to the issues that you wanted to bring forward in this bill, that you've decided to go down the route that you have at this very end of the process. You have the numbers to put this through. You know that. But you couldn't resist the temptation of taking the approach that you did. The Irish language deserves to be protected from the kind of approach that you have just taken at the latter point of this process. And for the record, I never sent any email. I never said what the member just said in respect of wishing anyone a happy Christmas in relation to that. That was an official within the department, not a ministerial letter in terms of correcting the record in respect of that particular issue.
Before we proceed, I'm going to issue the reminder again. Could we stick to the scope of the proposed bill?
Well, I never think it's a good saying when a minister tosses an official under the bus. His name was at the bottom of that email, came from him. So the argument that this bill is premature ignores the reality that these workforce issues have existed for years and years. The DUP have held the education portfolio for over a decade now, and during that time we have not seen the kind of structured long-term workforce planning required to address shortages in teachers, SEND provision and support staff. The idea that action should now be delayed further in anticipation of a future strategy is not credible. The Irish medium sector cannot wait. Fourthly, far from duplicating or constraining departmental work, this bill strengthens it. It provides a statutory framework within which any strategy must operate. It ensures that planning is not ad hoc, not dependent on individual ministers, and not allowed to drift. Finally, on cost, the figures show that the administrative requirements of this bill are modest. The real question is the cost of continuing to do nothing. Workforce planning is not a burden, it's a basic necessity, and I commend this bill to the Assembly.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes.
Okay.
Members, order, members. Thank you. Thank you. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. 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 Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order, members. Members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Danny Baker and Emma Sheeran. Tellers for the noes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Yours.
Members, order. Members resume their seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
82 members voted, 48 members voted aye, 34 members voted no. The second stage of the bill is agreed.
Members, the second stage of the bill is agreed. That concludes the second stage of the Irish Medium Education Workforce Plan Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Education. Can I ask members to take their ease before we move to the next item on the order paper?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Jonathan. Thank you. Okay, ready to go? Michelle, you ready to go? Minister, ready to roll? Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on conducting a cost-benefit analysis of net zero policies. You will be aware of the long-standing interest in the Assembly in the A5 Western Transport Corridor scheme, including the previous debates we have had in this chamber last year. Members will be aware of recent judgments of the High Court on the A5 scheme and the implications of the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022. Those judgments, with a focus on departmental decision-making, are now subject to appeal. I do not wish to curtail the debate on what is obviously a matter of considerable public interest, and there is much in this motion which can be discussed without straying into the matters before the Court of Appeal. However, I remind members to respect their distinct role of the courts and the Assembly in their contributions to the debate. Members, you may see at some stage I may actually take a pause while I check with the clerks on either side of us, just as we go through this, to make sure we're kept correct in this one. But I'm sure you will indulge me as we do that. Clerk, could you please read the motion? Thank you.
That this Assembly expresses deep concern that aspirational climate targets are impeding the delivery of high-quality public services and infrastructure that ratepayers deserve. Notes that the provisions of the Climate Change Act Northern Ireland 2022 have been found by the courts to obstruct the progression of the A5 road upgrade, with far-reaching consequences for other major projects such as the A4 Enniskillen Southern Bypass. Is alarmed furthermore that the current legal requirement for minimum spend on active travel perversely acts as a barrier to vital investments in road maintenance and repairs. Calls on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to withdraw the current Draft Climate Action Plan 2023 to 2027, which contains a range of proposals that are not quantified and would place additional burdens on farmers and households during a cost of living crisis, and further calls on the Minister to task every department and arm's-length body with conducting a cost-benefit analysis of all net zero-related climate policies and funding streams within their remit.
Thank you. I call on Michelle McIlveen to move. Michelle.
Moved.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Michelle, can you please open the debate on the motion, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to propose this motion, which speaks directly to the everyday concerns of constituents across Northern Ireland. Why a number of parties in this chamber took the decision to hamstring functionality in the race to virtue signal and still seem determined to limp on instead of addressing the problem. The DUP supports environmentally responsible policies and recognises the UK's long-term ambition to reduce emissions. We believe in a fair
not fast path to net zero. Fairness means ensuring that climate ambition does not come at the expense of working families, rural communities, or the infrastructure that underpins our economy. It's abundantly clear the 2022 Climate Change Act has created precisely that imbalance. It was a political compromise in response to an even more extreme proposal, and while amendments secured by the DUP helped protect agriculture and taxpayers, the legislation ultimately embedded a net zero by 2050 target that we consistently opposed. We did so not out of ideology, but because independent scientific advice indicated that such a target was neither necessary nor deliverable for Northern Ireland. I very much welcome the UUP's recent Damascus conversion when it comes to recognising the folly of the net zero by 2050 target, but I also note that they co-sponsored a private member's bill that wanted to mandate a net zero by 2045 target. The consequences, however, of this legislation has become painfully clear. The recent court ruling on the A5 Western Target Transport Corridor laid bare the stark reality. Mr Justin McLinden warned that if the road is to be built while meeting emissions targets, other infrastructure projects may have to go by the wayside and other sectors may have to be squeezed. We should take a moment to think about that. A road designed to save lives and support economic growth is being jeopardised by targets that exist largely on paper. When climate policy begins to block life-saving infrastructure, it's time to ask whether we have lost sight of common sense. The implications do not end with the A5, the A4 Enniskillen bypass, and other vital projects now hang in the balance. Communities in the West should not be told that their safety and prosperity are negotiable because of unworkable emissions targets. Climate ambition should not come at the cost of connectivity and safety. The motion also highlights the statutory requirement to allocate a minimum of 10% of transport budgets to active travel. Investment in walking and cycling should be made where it is appropriate and beneficial, but imposing a rigid spending quota, regardless of local need, is simply poor governance. Across Northern Ireland, our roads are deteriorating. Potholes are no longer an inconvenience, they're a hazard. Motorists are left footing the bill for vehicle damage. When families are dodging potholes on their way to work, it's really hard to justify ring-fencing funding for projects that do not address the most urgent needs. Flexibility, not inflexibility, should guide our investment decisions. Central to this motion, of course, is the call for the withdrawal of the draft Climate Action Plan 23 to 27. The DUP engaged constructively with the consultation process, but our conclusion is clear. The draft plan is built on shaky foundations. It's estimated to cost over £1 billion between now and 2027, yet a significant number of the policies across its 9 sectors are not quantified at all. Measures such as the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, the SHIFT policy for reducing vehicle emissions, and changes to building regulations lack robust assessments of their likely impact on emissions. In any other area of government, proposing £1 billion spending without clear evidence would be considered unacceptable. And why should climate policy be any different? Furthermore, the quantification report acknowledges that departments use varying methodologies to estimate emissions reductions. Some relied on external scientific expertise, while others conducted analysis in-house. This inconsistency raises serious questions about the reliability of the data underpinning the plan. If the numbers can't be compared, how can they be trusted? There's also the glaring absence of a level playing field, something we have noted time and again with policies and approaches coming out of the department. While agriculture faces extensive obligations, Northern Ireland Water, one of the region's largest landowners, is not associated with any specific policies or proposals. Farmers are being asked to shoulder the burden while other major sectors appear to escape scrutiny, and that is neither fair nor sustainable. Agriculture is not just an economic sector, it's also a way of life, and it's vital to the nation's food security. The draft plan estimates a £70 million capital cost for measures affecting the sector, yet it provides little clarity on who will bear these costs. Even more concerning are the assumptions that the proposals could lead to a reduction of 81,000 beef cattle and 25,000 dairy cattle by 2027. For many farming families, these are not abstract figures, but but represent livelihoods and the future of rural communities. Proposals such as methane suppressing feed, alternative fertilisers and changes to livestock management may have merit, but they must be economically viable and evidence-based. Yet you cannot build a sustainable future for Northern Ireland by making family farms unsustainable. Of the £718 million in estimated capital expenditure underpinning the draft Climate Action Plan, almost 47% is allocated to transport. This is largely predicated on the rapid phasing out of petrol and diesel vehicles. The transition to cleaner transport is desirable, but it must be realistic. In other jurisdictions, it has been accepted that such a timescale is not realistic. In addition, electric vehicle infrastructure remains inadequate, particularly in our rural areas. Encouraging a mobile shift to public transport is the right thing to do, but the associated measures to achieve this are largely unquantified. Setting overly ambitious targets without the infrastructure to support them isn't leadership, it's just wishful thinking. The DUP also believes that it was premature to advance the draft plan without first establishing the Just Transition Commission and the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, both of which are legislative commitments. A just transition cannot be an afterthought. It must be the foundation upon which climate policy is built. You can't ask people to make sacrifices without first providing the support to help them adapt. The overarching financial, social and economic impact assessments claim that the draft plan will be financially neutral, yet it also acknowledges that implementing the plan will require trade-offs, potentially crowding out investments in other priorities. The A5 legal judgment provides a clear illustration of this risk. If unamended, the Climate Change Act could require departments to divert funding away from frontline services, such as our roads, schools and hospitals, in order to meet emissions targets. When climate policy begins to compete with patient care or classroom provision, we should pause and reassess our approach. The current net zero target is unworkable for Northern Ireland, and there needs to be transparent and evidence-based policy making. And when I say transparent, I also mean honest. By tasking every department and arm's-length body with conducting a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of all net zero-related policies, we can ensure that decisions are grounded in evidence and deliver genuine value for money. Good intentions alone do not make good policy. Evidence and accountability do. So the question for members is straightforward. Are they prepared to support transparency, or are they content to proceed on the basis of unquantified assumptions? Supporting this motion is not about abandoning environmental responsibility. It's about ensuring that climate action is fair, realistic and deliverable. This debate is not about choosing between the environment and the economy. It's about ensuring that we strike the right balance between environmental ambition and the practical needs of our people. This motion calls for a recognition that aspirational climate targets are impeding the delivery of essential infrastructure and public services. The withdrawal of the current draft Climate Action Plan 23-27 until its proposals are fully quantified and properly assessed, and comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of all net zero-related climate policies across every department and arm's-length body. It's a sensible, transparent and importantly honest approach to this issue. There needs to be demonstrable commitment to responsible governance, fiscal prudence and a truly fair transition which protects households, businesses and the agri-food sector while still enabling progress towards environmental sustainability. Mr Deputy Speaker, this isn't a sixth form debating club where our decisions don't mean anything. What we decide impacts on every man, woman and child in Northern Ireland. We need to restore common sense to government. Climate ambition should not come at the expense of economic stability, public safety and the well-being of the people we are elected to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle. Thank you. I call on Declan Kearney. Declan, you've got up to 5 minutes.
To quote, "I have been clear and consistent throughout this process that we should follow the advice of the experts and set targets on the basis of the evidence." So spoke former leader of the DUP and then DUP Environment Minister Edwin Poots when he welcomed the 2022 Climate Change Bill. Indeed, He went on and lauded the same bill as a quote-unquote historic moment. Now, the advice from the experts and extensive scientific evidence on climate change is at least the same in 2026 as it was in 2022. We must meet net zero targets, protect our environment, and proactively tackle the climate change challenges that we face. So, is it the case that with this motion, the DUP have done a U-turn and are now announcing its return to archaic climate change denial? You see, denial and inaction are not an option. Yes, I will.
Given where would he also acknowledge that the Minister, then Minister Edwin Poots, went on to say, unfortunately, however, at consideration stage, a majority of members of the Assembly agreed to change the headline target in the bill to net zero emissions by 2050, and that really was done for a headline. So I know Mr Kearney is perhaps giving his own version of history, but if he could perhaps be accurate that it is his party's commitment to climate change targets that are essentially driving industry to a halt in Northern Ireland.
Than to revise history than yourself, Jonathan. And the reality is that
Excuse us, Jim. Sorry, just give me a second to and give Declan an extra minute before you two get stuck in again. Right, over to you, Declan. Extra minute.
Well, thank you, Yas Concordia, and no better man to revise history than yourself, Jonathan. The point is that we need to move forward on the basis of just transition principles, and that's the ground that the DUP needs to get on to. Months out before this summer, we are already facing another stark reminder of the catastrophic threat to the biodiversity and ecological well-being of Loch Ness, and the livelihoods of brown eel fishermen, commercial fishing industry, and all forms of economic activity along the Loch shore are currently being devastated. And with regard to Loch Ness, let me say this, worse is still to come. The current geopolitical and economic crisis caused by the US attacks on Iran have now brought into sharp focus the unsustainability of our dependence on fossil fuels, the need for investment in sustainable green energy strategies, including green skills, and all-island renewable projects, including offshore wind, has rarely, if ever, been more urgent. At the same time, the DUP chooses to pay lip service to the deepening cost of living crisis, while at the same time standing on the sidelines warmongering against what's happening in the Middle East. The global instability caused by this latest war is exacerbating cost of living pressures, and it's adding to the distress of those who are already struggling with the inability to pay for their heating and to fuel their vehicles. This is a bizarre motion from the DUP. It's at best defeatist, lacking ambition, if not in fact outright cynical. And it juxtaposes, notwithstanding the comments of the earlier speaker, it juxtaposes one part of our regional economy against another when both are absolutely essential. Climate action that the DUP has already agreed to and infrastructure development are both possible. Working families need clean air and waterways, and we must also have roads and rail. And the future growth of our regional economy and environment demands means that we must make progress on both.
Thank you, Declan. I call on John Blair. John, you have 5 minutes.
I rise for Alliance to oppose this motion. Let's be honest, Deputy Speaker, about what this motion really is. It's not about better evidence, better value for money, or better public services. It's about rolling back the climate commitments that this Assembly has already made in law and casting doubt yet again on the reality and urgency of the climate crisis. What we have here is Trumpian denial in just one of its forms from the usual source. As I have stressed in this chamber, and others have too numerous times, climate change, no, not so early and probably not given the time limits. Climate change is not theoretical for the people of Northern Ireland. We already face more frequent and intense flooding, damage at homes, farms and businesses. Our rivers and lochs are under pressure from rising temperatures, changing rainfall and ecological stress. Heavier downpours overwhelm drainage and sewage systems also. Just last week, we had reports of blue-green algal blooms appearing again in Lough Neagh. These are not abstract concerns that we can brush under the carpet. They threaten public health, food security, tourism and quality of life. Put simply, every delay to serious climate action means greater damage and higher future costs. Deputy Speaker, this motion implies that the Climate Change Act is an obstacle to vital infrastructure such as the A5 and A4. Yet the recent court judgment was clear that the problem was not the climate legislation, but failures in planning and coordination across departments. Climate law does not stop infrastructure, it demands better infrastructure, properly assessed, consistent with emissions targets and aligned with a credible pathway to net zero. Furthermore, the motion attacks the draft Climate Action Plan and implies that DAERA's work is an unjustifiable burden on farmers and households. In reality, the Minister has acted quickly to begin meeting our legal obligations and to place Northern Ireland on a more sustainable footing. From the Green Growth Strategy to the Environmental Improvement Plan, the Minister has been shown how climate, biodiversity and green jobs can be integrated rather than treated as competing priorities. The DUP motion goes further by criticising the legal requirement for a minimum spend on active travel, wrongly presenting it as a barrier to road maintenance.
Will the member give way?
Yes, I'll give way once, yeah.
Would the member agree with me that higher spending on active travel benefits all of our communities?
Absolutely. I thank the member for the intervention.
The member has an excellent.
Thank you. I'm sure he, like I, has ample evidence in his constituency inbox showing the demand for good quality active travel. But putting it this way on this motion misunderstands a modern, efficient transport system that reduces congestion, cuts emissions, improves air quality and relieves pressure on the health service by helping to tackle obesity, heart disease and poor mental health. Alliance is proud to defend active travel investment and to stand alongside groups such as Walk, Wheel, Cycle who know that increased active travel options benefit everyone. Turning to the motion's claim about net zero's alleged burden on ratepayers, households and farmers, this is a gross evasion of the facts. The Climate Change Committee reports that each £1 invested in net zero generates between £2 and £4 in benefits, including decreased fuel imports, reduced energy costs and prevented climate damage. Additionally, the Economy Department has indicated that research shows there are currently over 100,000 jobs in Northern Ireland's green sector, with the potential to grow by another 58,000 jobs by the year 2035. Deputy Speaker, across the EU and beyond, governments are investing in clean technologies, renewable energy, green skills and nature restoration because they see clear evidence that these investments create resilient jobs, attract investment and future-proof their economies. If we roll back now, Northern Ireland will not save money, we will simply fall further behind. Businesses, including farmers, are already innovating, using precision agriculture, restoring peatlands, investing in renewables, cutting waste and emissions. Our job is to support and accelerate that innovation, not undermine it with mixed messages from this Assembly. A net zero, I can't at this point, I really am going out of time. A net zero Northern Ireland is a vision for a better, healthier, more prosperous Northern Ireland. This transition will be challenging, Deputy Speaker. It will require upfront investment, new skills, better planning and support for those most exposed to change. But the status quo is not an option. The cost of inaction will dwarf the cost of acting now. Of course, reaching net zero is not the DAERA Minister's responsibility alone. It requires commitment from every department and, crucially, political will from this Assembly. This also means putting a firm stop to the stop-start government that has led to wider delays in climate policy coming forward. Deputy Speaker, while we debate, people outside this chamber are getting on with it. Businesses are cutting emissions, farmers are adopting more nature-friendly practices, community groups and young people are campaigning for cleaner air, active travel and restored habitats. The public want greener options and innovative solutions. We must listen to them and act accordingly. In fact, recent research carried out by RSPB in February clearly indicates public opinion. It shows that 86% of respondents believe the executive should do more, not less, to restore nature to fight climate change. The 86% figure, Deputy Speaker, directly contradicts the stance expressed by the DUP in this motion. I'm not surprised, therefore, that we will be voting against them. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I call on Robbie Butler. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And there's no doubt that this motion contains elements that are worthy of discussion. It raises legitimate concerns about infrastructure delivery, particularly the AA5, about pressures on ratepayers, and about the very real frustration that communities feel when long-promised projects are delayed. It also entirely reasonably poses the question whether policies should be properly costed and where their impacts are understood and whether departments are working efficiently. And those points within the motion deserve proper debate in this chamber. And unfortunately, in a motion of this nature, we only have a few minutes. But unfortunately, the motion does fall short, fundamentally in its framing. It presents what is, at its core, a false choice. It suggests that we must choose between environmental ambition and economic progress, between climate responsibility and delivering for our citizens. That is not only misleading, I believe it to be counterproductive. Not at this point. Because the reality is this: our environment and our economy are not in competition. They are inextricably linked. The agri-food sector, one of the cornerstones of our economy, depends entirely on a stable climate, healthy soils and sustainable water systems. Our ability to attract investment increasingly depends on the credibility in the transition to net zero, and our energy security, food security and long-term prosperity all hinge on getting the right balance. The Ulster Unionist Party is clear that we do not accept that this is a binary choice. We say that we must do both and we must do better. But we have to be honest about where the failures lie. If we miss the targets by 2027, and I suggest that we will, it will not be because of our farmers. It will not be because of our builders. It will not be because of our businesses. It will be because we were not here. It will be because of the failure of leadership and coordination at the heart of government, and particularly interdepartmental working. We've had 5 years out of the last 10 years without ministerial leadership, 5 years without strategic direction, 5 years without setting a clear and collective ambition for Northern Ireland, for its environment and for its economy. And that vacuum, Mr Deputy Speaker, has consequences. We see it in the lack of preparedness in departments. We see it in the failure to support renewable energy, whether that's onshore, offshore, but in particular in anaerobic digestion. And this party will bring forward a motion next week in that space, and I hope that people will get behind that motion, because what it does is it actually tackles the problem that we face: food security, energy security, and our environmental credentials in this country. That's being solution focused. We see it in the absence of meaningful progress on afforestation. I think we're going to miss that target. In the stagnation of waste management reform, and in the slow pace of change in transport, especially when it comes to electric vehicles and active travel. I'm going to let the members come in.
Thank you, Member. And I will obviously assess the motion when it comes, and if I feel that it is in the best interest of Northern Ireland public, certainly I will give it support. Can I ask the member in that vein? He has outlined many reasons and many aspects of the motion that he does agree with, some that he doesn't. Will the Ulster Unionists be supporting the motion today as drafted?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much. Had the motion have said we will revise the targets, which is the party position of the Ulster Unionists, the targets do need to be revised. But withdrawal of ambition means we will fail to hit the mark at all. There's nothing wrong with having ambition, but we need to be honest in this chamber. Absolutely honest. We're probably going to miss the targets. We have to be honest with the public. But when we remove the ambition completely, then we're going to miss it by a country mile. And we need to stop blaming Joe Public, the farmer, Agri. We need to stop blaming it, and we need to collectively work within our departments to ensure we're facing the same direction. So let us scrutinise climate policy. And I can assure you, if any of us are here in 2027, if we're lucky enough to be elected, we'll ensure that the scrutiny that's applied to the next draft climate plan, we will get a different figure than the last one got. But let's ensure it's proportionate and that it's deliverable. Let us not pretend that the problem is the ambition itself. The problem is the absence of a coherent plan that works between departments to actually deliver. The motion rightly identifies some of the symptoms, but I think it misdiagnoses the cause, and in doing so makes it impossible for us to support. A simple change in the word would have made it credible, deliverable. Does the member want to come in? No, you've already been in. Does the member want to enter?
I think that the member is actually dancing on the head of a pin with regards to this. And they certainly didn't table any amendment.
Remember that the Climate Act was brought forward by Edwin Poots, and you know, we were here, I was here, you were here, we all voted for it. We may have a difference of opinion in our ambition and where we see the climate and the economy or an environment. For us, it's balanced. They're both achievable, and prosperity in both is absolutely achievable. And I hope the DUP actually join us in that vein, where they see the linkage between the two. We need to move forward with ambition, with realism, and with leadership, and that means rejecting the false choice that is at the heart of this motion. Commit instead to an approach that delivers for both the environment and to the economy. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Very much indeed. I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Deputy Speaker, I think it's important that we step back from the framing of this motion and look at the reality of where Northern Ireland actually is. Because the argument being made is that climate targets are the barrier, that they are holding back infrastructure, that they are holding back delivery, and that they are placing pressures on public services. But when you look at the evidence, that is not where the problem is. When this Assembly passed the Climate Change Act, it was done because Northern Ireland was already falling behind. We were behind on emissions reduction, we were behind on renewable energy, we were behind on infrastructure needed to support both. The Act was intended to provide a clear direction and a level of certainty that had been missing for far too long. That need for direction has not gone away. If anything, it has become actually even more pressing. The 80% renewable electricity targeted for 2030 was supported by industry at the time, and that is something that you need to remember. This had the support of the industry as well as the parties in this Assembly. And it was not seen at the time as being unrealistic. It was seen as achievable, provided government did what it was required to do to support that delivery. And that is where the difficulty has actually emerged. From my role in the Economy Committee, it is clear that progress on the fundamentals has been far, far too slow. Legislation that should underpin the transition has not been brought forward at the pace that was needed. Decisions that would give clarity to the sector have taken far too long. Key infrastructure has not progressed in line with what was envisaged. And those are the issues that are actually holding us back. Changing or weakening the targets does not address any of that. It does not speed up. Certainly, go ahead.
I think the member still sits on the TO committee. We should also be concerned at the Deputy First Minister's blockage of a climate commissioner being progressed to the executive as well. We should be concerned about that also.
And the member has an extra minute.
Those are certainly concerns. We haven't done what we said that we were going to do in order to achieve the targets. The barriers is not the targets, it's those that are in government that are not delivering the key pieces of infrastructure that need to carry these targets forward. It does not speed up the legislation, it does not unblock the projects, it does not provide confidence to investors. If anything, it risks adding to the uncertainty, and that matters because the direction of travel elsewhere is very, very clear. Across these islands and beyond, governments are continuing to move towards net zero. Investment is actually following in that direction. I really haven't got any time. I will come back to you if I have time. Okay, there is a real risk that if Northern Ireland begins to step back from these commitments that were only recently agreed, that we're sending a really bad signal, that we're not serious about any form of just green transition. I recently met with some energy stakeholders, and what was striking was how far that their conversations have already moved on. Their focus is not on whether targets should be revisited, it's how they are going to deliver net zero by 2050. and they are planning ahead, and they are ready to invest, but they do need certainty. They need to know that the policy framework here will be stable and that decisions will be taken in a timely way. And at the moment, that confidence is not where it needs to be, and it's also important to place this debate in the wider context of what people are actually experiencing. Energy costs have risen sharply following the latest developments, obviously in the Middle East. Households and businesses are really feeling that pressure in a very, very real way, and yet the response from the Executive has not matched the urgency of that situation. Too often we have seen the focus on shifting responsibility elsewhere rather than actually using the levers that we have here in order to make lives better for our people and our communities. The Executive is not powerless in this. There are steps that could be and should be taken to provide support to give some relief to those that are struggling. But even in that context, the lesson is not that that we should slow down the transition. It's actually that we should quicken up the pace of that transition. And the current system leaves us even actually more exposed than we ever were. Dependence on fossil fuels means exposure to global shocks actually really hurts us very, very much at the heart of where our energy supplies are. If we want greater stability, if we want more secure and more affordable energy in the long term, then that comes from building a different system. That is what the Climate Change Act was intended to support. Alongside that, we are already seeing the impact of climate change closer to home, increasing flooding, as others have said, more severe storms and the growing pressure on infrastructure and public services. Each of these events carries a cost, and those costs only increase if action is delayed. So we will not be supporting the motion before us today. In fact, I would say let's speed up and move to green transition and a fair and just transition as soon as possible, and get on with the job that we were sent here to do.
Time's up. I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
Let's be absolutely clear from the outset. This motion is not about solutions. It's not about genuinely addressing the pressures facing families, farmers and communities. This motion is about deflection, and it's about shifting blame, because what we're hearing today from the DUP is nothing short of political gaslighting. This is the same party that brought forward the climate legislation, the same party who's not at an early stage, the same party whose own minister brought forward the Climate Act, hailed it as a groundbreaking piece of legislation and voted for it. And now, suddenly, we're told climate targets are the problem. So which is it? Which is it? Were they right then or are they right now? Because they can't have it both ways. You cannot bring forward legislation, vote for it, and then come into this chamber and pretend it's the root cause of every challenge we face. And let's talk about the so-called concern for farmers. Just a few weeks ago, the DUP opposed a Sinn Féin bill to deliver ANC payments to the most disadvantaged farmers. Oh, well, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. I was going to ask for an intervention earlier of Robbie, but he was very kind to the DUP pensioners, so I didn't ask him. But the point I was going to make in relation to the farmers is, does the member agree with me that it's a fact that the largest dairy companies here, who are partnered with very large dairy companies across the water in Britain and across Europe, have very, very firm net zero 2050 targets. And if we start playing around with our targets here, those targets are driven by consumer demand, and we will damage our dairy, our milk industry here seriously if we start playing around with targets here.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you. And I want to thank the member for his intervention, and I couldn't agree more. But today, what we're hearing is faux concern. So again, which one is it? Because it smacks of U-turns, the usual U-turns, gaslighting and total hypocrisy from a party who sheds its skin to suit the narrative of the day. That's not leadership. That is not a U-turn. Plain and simple, the public deserve better and a bit of respect. And let's deal with what this motion is trying to do. It's trying to create the impression that climate action is somehow at odds with supporting people, that it is a burden rather than a benefit. But that simply does not stand up. Climate action done properly is about making homes warmer, it's about reducing energy bills, it's about protecting communities from the very real impacts of climate change. It's not an abstract issue, it is already affecting people's lives. We also hear the concern about cost of living, and again, let's be honest with people. Energy prices did not rise because of climate action. They rose because of global instability. They rose because of war. They arose as a direct result of international invasions orchestrated by the US and Israel. And let's not forget, members opposite couldn't wait a few weeks ago to jump into a selfie with Trump just a number of weeks ago. Yet today,
could the member,
they bring this
excuse me, could the member resume her seat a second?
Yep.
Thank you very much indeed. This debate is about the climate emergency, and we have ample opportunity here to discuss all the events in the Middle East and everywhere else. Could we just keep our remarks onto the motion, please? Thank you.
Yet today we bring this motion. Yet today they bring this motion and have the audacity to blame fuel costs on climate legislation. To quote my colleague yesterday, "You must think people are stupid, but I can assure you they are not." They see beyond the U-turns, the gaslighting and the inconsistencies. And then we come to farmers, and again, we need to cut through the narrative that's been pushed here today. Farmers are not the problem. They are not the barrier to progress. They are central to the solution. They manage our land, they produce our food, they sustain rural communities, and they are the backbone of our everyday life. What they need is support. They need investment. They need clarity about the future. What they do not need is to be used as a political shield in an argument that offers them no real answers. This motion talks about cost-benefit analysis, but it only looks at one side of the equation. What about the cost of doing nothing? What about the cost of flooding, of extreme weather, of damage to homes, land and infrastructure? What about the cost of the continued energy insecurity? Those are real costs. The people are already paying for them. And then we have to call the call to withdraw the Climate Action Plan. What exactly does that achieve? Does it lower bills? Does it provide certainty? Does it support workers or farmers? No. All it does is create uncertainty. It delays progress. It sends the message that we are stepping back instead of stepping up. And finally, on the A5, let's be clear, it's not just a result of a current judicial review. This has been a long-running crusade of objections on the A5. But my party colleague, Minister Liz Kimmins, is focused on winning the appeal and moving forward positively. Because the reality is this: we do not have to choose between supporting people today and protecting our future. We do not have to choose between economic progress and climate responsibility. We can and we must do both. This motion offers no real answers. It shifts the blame. It avoids responsibility. And let's be honest, this isn't serious politics. It's blame shifting from a party that doesn't want to own the consequences of its own decisions.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's nothing in this motion which should not command the support of all around the chamber today. And from the other benches, all I've heard today, pardon the pun, is a bit of hot air, but not facing up to reality. The motion speaks to a fundamental responsibility that we all share, and that is ensuring that the policies that we pass in this chamber deliver real tangible benefits for the people we represent, not policies which are unbalanced, which cripple industry and which destroy our agriculture community. No one in the chamber will dispute the importance of environmental responsibility, but when climate change targets become detached from economic reality, from engineering feasibility and from lived experience of households and our farming community, then it surely is the duty of this Assembly to pause, to scrutinise and to change course of action that we are already on. While other parties pursue the net zero policy by 2050 and other unrealistic targets resulting in the estimated cost of DERA's draft climate change plan exceeding $1 billion between now and 2027, we continually opposed them and warned of the consequences. And Minister, ambitious targets without proper analysis is not leadership, but actually poses a risk, and we are now reaping the consequences of that. We are all well aware of the situation of the A5 road upgrade, a project which has been in the mix for well over a decade at a cost of millions of pounds, yet is still sitting in limbo due to unrealistic climate change targets which simply cannot be met. And the implications extend much further than this, because the A4 Enniskillen Southern Bypass and other major infrastructure schemes now face similar uncertainties. When legal obligations designed for one purpose end up blocking essential public works, then, Minister, there is something that's wrong. Okay? No, to
I've preferential treatment. I thank the member for giving way. There's an irony in terms of the Enniskillen Southern Bypass, because it is within my constituency, and if you go there on any given day, the traffic chaos in Enniskillen is crazy. There's Friday evenings where it is completely blocked up. That actually contributes to the amount of carbon in our atmosphere. So therefore, it is important that these targets are actually looked at so we can deliver infrastructure projects. Would the member agree with me?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Yeah, I fully agree. We need to look at the facts and the reality rather than burying our head in the sand and pursuing some real targets that are not feasible. We also face a perverse situation where a statutory minimum spend on active travel, no matter how well-intentioned, is actively preventing investment in basic road maintenance. Our ratepayers expect the potholes to be repaired, safe roads to travel on, and an infrastructure that delivers. Yet DFI is prioritising spending to satisfy a legal formula rather than a public need. The draft Climate Action Plan compounds these issues, containing proposals which are uncosted, which are unquantified, and which are unclear in their impact. Farmers already under pressure from volatile markets and rising input costs are being asked to absorb additional regulatory burdens without any transparent assessment of the economic consequences. Householders facing a cost of living crisis are being asked to shoulder higher bills without any clear evidence that these measures deliver value for money. And this motion that neither denies climate change nor rejects environmental action, but it requests competence and evidence-based analysis, and that every department and arm's-length bodies conducts a rigorous cost-benefit analysis of all net zero related policies and funding streams. And that is not radical, but rather it is responsible government, and it's leadership from the Minister who's bringing forward these policies. If a policy delivers environmental benefit and at a reasonable cost, it will stand up to scrutiny. But when a policy imposes disproportionate burdens on rural communities, working families, or essential infrastructure, then this House has a duty and a responsibility to acknowledge that and to act accordingly. We cannot continue with a situation where climate policy is developed in isolation from economic reality, unrealistic targets, and are aspirational on paper, but obstructive in practice at a huge cost to the public purse with little evidence of the benefits flowing from them. A policy which is causing devastation to our industry, to our agriculture communities, and to other sectors right across Northern Ireland. And Minister, I would say for you to take and to consider the road that we're on and to change course and to deliver climate change policy that can be worked on and that can be delivered on, rather than something
Time's up, Tom.
that is, can't be delivered on at all.
Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about the cost of living crisis that this motion talks about, and I want to talk about the evidence and the facts that has been said to us that they so long to hear. So, because people feel outside this building, feel it every day in their homes, heating their homes, filling their cars up in the supermarket trolley, and it's all driven by one thing, and it's our dependence on fossil fuels and oil and gas. Yet the DUP want to distract. So yes, I want to be honest and have a conversation about what's actually driving those costs and those spikes today, to stop gaslighting people with DUP distraction, and because it's not climate policy that is costing people, it's a war. It's a war, it's the DUP delusional's friend, Trump. It's war in Iran that has spiked. Everybody outside this building knows why the price
Mr. Honeyford, could you take your seat, please? Thank you. I think I've already talked to a member about that. Please keep the points to the motion and what we're talking about in the motion. There is ample opportunity, as I've said time and time again in this Assembly, to discuss what else goes in the Middle East. But in this one, can we keep it very closely focused on the motion? Thank you. And just another point, gentlemen. We're running tight on time, or ladies and gentlemen, we're running tight on time. So please don't take any interventions, because that way I want to get the rest of the speaking list in. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Speaker, this is actually directly the cost of living, and I'm speaking to the motion on the cost of living which mentioned it. So sorry, you won't stop me talking about the reason why the oil. I will not. Okay, so
Mr. Honeyford, please take your seat. I raise that because this issue has to be clearly stated to be issued on the motion and what we're talking about the motion. If you want to talk about the war or whatever happens to be, please don't use it within this debate. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. No. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. It says in this motion about the cost of living. I am talking directly on the cost of living. The people outside here are feeling every day of the week with the heat in their homes, their electricity prices, the fuel in their cars. So please don't tell me that this is not about the cost of living, because that is directly about what's happening in the Middle East and a war, and I will not be told not to speak on the issue that is in front of me I'm sorry, I won't. I will continue on, because this is about the delusional friend, the Trump's decisions that have made this go on.
Mr. Honeyford, please take your seat.
Do you want a hand signal?
Mr. Honeyford, we treat each other with respect in this chamber. I've made a ruling in this because we wish the debate to continue. If you wish to continue to challenge me, you can do that through other avenues, but not when we're at this debate at the moment. If you wish to continue speaking, keep the matter on the focus of I've already directed. If you have other views on that, then discontinue speaking.
Sorry, I won't be. I am elected by the people of Lagan Valley to speak for the people of Lagan Valley, and I will not be told what I can and cannot say in this chamber about what they pay for their fuel, what they pay from the price of goods and the thing. So I will talk on this motion. I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker, but I am here to speak for the people, not to be directed by a speaker to tell me what I can and cannot say in this chamber.
Mr. Honeyford, resume your seat. I call on the next speaker. I call on Deborah Erskine. Deborah.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this motion and give voice to the very real concerns being felt by families, farmers and ratepayers right across Northern Ireland. When we lose sight of these groups of people, then something is wrong about what we are doing here. When dogmatic ideology wins the day over the very real questions that people are asking when it comes to the outlandish climate change targets, it's time we question where we are at. Let me be very clear at the outset. This is not a debate about whether we should or should not care for the environment. Of course we should care for the environment. We all share a responsibility to protect the natural beauty of our countryside and leave it in a better condition for future generations. But what this motion rightly challenges is a growing gap between aspirational climate change targets and the practical reality facing our communities today. Because when targets become detached from delivery, it is ordinary people who pay the price. We are now seeing the consequences of poorly aligned legislation in real time, yet no impotence from ministers to deal directly with the very same legislation that is crucifying our departments. The provisions of the Climate Change Act have been found in the courts to obstruct progress. The long-awaited A5 road upgrade, a project that is not just about infrastructure, it's about saving lives, improving connectivity and supporting economic growth in the west of the province. And the implications do not stop there. Critical schemes, including the A4 Enniskillen bypass, the A1, are all paused. And until when? Nobody can answer. All the while the cost increases. And we must, I will give way.
I really appreciate it and hope the member accepts I genuinely couldn't earlier because the clock was against me and it showed that it was. I ask this in good faith, Deputy Speaker, to the member, and I thank her for taking the intervention. If I accept, and I do, that she thinks the road has been held up by the Climate Act, and our colleague referenced earlier that road had been held up for 10 years, then can I ask for the rationale around, if it was held up for 10 years and the Climate Act came in 4 years ago, what can we account for the other 6 years that it was also held up?
The member clearly hasn't read the court judgment. What is the point? We must ask ourselves a simple question. What is the point of setting targets if they prevent us from delivering the very infrastructure that our citizens depend upon? On the 3rd of April, the DAERA Minister responded to my question whether his department is undertaking a review of climate change legislation and our ability to meet the 2030 targets. And the answer shows that the Minister is unwilling to move at all in relation to this, citing that his focus remains firmly on delivery of legislative commitments. Yet we know that there is an issue outside of this chamber in relation to this. And it's equally troubling that the current legal requirement for minimum spend on active travel is having an impact in relation to getting that investment in our basic road maintenance and repairs. So when carbon budgets focus on wasteful spending, I ask those champion net zero targets, tell that to the driver navigating pothole-ridden roads. Tell that to a rural constituent of mine who's no viable alternative to the car. I am clear on my position on this. Some aren't in this chamber, including the UUP, who say that one word on a motion would change their position, yet didn't table an amendment. And I will give way on this if they are willing to provide an answer in relation to this, what the word would have been that would have allowed them to support this motion.
Anyway, so let's not beat about the bush here. What I believe is that you're removing the ambition by asking the Minister, illegally, by the way, to remove something that's in statute. What would have been better is if you'd seen sense and talked sense, which was revise the figures, which I think is common sense, and that you're a party which prides itself in talking about common sense. What you need to do is deliver motions that have common sense at their core.
Well, I've seen some of the motions that come from the UUP in this chamber, so I will not take lectures on that. But we cannot ask our agriculture sector, already the backbone of our rural economy, to carry additional weight without clarity, without fairness, and we cannot continue to impose policies on households without fully understanding the financial consequences. That is why the call in this motion that my party is putting forward today is both reasonable and necessary. We are asking the Minister to withdraw the current draft plan, understand the concerns. He must recognise that the climate change legislation with net zero targets, which the amendment was what the DUP voted against, we actually warned of the consequences in this chamber. We are asking for something that should be the foundation of good governance, robust, transparent, cost-benefit analysis. Every department, every arm's length body, every net zero related policy, because if policy cannot demonstrate value, economic, environmental and social, then it should not proceed unchecked. We cannot allow legislation to undermine our public services, stall infrastructure or place disproportionate burdens on the least that are able to bear them. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Diana Armstrong. Diana.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, climate change is a reality we must confront, that's undeniable, but our response must be practical, proportionate and honest about what is achievable. The Ulster Unionist Party recognises that the targets set in the previous mandate, voted on by all parties, set a very high bar, and we now accept that these targets were ambitious and, as matters stand, increasingly appear unrealistic for 2030. Recent failures in energy, security of supply concerns, the inability to deliver major road infrastructure and significant barriers to agri-food security, all linked to climate targets, mean we must be realistic and pragmatic. This build-up of failure means a revision of targets should now be seriously considered. Scotland has shown that when targets do not work, they can be revised and a new framework put in place. Northern Ireland should not shy away from doing the same. The implications of the Climate Change Act are already being felt. The High Court's ruling on the A5 road upgrade is not an isolated case. It casts a shadow over vital projects, including the A4 Enniskillen Southern Bypass and the A29 Cookstown Bypass. And this raises serious doubts about whether essential schemes can proceed without being derailed by compliance hurdles. Active travel, ring fencing compounds this, perversely restricting investment in basic road maintenance. In rural constituencies like Fermanagh and South Tyrone, where cars are essential and public transport is limited, spending £430,000 on a 1.1 kilometre of footway while potholes go unrepaired is not balance, it's misalignment.
I thank the member for giving way. Would she agree with me that that's the very point? If a department is unable, due to legislation, to move money about within its own department to go where the real need is, which is rural roads at the moment that are crumbling and roads that are totally impassable for both civilians and vehicles.
Thank the member for his
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do thank you for your intervention. I think it's a matter of allocation of funds, but looking at where those funds are best used. And in a rural context, one questions the viability of that spending when there are so many other urgent issues. So thank you. The structure failures are equally stark. The restrictive grip of SONI and NIE, combined with glacial departmental reform, means renewable connections are expensive, slow, and laden with penalties for developers. Planning remains a nightmare for investors. Looking east from the Antrim Hills, you can see developments in Scotland built in a fifth of the time at a third of the cost. There is no strategic view on storage, whether battery, pumped storage, or otherwise, and interventions like the Renewable Electricity Price Guarantee have come too little, too late. Farmers continue to shoulder the heaviest burden, despite having the fewest alternatives. And I agree livestock reductions threaten farm incomes and food processing in a region that is a major UK food producer. The answer is technology, efficiency and innovation, not blunt cuts that undermine rural livelihoods. The Audit Office has found that £170 million has been spent on net zero initiatives, yet progress is lagging considerably and value for money is difficult to assess. That is not a record that justifies doubling down without reform. Northern Ireland has a genuine role to play in meeting the UK's wider climate ambitions, but we cannot break our people or our industries pursuing goals that are in their current form unachievable. We do as a party agree with the thrust of this motion and the call for this Assembly to take steps to task every department with conducting a cost-benefit analysis of all net zero related policies within their remit. Climate policy and infrastructure delivery can and must work hand in hand, not in conflict. However, the UUP would support a revision of the draft Climate Action Plan, but not its removal. We must work towards ensuring a new draft plan in 2027 is specific, measurable, ambitious and timely. While we work towards protecting our planet in the long term, we must recalibrate these balancing acts so that we can ensure we protect livelihoods, build our infrastructure and have full food and fuel security. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, having taken all the relevant factors into consideration, Having taken all relevant factors into consideration, I have decided to apply a grace period of up to 15 minutes to accommodate the three members wishing to speak. Thank you. Point of order.
Yes, thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm just wondering whether I can ask for a ruling from the Speaker under Standing Order 17 around order and speeches in the Assembly, and also around order in the Assembly, whether correct protocol was followed, as David Honeyford was not asked to discontinue his speech, and then secondly for a Speaker's ruling on whether irrelevancy of his speech was appropriate, given that he was referencing his potential causes of the cost of living crisis, which is directly mentioned within the text of the motion. I would just request those Speaker's rulings, please.
Thank you very much indeed, and we shall consider those Speaker's rulings and revert to you. Right, next on our Speaker's list is Timothy Gaston. Timothy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. At its very heart, this motion is about putting the public and public services ahead of ideology. Every pound spent by this executive on green ideology while chasing the fantasy of net zero is money diverted from struggling frontline public services. Every road delayed or scrapped, be that the A5, the Enniskillen bypass, or basically any major project that you care to mention, impacts ordinary people in the here and now. Ask any man or woman on the street what they expect of government and what our priorities should be, and no one will say we need to prioritise net zero. They want to go about their lives. They want basic infrastructure to be able to do that. They want to cut red tape. Net zero targets get in the way of all of that. And the reality is that even those opposed to this motion complain about the outworking of the very policies they advocate. Who amongst Sinn Féin opposes the A5? Who amongst the SDLP or Alliance opposes the A5? And surprisingly today, who amongst the Ulster Unionists now opposes the A5? But I think you need to ask which wing is speaking, because the Deputy Leader seems to be on a different page from the Chair of the ERA Committee. Yet it is the legislation which they push for, the green policies they champion, that have torpedoed this very project and destroyed thousands of acres on the way through. Green ideology has resulted in legal paralysis of all future infrastructure projects, and all too often it's the very infrastructure projects the Green Lobby Brigade in this House are so keen on. We don't need to prioritise cycle lanes while potholes litter our roads while people try to get to work. We don't need green tape restricting the developments which are necessary to drive our economy forward. And when one thinks of this issue in the round, I am reminded of a biblical proverb, "Physician, heal thyself." So let's talk about the 200,000 tonnes of sewage that is discharged into Loch Ness each year, or the 20 million tonnes of untreated sewage that enters Northern Ireland waterways each year. Yet there is no greater champion than that of the Agriculture Minister. Happy to give way to Mr Buckley.
Thank the member. And what he also said, let's talk about the £100+ million that have been spent on the A5 road without one single piece of tar being laid.
Absolutely. Not 1 metre of tar.
And the member
laid.
has an extra minute.
Thousands of acres destroyed in the process. So let's get back to our Agricultural Minister. Yet he remains the man that lets Northern Ireland Water off the hook. This is Northern Ireland Water. Mr Kearney didn't take my intervention earlier on.
Mr Gaston,
Deputy Speaker.
You've already heard my rulings about Trump, and can we focus the rulings on the A5? Now, it's very germane to be talking about... It's all right.
It's the elephant in the room. He caused the war, and there is a cost of living crisis. It is in the motion.
Sinead McLaughlin, thank you very much indeed. I can read the motion. I can indeed do that. I was actually referring to Mr Gaston's reference particularly to talking about sewage and the rest of it. I'm asking him to come back to the issue of the A5 and the Climate Change Act. We weren't going there, but noted. Over to you, Mr Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, and I heed your ruling, but I did want to respond to Mr Kearney's remarks earlier on when he failed to take my intervention, when he was pointing out all the problems. But my question is, when it comes to climate change and cleaning up our environment, what is his minister doing? Because she holds the portfolio in the Department of Infrastructure, another zealot-controlled department that is doing nothing and blames everyone else. So I see the minister bringing a statement in AFBI after this motion. Serious questions remain of what has been happening at this facility outside Hillsborough when it comes to basic environmental standards.
There'll be ample opportunity to talk about that when the Minister makes a statement after this. Let's concentrate on this motion.
Absolutely.
And Mr Gaston, you've been in this game long enough now to know what you're supposed to be doing and what you're not. So, over to you. Try and keep on track.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I will try my best, but I do believe that it is interlinked. But we will move on to page 27 of the Northern Ireland Climate Action Plan. It states devastating cuts to our agri-sector by delivering a reduction in livestock by 2030. We talk about tinkering with the figures. What figures would the Ulster Unions like to tinker with? Is it the 22% reduction in dairy cattle, the 17% reduction in beef cattle, or the 18% reduction in sheep, pig and poultry? These are all very live issues, Deputy Speaker. Or shall we go on to the Climate Commissioner, that this place desperately needs £1 million when we don't have money to fund basic frontline services? This place wants to prioritise £1 million to give a war chest to environmental zealot with 15 staff to ravage our agriculture industry. I'm happy to give way, Mr Buckley.
Point of correction, I think it's actually £3 million.
Oh, £3 million. So this Climate Commissioner gets more than any other commissioner located within the executive. That just shows you the folly that the priorities. Happy to give way, Mr Lyons.
There is already a UK-wide commissioner, so we'll actually be duplicating that work, something this House was aware of when it foolishly voted for it.
Absolutely. And that shows you the folly of this place. That shows you the folly of the net zero zealots and the Green Willie Brigade in this place. And I am absolutely astonished they're being propped up and championed on by the Ulster Unionists in this House today. We need to get our priorities right, and going after this fantasy of net zero will cripple industries. Those that put food on our plates, food security will be put at risk if this House continues down this dangerous route of going after net zero.
Mr Burrows, over to you.
Mr Speaker, I will avoid mentioning the T word, Trump, lest I get in trouble. This is, in all seriousness, one of the defining challenges of our time. How we get the balance right between looking after our climate in the long term and how we look after jobs, lives, the ability to build hospitals and roads and all the infrastructure that we need. How do we have our food security? How do we have cost of living? Particularly those who have the least. Often those who have the most to say about climate are people who live in the biggest homes, have the most disposable income. So we need to live in the real world. I read something recently that a plane, when it's on a journey, changes its flight path about every 5 minutes. And when we start on a journey of climate change, looking out to 2050, it is inevitable that we have to sometimes change our flight path, because you change with the facts. Doesn't mean you throw out the fact that you want to get to the destination. It just changes the flight path, the way, the how, and the cost that you're prepared to concur in the meantime. So we believe in a clean world, a healthy planet, clean water, clean air. We also believe in our farmers. And I do want to put on record that our farmers in Northern Ireland feed about 20% of the United Kingdom. I'm very proud of that. I come from North Antrim, I represent North Antrim, and that is really the heartbeat of our constituency. But we have to have targets that are SMART. We all know that. That's the acronym: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, timely. But they should be stretching. Nobody should suggest we should throw out stretching targets that really make us work and flex every sinew. but they have to be achievable. If they're not achievable, you actually undermine your own cause, because you fuel the people who are actually climate deniers. You create the cynicism. You get people's backs up as they see soaring cost of living. You see projects that aren't delivered. So there is a need to get that elusive Goldilocks balance, and we haven't got it. There should be no shame in saying, when if you pass a legislation, that you actually sometimes have to revise. You might actually revise up, you might revise down, but you change with the facts. I will.
Would the member agree with me that when you look at Scotland, Scotland have actually looked at this themselves and have actually revised some of their targets as well? So isn't it disappointing that the Minister, whenever he answered my question, said that he wouldn't review or look at whether the targets would be achievable here in Northern Ireland? And that is something that we need to do, because we can see the impact that it is having on all of our departments here in Northern Ireland.
Absolutely.
And the member has an extra minute.
And if you fail to make those small incremental changes as and when, you end up in a completely different flight path than you intended to go on. And you actually end up crashing into a mountain. And that is the reality. So let me just say a couple of other things. Infrastructure is an issue when it comes to climate. It's not just about setting these targets. There are farmers in my constituency who want to put in a more environmentally friendly facility. And they can't, because they're delayed with the planning. They can't access the grid. They can't access water. So all of these things are responsibility. And I do feel at times there are people in our society, people in our politics, who do hammer the farmer, who don't take cognizance of the people who are struggling with cost of living. We do need to reduce things like fuel. We need to accept that sometimes there's an offset of that. But I just bring this back to the nub of the issue. We need to find balance in life, but also in law. And there is now a need to revise those targets, not to withdraw them, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but sensible revision so we can build, we can look after food security, people can live today comfortably, but also that in the future we have the cleanest possible planet. I will.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. The member referenced the absolute need for that export market, particularly for our beef and lamb and meat products. That's around 80% of what's produced here. And most of that goes to supermarkets, who are demanding that the stamp on it is that it is ethically and environmentally sourced, and that then puts the burden on to our producers.
Yeah, 100%. And these are the intricacies that don't get listened to by the public when we just are interested in a TikTok click or a soundbite or digging at each other. So I welcome the member for that intervention. So look, I just conclude by this. There is much merit in the motion. I'm actually delighted that we're here talking about it, because this is some of the very issues that we should be debating. Yes, I will give way.
Thank you, Member. Would you agree with me that we do need to pay tribute to the farming community that has complied and that does follow the regulations? And that's often overlooked in these debates. The amount of regulations the farmers are having to shoulder and how they have adapted their biosecurity on their premises, that I think that needs to be recognised in this debate as well.
I pay tribute to them. And actually, the awe I have for farmers, whenever I actually got speaking to more farmers since I started in this place, do you see their knowledge of science, their knowledge of innovation, their desire to actually innovate and do things differently is amazing. So I will conclude. The member
draws remarks to a close.
I will conclude by saying I welcome the motion. We do have an issue with withdrawal, and that is me concluded, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Apologies, Jerry Garrell. Jerry, apologies.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion is dressed up as a concern for ratepayers and rural communities, but in reality, it's a direct attack on climate legislation that working class people need the most. And I have to be honest about, I don't know what the Communities Minister is mumbling, but I'll give way in a second if he wants to intervene. Let's be honest about what actually is causing our crumbling roads and failing infrastructure. It's not climate targets, it's decades of chronic underinvestment and over-reliance on private car usage and a catastrophic failure to expand our public transport network, and the DUP, Deputy Speaker, have been central to those budgets that have actually gutted our public services and increased the cost of living crisis for communities. Blame the Climate Change Act for potholes and delayed road schemes is grade A spoofing, Deputy Speaker, and people won't be fooled by it. The North was already far behind other jurisdictions on reducing emissions before this Act became legislation. The problem is not that we have moved too fast. I agree with the member from Foyle. The problem is that this executive has dragged its feet for 20 years and is now looking for someone else to blame. The DUP tend to blame asylum seekers for a housing crisis, and now they're blaming legislation that is limited climate legislation for roads not being built. The mind certainly does boggle, Mr. Speaker. The cost of living is framed in this motion, and I think it's really cynical. Climate change legislation, albeit limited but important, is not making life harder, financially harder for people. I thank the RSPBB for their helpful briefing ahead of this motion. And their recent polling found that 86% of people, Deputy Speaker, 86% of people here want the executive to do more. It's not less, they want the executive to do more on nature restoration. 89% of people want the executive to take more action, not less action, to protect nature for future generations. That obviously includes farmers, Deputy Speaker. And I think it's worth challenging. Farmers aren't one homogenous block, and farmers don't buy the climate denial from the DUP hook, line and sinker. The public aren't asking us to gut climate protections, they're asking us to act. That's unequivocal. Failing to invest now, Deputy Speaker, means paying a far steeper price later, financially, never mind the human cost, in flood damage and energy insecurity and in destroyed infrastructure. Worth also looking at the examples of what does work. The Garran Plateau restoration delivers £3.90 for every £1 invested. Peatland restoration in general reduces flood risking by 27%. That's what genuine cost-benefit analysis look like. The cost of inaction eclipses the cost of action every time, but of course that's not mentioned in this motion. The motion also cynically pits investment in our roads against active travel. The Walk, Wheel, Cycle Trust rightly points out that investment in active travel means wider, safer pavements for disabled people, parents with prams, obviously people who cycle as well. It's the only form of travel that benefits our health, our economy and our environment at the same time, and a few more extra cycle lanes would maybe be beneficial today given the scale of the traffic chaos on motorways happening today. And think about it, the DUP don't want holiday hunger payments, and they actually don't want more cycle lanes and cycle infrastructure as well. The mind certainly does boggle, Deputy Speaker. But despite this, active travel funding has actually already been reallocated to support road repairs and to subsidise street lighting also. Finally, I want to address the brass neck of the DUP who are bringing this motion today, Deputy Speaker. The party that presided over the RHI scandal, burning through hundreds of millions of pounds of public money through a shambolic, fraudulent scheme, now want to lecture us about fiscal responsibility and value for money. It would be laughable, Deputy Speaker, if it weren't so serious. The audacity is breathtaking. These are the last people who should be demanding cost-benefit analysis from anyone. And in recent days, the DUP are pushing hard for a unionist seat in West Belfast, and that's up to the electorate, of course, to determine who gets elected there. I'd ask them sincerely, what good is a seat on the Shankill if people on the Shankill and the Falls are underwater given the policies that are advocated by the DUP? That's the trajectory that you want us to go on. Happy to give way to the Minister.
I'm not speaking as Minister, but I'm grateful to the member for giving way. He talks about cost-benefit analysis. In this House, we are presented with information from the Independent Climate Change Commission, which stated the difference between an 82% reduction target and a 100% reduction target would cost us up to £900 million per year. Where's he getting the money from for that? Because you know where it will come from? It will hit working people the hardest. And the member claims to speak for working people, but his policies do more damage to working people than anyone else.
And the member has an extra
Given a short speech, there's plenty of money about, Minister. You're able to speak if you wanted to, but maybe your time would be better spent trying to tackle the housing crisis you're feeling to tackle. But through the Deputy Speaker, I would dispute, through the Deputy Speaker, I'll answer the question. I'll answer the question if you let me speak. Come on, you can calm down a wee bit there. And you can also speak if you wanted to as well. To address the question, I would dispute the figures that the Minister has actually outlined, but I'm happy to look at it. I'm happy to look at it as well. I'd say to the Minister quite clearly, if we don't act, it's going to have a financial and human impact. People are dying every single year. probably in your constituency and in mine as well through dirty air as well. Not acting is costing lives and will cost money, more money down the line. And if you want to look at where money can be taken from to tackle the climate crisis, have a look at landlords. Have a look at the amount of money your department is subsidising landlords because of huge rents every single year.
Mr. Carroll,
so plenty
your
of money,
time is
plenty of
up.
options, and I urge the members and the Minister to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Minister, now I'm calling you, and you have 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to address the Assembly on this motion concerning delivery of public services and major infrastructure projects and the call for a cost-benefit analysis of net zero policies. At the outset, I need to be absolutely clear that I fundamentally disagree with the central premise of this motion. It suggests that our climate targets are merely aspirational and that the draft Climate Action Plan should be withdrawn. Climate targets are not aspirational, they are statutory. They were passed with overwhelming support by this Assembly. Every department has a duty to comply with the Climate Change Act. I have no authority to disregard this obligation or withdraw the Climate Action Plan. The Act requires that a Climate Action Plan is brought forward every 5 years, and the Executive is already playing catch-up due to the previous collapse of these institutions. Climate legislation is not something we can opt in and out of based upon short-term pressures. It is a framework designed to safeguard Northern Ireland's social, economic and environmental well-being for future generations. Since taking up office as Minister, I have focused on accelerating delivery. We now have our first 3 legally binding carbon budgets and interim carbon emissions targets, a new climate adaptation plan, made significant progress on Northern Ireland's first climate action plan, and been actively working to establish a Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland, ensuring fairness is at the heart of this work. The impacts of climate change are here and they are unmistakable. Ignoring the crisis will not make these events less frequent or less costly. We have experienced the wettest January in 149 years. Major flooding in Downpatrick and Newry impacting on homes, businesses and infrastructure. Storm Elwyn, which alone cost departments more than £17 million and left hundreds of thousands without power, demonstrate this clearly. These events disrupt public services, damage infrastructure and place enormous financial strain on departmental budgets, and they also have a profound impact on the citizens we are here to represent. Analysis has shown that public support for climate action remains strong. A more polarised and negative discourse is not supported by the evidence. For example, the Climate Change Committee and the Office for Budget Responsibility are unequivocal. Delaying climate action will cost significantly more than acting early in a planned and proportionate way. The Office of Budget Responsibility warns that climate damages could reduce UK GDP by 8% by the 2070s. Failing to act would undermine the very infrastructure and public services this motion claims to defend. The motion also calls for the draft Climate Action Plan to be withdrawn. The Act imposes legal duties on all departments to provide policies and proposals to meet Northern Ireland's carbon budgets. These budgets were agreed democratically by this Assembly. The draft Climate Action Plan reflects contributions from all departments. It is not discretionary work, it is statutory work. If departments fail to comply with their legal obligations, the consequences of this are clearly known, and the uncertainty that could arise is very well known as well. That would help no one, least of all our farmers, households and businesses who need clarity and direction. The motion also cites the A5 judgment and minimum active travel spending requirements. It is important to be accurate about the legal context and the role of the Climate Change Act. I am limited in what I can say in respect to the ongoing A5 legal proceedings, which are currently under appeal. However, climate considerations should not be an obstacle to development. Therefore, appealing the judgment is critical, and I am working closely with the Infrastructure Minister on this issue. It is essential that we clarify the interpretation of the legislation so that it can be fully implemented as intended. Active travel investment does not prevent essential road repairs. Spend on maintaining active travel infrastructure is vital and contributes significantly to making our streets safer and more accessible for some of the most vulnerable group of road users. Investing in the development of pedestrian and cycling infrastructure helps provide healthier, safer and more sustainable travel choices
which ultimately reduces congestion, improves air quality and supports economic productivity. The motion further suggests that some proposals in the draft Climate Action Plan are not quantified. It is correct that not every proposal will show immediate emissions reductions by 2027, but this does not mean that policies lack value, far from it. If we only focus on what delivers short-term emissions savings, we will fail to meet long-term legal targets and expose Northern Ireland to even greater economic and social risks from climate impacts. Many early-stage policies are foundational, researching, piloting, enabling frameworks and preparatory work that unlock larger emissions savings in the next carbon budget period. Some of the difficult, long-term structural changes required to meet our second carbon budget, a 48% reduction by 2032, need to begin now to be deliverable on time. The motion calls for a new system-wide cost-benefit analysis of all net zero policies. This is neither necessary nor proportionate. All policies in the Northern Ireland Executive are subject to the same set of rules that seek to ensure that public money is not wasted or used inappropriately, and this already includes economic impact assessment screening and, if required, business case development. If a policy action will involve the allocation of public money, a proportionate business case will be required. All programmes and projects delivered to support the policies listed within the Climate Action Plan are already subject to these requirements. Moreover, the Climate Change Committee's analysis showed that the overall benefits of reaching net zero could outweigh costs by more than 3 to 1. Their latest analysis also shows that once you add up the impacts on households, businesses and the public purse, a single fossil fuel price spike can cost as much as delivering the entire recommended route to net zero. Yeah.
He talks about the cost-benefit analysis. Could he give us his view on the Independent Climate Change Committee's letter to his predecessor as Agriculture Minister, whenever it says that a 50% fall in meat and dairy production in Northern Ireland is still not enough to get Northern Ireland's net zero emissions in 2050?
So I'm replying to yourself as an MLA in regards to this, and I'm very conscious of the advice from the CCC. I'm also conscious of the question that was asked, because the answer you get is very specific to that. And I will set out the roadmap that we're sending for agriculture. That's fundamental to the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, and we're implementing good measures in support of the farming community in Northern Ireland. And the Climate Action Plan, which is in draft form, does not seek herd reduction, and it's important I give clarification in regards to that. I will continue. We must act on the substantial evidence already available rather than creating new layers of bureaucracy. Let me reiterate, delaying action won't save money. It will cost us more in the long run, economically, socially and environmentally. Over the period 2023 to 2027, capital has and will be invested through the implementation of Climate Action Plan policies and proposals across the Northern Ireland Executive. Not all interventions are new. Some costs are already part of existing programmes and budgets. Section 31 of the Act requires DAERA to establish by legislation a scheme for the administration of a fund to be known as the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. This will deliver funding to deliver the capital elements of the policies and proposals for the agriculture sector included in the draft Climate Action Plan, and that fund is now already established. It will also support matters because the motion also claims that climate policies place additional burdens on farmers and households during a cost of living crisis. I fully recognise the real pressures faced by both. Farmers are already experiencing the consequences of climate change firsthand through intense rainfall, soil degradation, disease pressures and increased market volatility. Climate action is not optional for the agriculture sector. It is central to protecting farm incomes, strengthening resilience and securing the future of the sector. Public investment in agriculture carries an expectation of environmental delivery, and that is being delivered in spades. Supporting farmers then to take practical, proportionate action on climate and nature is essential to maintain confidence in farm support, demonstrating value for public money and safeguarding that support into the future. We are not proposing to follow the Climate Change Committee's recommended livestock reductions. Instead, our focus is on practical measures that help farmers cut emissions while protecting productivity. Schemes within our Sustainable Agriculture Programme, including the Beef Sustainability Package, the Farm with Nature Package and the Carbon Footprinting Project, aim to support farmers to do this. For households, climate action delivers clear, practical benefits: more energy-efficient homes, lower energy bills, warmer homes and better living conditions, cleaner air and greater energy security. That is why climate action is not an additional cost, it is an investment in our society and a shield against future economic shocks. But to succeed, the transition must be fair, and that is why the principle of a just transition is central to all of this. I am committed to establishing the Just Transition Commission within this mandate to ensure fairness and to support rural communities, workers and businesses through change. The Commission will include representation from agriculture, rural stakeholders, industry, academia and civic society. And we should be clear about the alternative. Weakening our climate targets or halting climate planning would create uncertainty and leave society, business and our economy regionally and globally isolated. With over 3/4 of global GDP now covered by net zero commitments, we cannot afford to be left behind. So this motion misdiagnoses the problem and it proposes actions that are not consistent with our legislation and are economically unwise. Northern Ireland needs a clear, credible, collective and legally compliant path to net zero. The Climate Change Act requires it, the Climate Action Plan provides it, and I am committed to delivering it in a fair, evidence-based and practical way. For all those reasons, I cannot support this motion presented to us tonight. Instead, I will continue to work across government with our farmers, businesses and communities to build a more resilient, competitive and sustainable Northern Ireland, and one that protects the interests of this generation and, very importantly, the next.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Johnny Buckley to wind on the debate. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I had hoped that today we could have had a sensible debate. A moment of reflection on past net zero targets that are, quite frankly, crippling infrastructure, our businesses and our households. It appears, Deputy Speaker, that that hope has been misplaced. Right now, outside this Assembly, farmers, truckers and key workers are protesting up in arms at the cost of fuel and energy, and a system that is designed against their very interests, and not one single mention from the major parties opposite. Why? Why? Because the parties, I'll make some progress, because I'm obviously touching a nerve, because the parties opposite are so deeply bought in to this net zero agenda that they're no longer willing to even question it, no matter the cost to the very people that they purport to represent. The Alliance Party, the SDLP, Sinn Féin, and sadly, and I do say this with regret, what appears to be the Ulster Unionist Party, are not going to support this motion today. So let's ask a simple question. Why? Why vote against a motion that asks your own departments to carry out a cost-benefit analysis and remove harmful departmental plans? I will come back in a moment. Why vote against transparency? Why vote against allowing the public to see clearly and honestly the true cost of policies that will affect every home, affect every farm and affect every business in this country? Is it blind allegiance? Or is it something else? Perhaps it's a reluctance to admit the scale of the burden you're placing on working families. But the problem for the parties opposite is simple. They're living in a complete fantasy world. You cannot run a country on targets that have not been properly costed. And you cannot ask people to make sacrifices without being honest about what those sacrifices will mean, and more importantly, what it will cost. And you can snigger all you like, but the working families in the communities of Northern Ireland on the street protesting for fear of their livelihoods are not sniggering. They're angry at policies that you continue to prop up.
Mr. Buckley.
Deputy Speaker.
Correct.
Yes.
Good name check. The point is, direct your remarks through the chair. Thank you.
And yet that is exactly what is happening. We're told this is necessary. We're told it is urgent. But let's take a step back and actually look at the reality. The United Kingdom produces about 1% of global carbon emissions. 1%. Northern Ireland, 0.04% of global emissions. Let's repeat that figure, 0.04. And yet, you come to this chamber and you act as if we're the world's thermostat. Major countries like China, India, Brazil, the USA are laughing at the continued folly of many of these parties that are devoid of all common sense when it comes to the realities facing everyday communities. Yes, we must care for the earth, and we're called to do so. But we're also called to care for the people that live within it. And right now, the agenda is failing these people. You cannot have growth without energy. You cannot help families by taking from them. What we are witnessing is uncosted, radical economic experiments dressed up as policy. And it's being pushed on people who never asked for it in the first place. It hits families, it hits workers, it hits small businesses. And what are the consequences? Let's take a look at infrastructure, something this country desperately needs. Sinn Féin's Minister for Infrastructure is overseeing a national fiasco within her own department. And that's not even to mention the potholes in her road. The A5 road project, a flagship project of this executive, halted from the courts by the very amendments that their party backed. Climate change and net zero targets, which her party supported. Over £100 million of public money spent, not one bit of tar laid. It is completely scandalous. And Mr. McAleer wants to come into the chamber as if he's the farmer's friend. He himself was a co-signature to the very climate change amendments that have held up the A5 in the court, so we take no lectures from Sinn Féin when it comes to support for key road infrastructure. The A1 safety project halted. The A4 Enniskillen bypass halted. Many more will come. So I ask again, who are you trying to bluff? Your net zero targets are not abstract. They're being used to stop roads being built. They're delaying critical infrastructure. They're holding back development. And at the very same time, we see money being spent on what? Cycle lanes to nowhere. The reality is your priorities are being dictated by the very targets that you claim to support. And it's only the beginning. If we do not change course, this will become an anchor around the economic prosperity of this place. Alliance speak of carbon taxes and climate change plans. I will in a moment if I have time. But what does that actually mean to the ordinary person? It means higher heating bills, higher food costs, fewer family farms, more expensive travel and less money at the end of the month. This will not be carried by the few members. It's going to be carried by the many, because while ordinary people are asked to cut back and to do without, billionaires fly across the world to climate change summits in private jets. Others want to launch rockets into the sky. Members, it's not a shared sacrifice. This is a two-tiered policy, and the ordinary man and woman are footing the bill. Meanwhile, the SDLP tell us that the UK is not moving fast enough. They call themselves social democrats. You cannot claim to stand with working families while simultaneously supporting policies that drive up the cost of living. John Hugh once said you can't eat a flag. I would argue that you can't feed a family with a climate change target. These policies, they hit families, they hit farms, and they hit frontline workers. We all want clean air. We all want clean land. We all want a better future for our children. That's not in dispute, but good intentions are not enough. In a moment, policy has to work. It has to be grounded in reality, affordable and fair. My constituents are not choosing between the luxuries. They're not choosing between the sports car and the second home. Members, they're choosing between heating and eating. That is the reality of what we live with today. And yet the so-called socialists in the chamber, like Mr. Carroll, have forgotten their roots. They've forgotten that every added pound to energy costs, to food bills, to transport comes out of the pockets of working families. And I would say that the people of West Belfast will have their say on his policies. Let's get beyond the spin. When we're talking about carbon reduction in these policies, action plans and targets, we are talking about increased costs. We punish ourselves whilst the rest of the world carries on. So on the motion, it's not extreme, it's not unreasonable, it's a simple request that we properly, across every department, look at the costs of net zero policies. Let's focus on what's in the room, Mr. Blair. Focus policies on what the cost is on net zero. Let's provide transparency, that we allow the public to see the financial impact of decisions being made in their name. Policies that will cost hundreds of millions, if not more. And yet parties opposite are prepared to vote against that very basis of scrutiny, to ask departments what the costs of these crazy, wacky, unattainable targets have meant for the people of Northern Ireland. They should hang their heads in shame. What are you afraid of if you want to stand up and say that these policies are not costing and have no benefit? Vote for this motion today. Vote for this motion and allow your departments to come forward with these policies. The public are waiting and they'll be watching every single vote.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contraries? No. The noes have it? I didn't think so. Okay, right. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Members, if you resume your seats. That's it. The question... That's okay, he's all right. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contraries? Do we have tellers? Order! Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Tom Buchanan and Harry Harvey, and tellers for the noes are Andrew McMurray and Peter McReynolds. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Could the members resume their seats, please? There we go. Short of a minister. Okay. Clerk, could you please read the results?
82 members voted, 26 members voted aye, 56 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negatised. The motion is negatised. Unfasten the doors, and we take our ease for a few moments while we wait for the Minister to return. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, could you resume your seats so we can get moving on, please? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Danny. Everybody. Thank you, outgoing Minister, oncoming Minister. Minister, are you ready to go? Ladies and gentlemen, we have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
With your permission, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to update members on AFBI, the Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute. As members will be aware, AFBI plays a key role in protecting animal health and public health, safeguarding our agri-food economy and providing diagnostic, scientific and emergency response capability when we face disease or other incidents. That role is vital and it must be delivered to the highest standards. Members have often heard me speak about the challenges facing our environment and agriculture, including those associated with climate change, and the need for us to develop and implement effective policies in response. These policies must be grounded in sound evidence, and AFBI has a crucial role in providing the highest quality scientific and research advice and evidence to inform them. Mr Deputy Speaker, we operate at a time when it is, worryingly, becoming increasingly common to attack science and evidence, particularly when it presents unwelcome or inconvenient truths. In this context, it is even more important that we all have confidence in the work of AFBI. That confidence is equally essential for the delivery of statutory scientific services, including laboratory testing and surveillance for animal pathogens, and the wider scientific support that protects public health and maintains market confidence. In this regard, I am reassured by the fact that AFBI research underpinning policy development in my department is subject to extensive use of rigorous external peer review mechanisms and operates in accordance with the requirements of ISO 9001, a quality management system. AFBI's capability to respond to emergencies quickly, safely and effectively is a critical part of our overall resilience. Farmers, the food industry, our partners and the wider public should be able to place the highest confidence in AFBI's work and the controls that sit around it. I want to place on record my appreciation for the professionalism of AFBI staff and the importance of the services they provide. Separately, I'm equally clear that biosafety, good laboratory working practices, sound governance and robust assurance go hand in hand and are non-negotiable. However, recent issues have emerged that mean I need stronger and clearer assurance that standards are being applied consistently across AFBI. I want to set out for members what those issues are and explain what I and my department, supported by the AFB board, are doing to address them. I want to start by updating members on a recent inspection report received from HSE Great Britain, the Health and Safety Executive, as part of the licensing processes relating to laboratory activity and working with specified animal pathogens within AFB. The report, which was shared with AFB, identifies areas where biosafety, laboratory working practices and associated assurance arrangements need to be strengthened. I want to reassure the public that AFB continues to deliver vital diagnostic and surveillance services, and there is a robust regulatory oversight in place. This includes accreditation to internationally recognised standard ISO 17025 in respect of statutory animal health and food safety testing. There is no evidence of any breach or existential risk to public or animal health, and immediate mitigations are in place to ensure essential diagnostic and surveillance services continue safely. However, the report does make very clear that some significant improvements are needed. These improvements are being implemented as part of an action plan agreed between AFB and DERA officials in response to the HSE GB report. AFB's laboratory work supports animal health, public health and our wider emergency disease response capability, and where laboratories handle regulated pathogens, strong controls and clear assurance are essential. My priority is to ensure the standards are consistently high and that the necessary assurances are clear, evidenced and sustained. The purpose of the actions now underway is to strengthen those arrangements and provide confidence that requirements are being met consistently. Members will also be aware of some allegations about practices at the AFB farm at Hillsborough, including in relation to animal welfare and environmental practices. Some are historic in nature, others more recent. I want to assure the Chamber that every one of those allegations was followed up by my department and indeed by the AFB board, including most recently an incident of low severity pollution of a watercourse. The work of the AFB farm is of significant research importance, and the farm operations also need to be conducted in a way that does not merely meet required animal welfare and environmental standards. Rather, my expectation is that AFB should be leading by example in how it manages its farm operations. As is routinely required for all non-departmental public bodies, AFB has been subject to a review commissioned by my department and reported to us in February of last year. Whilst the review found that AFB's strategic direction is aligned with the priorities of the executive of my department and that AFB is considered to be discharging its primary functions in an effective and efficient manner, it also makes several important recommendations. These include the need to strengthen partnership working between AFB and my department, the need for there to be a stronger focus on strategic priorities, and importantly, the need for AFB to improve how it demonstrates impact and drives effectiveness. I've taken time to consider my department's response to the review, including most recently to take account of the wider context outlined in my statement, and we will shortly publish both the review report and my departmental response. I agree that departments and their ALBs should work together effectively in partnership with clear accountability, strong governance and a shared focus on outcomes. The AFB review provides an opportunity to reset those arrangements, but the issues now arising require action that is both urgent and sustained alongside the recommendations of the AFB review. I'm pleased to be able to report that the AFB board has responded positively and proactively both to the review and to the other issues that have arisen since the AFB review was finalised. Following the recent HSE inspection findings, I have been assured by the AFB Chair that the AFB Chief Executive and his team have begun immediate work to identify the issues outlined. AFB has developed an action plan in response to the HSE GB inspection with named ownership and timescales, and my officials, supported by HSE colleagues, are engaging directly with AFB's senior leadership to support rapid delivery and to secure the assurances that are required. I'm reassured that the AFB board have also set up a dedicated board subgroup which has reviewed the operation of the farm at Hillsborough and has made recommendations for further improvement. Implementation of the resultant action plan for farm operations will be monitored by the board. I continue to engage with the chair of the AFBI board and have set 3 immediate challenges that must be addressed. First, I have directed that AFBI's board's top priority in the months ahead must be to address the findings of the HSE report and demonstrate through evidence that testing is consistently carried out safely, effectively and in full compliance with required standards, and that governance throughout the organisation is robust. Second, in partnership with my department, the board needs to articulate a clearer strategic direction for the organisation, ensuring that effort and investment are aligned to the highest priorities and deliver the strongest impact for our community, our environment and our economy. Third, in light of concerns previously raised about animal welfare and environmental practice at the AFBI farm, I have asked the board to provide rigorous oversight and clear assurance that farm operations meet the highest standards and that any learning is embedded. I recognise that the AFBI board has shown that it can respond decisively to serious issues, including the data breach incident that took place last year and in relation to the issues raised at the Hillsborough farm. I now need the same level of grip, pace and transparency applied to biosafety, working practices and assurance in laboratory operations. The board is accountable to me to ensure that the necessary actions are implemented without delay and to provide assurances that appropriate actions are being actively monitored. As an executive, non-departmental public body of DAERA, AFBI is responsible for putting these matters right in full and at pace. I have therefore asked the board to develop an overall organisational action plan. At the same time, DAERA has a duty to ensure that governance, sponsorship and assurance arrangements are effective. For the weeks and months ahead, urgent, sustained and verifiable action is required. Support will be provided, but this must be matched by strong oversight and clear accountability for delivery. In response, and as part of a wider reset of sponsorship and governance arrangements through the AFBI review, I am therefore putting in place increased departmental oversight of AFBI with immediate effect. DAERA officials will work with AFBI to support the development and monitoring of the overall organisational action plan I have mentioned. In parallel, my officials will apply stronger stewardship and governance in order to hold AFBI to account for delivery against agreed actions, milestones and evidence requirements. I have asked to receive updates on at least a quarterly basis. This increased oversight and scrutiny of AFBI is with immediate effect and will remain in place until I am reassured on the basis of evidence that AFBI's processes are safe, effective and fully compliant. I expect my officials in DAERA and colleagues at AFBI to work in genuine partnership to bring about the changes that are required to address this issue and at the speed required. I have assigned responsibility for overseeing necessary changes to my department's stewardship of AFBI, including its organisational action plan, to my Deputy Secretary for Strategic Planning and Corporate Services. In her role as Principal Accounting Officer, my Permanent Secretary is also establishing a Senior Partnership and Governance Board immediately to provide both of us with assurance that AFBI is delivering its services safely and effectively. The board will meet before the end of this month, assess the evidence provided by AFBI and report back without delay. It will then meet quarterly or more frequently if required. AFBI must provide evidence of the actions taken, the controls now in place for biosafety, laboratory working practices and the timescales for completion of any outstanding measures. The Chief Veterinary Officer has already requested that the Health and Safety Executive, Great Britain, engage with AFBI and my officials on the action plan in response to the HSE GB inspection and will carry out a follow-up inspection within the next 2 months. At that stage, I fully expect to see the required improvements in place and operating effectively, supported by clear evidence and assurance. I am confident that, through the actions I have set out, we can ensure that AFBI delivers the high-quality services that our farmers, industry and the public rightly expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Patsy McClone. Patsy.
Thanks very much for your statement, Minister. At a specific point, you refer to the issues now arising require action that is both urgent and sustained. Can you elaborate, please, as to what those specific issues are and what are the urgent and sustained actions that are required?
Thank you, Patsy. So there's a number of action plans being implemented. The most immediate one is in relation to the laboratories, and that's in response to the HSE-GB report. And it's important that those recommendations from that report are implemented at pace. Separate to that, there's also an overall organisational action plan which will be developed in conjunction with AFBI. That's something that is a collective endeavour in order to ensure that those improvements on an organisational basis occur. There's also the recommendations coming back from the AFBI board subgroup in relation to the farm at Hillsborough, and there's recommendations arising from that, and it's important they're taken forward as well. There's also recommendations came back from the data breach, and it's important that the recommendations that come back from that are also implemented. So lots of actions, and my department work with AFBI to ensure that they are delivered.
I call on Robbie Butler, Chair of the Agriculture Committee. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for bringing this important statement. This hasn't been a great year for AFBI. We have the whistleblowing allegations, the data breach, and now the HSE-GB report. I commend the Minister for his candour in taking responsibility for this matter, because the buck indeed does stop with you, Minister. How can you restore confidence in AFBI, and particularly transparency? And I know that I will speak for the committee in this regard, that we want to play our part in regard to holding your feet to the fire to ensure that AFBI are what they should be.
I think it's important that as Minister I show leadership in regards to this. That's why I've came to the House today to outline the actions that are being taken in regards to this. It's important that that organisational action plan is implemented, and also the recommendations from the HSE-GB report are implemented at pace. I do believe in transparency around this, and that is the default in regards to this. As a committee, you will have a role to play in regards to following up from today's statement, and I will reassure you that officials from both my department and AFBI are keen to engage with yourselves in regards to this issue.
Thank you. I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
Thank you. And thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, I actually had two parts to the question, but you've kind of answered the second part, which is really what our AFBI and DARA are doing in response to the need for significant improvements. But can you tell us what the key findings that the Health and Safety report highlight regarding the risks to public and animal health? And I think you've kind of answered the second part already around the action plans.
Minister. Thank you, Linda. So the HSE-GB inspection was undertaken, and the report outlined that there was weaknesses in administrative and governance arrangements, including systems for oversight and assurance, deficiencies in procedures and controls required to ensure effective biocontainment, concerns relating to infrastructure and facility condition, particularly where higher containment standards are required. In terms of biosafety, evidence was lacking to ensure facilities were fit for purpose and safe to use, gaps in organisational capability to consistently demonstrate compliance with required biosafety standards. At the time of inspection, the testing procedures for blue tongue virus were found to be unsafe, with measures required to protect the environment. Fortunately, at the time of the inspection and since the time of the incursion of blue tongue, Northern Ireland has been in a vector low period. Therefore, the risk of onward transmission from AFBI facilities is negligible. With the upcoming start of the vector active period, to address the recommendations of the HSE report for blue tongue, a triage protocol is being finalised by AFBI to ensure that disease material from animals suspected to have the blue tongue virus is not accepted at AFBI for post-mortem, and diagnostic swabs and blood samples are accepted only where the necessary containment facilities are in place. This will be fully communicated to AFBI stakeholders. A further recommendation was that protocols in operation at the time of the inspection in terms of testing of avian influenza should stop. The Department has put in place contingency measures to ensure samples can be taken for diagnostic submission to facilities which can satisfy containment requirements.
On Tom Buchanan. Tom.
Thank you, Minister, for his statement to the House today. Can the Minister advise, has there been any risk to public health, animal health or trade been identified as a result of the weaknesses that were found?
Thank you, Tom. So there was no existential risk to public, animal or staff safety. However, matters need to be addressed to ensure confidence can continue in the future. AFBI processes a number of pathogens which are known to be present to present risks. Where appropriate working conditions are applied, along with personal protective equipment, these risks are minimal, if not very low. A finding of the report was that there is no vector midge protective measures present in AFBI, and higher risk diagnostic work is progressing in an open laboratory at CL2 level containment, where the guidance requires CL3 facilities. Fortunately, at the time of inspection and since the time of the incursion of blue tongue, Northern Ireland has been in a vector low period, therefore the risk of onward transmission from AFBI facilities is negligible. Staff safety is always a primary concern. The Chief Executive of AFBI has provided assurances to me, and I quote, "Work at AFBI is subject to normal health and safety requirements, including the control of substances hazardous to health regulations, with relevant risk assessments in place." I end quote. Mitigations are also in place to protect staff, contractors and visitors to the site.
John Blair. John.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister what engagement he's had with AFBI regarding the issues covered in the statement?
Minister. Thank you, John. Both myself and my officials keep in regular contact with the AFBI board, particularly through its chair, for whom I have the greatest respect. She has been proactive in responding to the concerns raised on the data breach, on the farm issues at Hillsborough and now on the HSE report, and I am grateful for her leadership and also grateful for the support that she is receiving from our board. I met most recently with the AFBI chair and board yesterday, for which I have the full confidence in, and I will continue to engage with them.
Anya Murphy. Anya.
Colin, I'd thank the Minister for his statement this evening. Minister, in your statement you reference the need for a wider reset of sponsorship and governance arrangements. Could you just clarify essentially what you mean by that, and I suppose give us a wee bit more detail in relation to what possible changes will take place over the coming weeks and months?
Thank you. So the AFBI review was undertaken, that report came back. We've taken time to consider that report and our response to that. As part of that, then there will be that organisational action plan where together we will work to implement the recommendations arising from that and drive that organisational improvement. That is key that we do this together, and we'll do that in terms of the senior official leading on that, and also that partnership board between AFBI and DAERA.
Colin Michelle McElveen. Michelle.
It should go without saying that AFBI ought to be held to a high degree of scrutiny and accounting. There shouldn't be the view held that's one rule for AFBI and another for the local farmer. But that said, can I ask the Minister if this is a time-bound intervention? And I ask this because I would be concerned that to effectively bring AFBI in-house for the long term would be ironically detrimental to both AFBI and to wider industry.
Minister. Thank you. I want to again place on record my thanks for the work that AFBI does, and the clarification that there is no intention in the long term to bring AFBI in-house. The measures that I've outlined today are intended to be short-term, so that we can work together to deliver the actions required, and that we can standardise that arrangement in terms of sponsorship of AFBI as an ALB over the months ahead. So we'll continue to engage, we'll continue to monitor progress, we'll do that in a transparent manner, and we'll seek to normalise arrangements as soon as possible.
I call on Kelly Armstrong. Kelly. Oh. Oh. Neil McAllister then. Well done, Chief Whip, well done.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome you taking the initiative and coming here today to ensure to keep the House up to date on the progress that you're going to be making in this new level of scrutiny. Can I ask the Minister regarding keeping MLAs and the House up to date in the future with this oversight, if you will seek to do so, both with Committee and the House?
Thank you, Nuala, and I think that's an important question. There's a role for the committee in regards to scrutiny of this issue. No doubt they will want to engage with both their officials and AFBI in the short time ahead. I think it's important we publish both the review and our departmental response to that in the short time ahead. We also provide updates on at least a quarterly basis to everyone in terms of the actions that we're taking around this, so that we can be very clear in terms of the actions that we're taking in response to the recommendations arising.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker and Minister, thank you for your statement. Minister, can you tell us, can you set out how you intend to rebuild confidence within the farming sector following these reports, the report and the last year's data breach, given the growing perception among many farmers that the high standards rigorously enforced on them are not being applied equally to AFBI?
Thank you. As part of its overall communication strategy, AFBI is refreshing its stakeholder engagement plans. I know the Board is keen that concerns raised by the agri-food community are recognised. AFBI considers that it is important to establish a broad stakeholder group which would both support the understanding and outcomes of AFBI's science programme, as well as to provide a key platform for AFBI's wide and varied stakeholder community's views to be heard. AFBI has advised that a Farmers' Forum will be a key focus for AFBI within this refreshed stakeholder plan.
And I welcome the Minister's statement here today. Minister, I think the recent stories in relation to AFBI has had an impact on public confidence. Are you confident that your action plan and the measures you're putting in place will go some way towards improving and increasing public confidence again? Thank you.
I'm very aware of the issues that you outline. I believe in transparency, and that's why I'm here today, but I also believe in action, and that's why we're taking forward the actions that I've outlined. There will be regular updates to the committee in regards to the actions that we're taking in regards to this, and I have confidence that the Chair and the Board, in conjunction with our officials, will be able to take the appropriate course of direction so that we can have that confidence of AFBI in the time ahead.
Speaker, Minister, you referred in your report to an incident of low severity pollution of a watercourse. Can you explain that incident and also define low severity, and under your plans to strengthen enforcement and regulation of water pollution, how would your department handle a similar incident were it to occur again?
Minister. So I'll answer that question in two parts. I would say to everyone in the House that if anyone's aware of any issues in terms of water pollution or environmental offences, it's important for them to report them promptly so that they can be investigated. In regards to the water pollution incident, I'm aware that a water pollution incident involving a spillage of milk occurred at AFBI Hillsborough on the 2nd of April of this year. I'm extremely disappointed that this has happened. My officials in NEA attended the site immediately after receiving the report, which was made by AFBI management. From investigation, the incident was recorded as low severity, with only minor visual impact on Hillsborough Park Lake. Investigations by both NEA and DAERA Inland Fisheries indicated there was no impact on the fish population at the lake. I have received assurances from AFBI that the cause has been fully investigated so that there is a minimal risk of reoccurrence. I'd also say that the draft report has came back from the AFBI subcommittee that looked at the issues associated with the farm at Hillsborough, and it's important that those recommendations are implemented.
Call on Paula Bradshaw. Paula.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My question was just been asked. Sorry.
And Johnny Buckley. Jonathan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and hopefully my question hasn't been asked. I thank the Minister for coming with this statement. I would have liked to have seen a statement earlier on the issue, but the Minister has committed to publish the review report and the Department's response. Could I ask the Minister if he would be prepared to publish to the public the inspection findings of the report by the HSE, GB and Health and Safety, etc.
Thank you. The HSE report was provided to the Department for advisory purposes under provisions of a Memorandum of Understanding, which is in place to ensure that the Department has the appropriate independent advice on the SAPO regulations in Northern Ireland. Requests to publish all or part of the AFBI HSE GB report will be considered under existing arrangements for handling data access in relation to that sensitive information. The default is full transparency, and we're working through in terms of publication of that.
Call on Timothy Gaston.
Much, Deputy Speaker. This is a statement from a Minister who has finally put up the white flag and acknowledged the concerns being raised about AFBI that were well founded. There is nothing in this statement to apologise for spreading slurry during the closed period. Nothing in this statement about blowing slurry and Boviar milk into the forest. Nothing in this statement about the full tank of milk.
Mr. Gaston, question, please.
Yes, about the full tank of milk until it was pulled out of you, Minister. This is a clear cultural issue that exists at AFBI. Will you now sit down with Dougie Beattie of GB News and answer his questions, or will you continue to hide from GB News and shy away from scrutiny in this issue?
Minister. I consider the issues that I've set out today in relation to the oral statement to be of the utmost importance. I think it's important there is scrutiny in regards to the actions that I'm taking, and that's why I'm here today, to be able to answer questions from members in regards to this. I've already set out that I would encourage the Department and AFBI officials to be willing and able to be able to come to the committee if you wish that to occur in regards to that scrutiny. We will continue full transparency in relation to the actions that we're taking. It's important that we do that.
Buchanan. Keith.
Minister, my question follows on from my colleague with respect to the pollution incident for the watercourse. It's one question with two parts. Is there any financial implementation with respect to AFBI? Is there going to be any financial consequences for AFBI? I am dealing with a farmer who had no pollution incident, and the farmer's going to be financial implications against that farmer. So why is a farmer who had no pollution is going to have financial consequences, and AFBI who did will not?
As the member will be aware, every incident is considered individually and fully investigated. I think it's important I also say to members it's important if they're aware of any incidents they report those through promptly so that either Veterinary Service or Northern Ireland Environment Agency can fully investigate it. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on any specific incident, but it's important those issues are reported so that a prompt investigation can take place.
Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Speaker, thank you, Minister. Minister, can we have confidence in the accuracy of previous and separately the current test results from AFBI in light of the HSE GB report?
All testing at AFBI has been dual accredited to relevant laboratory accreditation bodies for the provision of accurate testing and results. These bodies are the United Kingdom Accreditation Service and the Irish National Accreditation Body. Therefore, test protocols are subject to audit and inspection by independent award bodies. Any risks to test accuracy would be highlighted by the accreditation bodies. The likelihood of false positive results is also safeguarded by the confirmation of results by the UK and EU reference laboratories. Officials assess that current and historical test results from AFBI can be relied upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, just before I bring this to end, is there any other further members wish to ask a question, just because our list has been rather complicated? In that instance, I shall therefore say that concludes questions on the statement. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Philip Brett to raise the matter of lack of NHS dental places in North Belfast. Just allow ourselves a few minutes to reorganise ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we now return to the matter of the adjournment debate, and Philip Brett has been given leave to raise the matter of lack of NHS dental places in North Belfast. Philip, you will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I bring this matter with both deep frustration and genuine anger on behalf of those that I represent, because the stark reality is that NHS dental provision in North Belfast is collapsing, with patient registration at an all-time low, providers who are overworked and underpaid, and my constituents who are forced to either live in pain or register for private provision that they cannot afford. To be frank, the time for talking by the Department for Health is over,
and the time for action is now. The Minister stated to me last February that dental reform was one of his top priorities. If that is the case, Mr Deputy Speaker, I then expect today that we have action for my constituents. To be frank, the measures taken by the Minister to date have had no positive impact on the constituents that I represent in North Belfast. That is not to take away from the Minister's genuine commitment to this issue, but it is the lived experience of those in my constituency. At the outset of my remarks, I want to pay tribute to a number of groups, organisations and individuals. Firstly, to my constituents in North Belfast. When I first launched this campaign just after Christmas, my office was inundated with people, young and old, working and retired, who were simply at their wits' end. Over 300 individuals shared their personal story with me in their desperate search for affordable treatment for them and their family, which shows the scale of the issue. And with your indulgence, I just want to read into the record a number of those examples. Hello, Mr. Brett. I'm writing to you regarding finding an NHS dentist in Newton Abbey. My dentist went private and I have to pay £130 every 3 months. I literally had to borrow money from relatives or continue to be in extreme pain. I am entitled to more support, but I cannot get it. I live in fear of needing more work done, and I'm choosing between eating or seeing a dentist. Hello, Mr. Brett. I work part-time and have 3 children that live with me, 2 children who are unable to get the help and support they need. I booked private appointments which cost me £150 each, and the treatment bill was £2,300. I cannot afford this. Can you please help me? Mr. Deputy Speaker, they are just but 2 examples of the hundreds that I received into my office, which gives the stark reality of what we are facing. I want to pay tribute to dentists and providers right across my constituency who have engaged with me on this issue, who have worked to ensure that they can support as many people as they can, but frankly they are now at breaking point. I've spoken with practice managers and providers who have maintained NHS dental places out of a sense of local loyalty and providing continued care for the same patients that they have treated, some cases for a generation. But no longer can they do it at the service level of which they receive from the Department for Health. I also want to pay tribute to the lobby organisations for dentists here in Northern Ireland, some who are represented in the gallery today, who have provided me with figures which are stark. And just to put into context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reduction of NHS registered patients in North Belfast. In 2022, children registrations stood at 17,000. That figure has now fallen to only 15,000. Adults, we had 57,000 registered in 2022, and that has now fallen to 42,000. Almost 20,000 people in North Belfast in the space of 3 years have lost their NHS provision. North Belfast is the 6th largest reduction of the 18 assembly areas over this period. At a time when households are already under significant financial pressure, more and more are being forced to put off essential treatment because they just can't afford it. Access to healthcare should never depend on your ability to pay, yet too many in my constituency are being priced out of the very services they rely upon. We are now seeing the real consequences of consecutive health ministers, and I make that on the record, consecutive health ministers, growing inequality in terms of provision for our dental practitioners. The situation demands urgent attention and meaningful action to ensure that every family can access the care that they need. The ongoing decline of these funded dental services in North Belfast is simply unacceptable and is having a negative impact on young people, on working families and on pensioners. For many working families, private dental care is not an option. They are being abandoned by a system that should be there to support them. North Belfast has its unique challenges, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as one of the most socio-economically deprived constituencies anywhere in Northern Ireland, and these people simply do not have the ability nor the funds to pay for their treatment. The figures produced by the organisations that represent dentists have shown that they simply are also at breaking point. And I want to read into the record some of those figures from the BDA. 71% of those who responded to their survey disagreed that they were firmly remunerated for their work. Job satisfaction for providers of dental care here in Northern Ireland is the lowest anywhere in the United Kingdom. 80% of these people describe themselves under extreme pressure and unable to help everyone that they want to. And financial pressures are simply building and building. We need to review, Mr Deputy Speaker, the funding model for practices, particularly in areas like North Belfast. And this was promised by the Minister at the end of March. We are now midway through April, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would hope that the Minister could provide some update as to when this business case will be put together by his department so that we can see light at the end of the tunnel for our providers. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not simply just an issue for the Minister for Health, and I would encourage him to put together a business case that would ensure that there is a properly funded package for dental providers, because I will go with him to the Minister of Finance. I will go with him to every executive colleague and say that they need to give the Minister for Health the support for this review, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, this situation is urgent. It is a crisis, and if we continue down the track that we are on, more people in North Belfast are going to be unable to access the care that they need. More people are going to have long-term illnesses because they have put off the treatment that they need. More young people and those who have been in this profession for years are going to move completely into private practice because they don't see light at the end of the tunnel. If the Minister is able to make a commitment that he will put together a business case for the review into the cost of services, I will be his biggest champion in trying to ensure that that funding is in place. Our practitioners right across North Belfast need to see that we have a Health Minister, an Assembly and an Executive committed to supporting them, so that our constituents, when they're in their time of need to receive that dental practice support, are there. So I'd really urge the Minister to be positive today, to give that commitment that he will put together a business case that will have the funding to ensure our people right across the constituency can get the funding. And I promise I will stand with you, Minister, to make the argument to get the funding that my constituents deserve.
Thank you, Philip. All other speakers will now have approximately 6 minutes, and I call on Carol McCullin. Carol.
Last count, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank Philip Brett for bringing this adjournment debate forward. The Minister will be glad to know that we will soon have another adjournment debate in relation to North Belfast on another issue that we've been raising in relation to multidisciplinary teams. I also want to offer apologies. I have an appointment in the constituency, but I really wanted to contribute to the debate. Why are we raising these issues at adjournment debates? Because, as Philip said, people are contacting us on a regular basis. It is no coincidence that in North Belfast, West Belfast, and indeed the constituency of Foyle, that the oral health, particularly of children, is in some of the worst. That has been a persistently stubborn figure for many decades. I've often heard the Minister talking about being a champion to address inequality in health. And this is an example where he does need to step up. And I appreciate you, Philip, saying that you would go to whoever. I think we all would. But at the end of the day, if the Minister said he's going to make it a priority, we need to see what that looks like. So when's it going to happen and how's it going to happen? I was speaking to constituents as well in preparation for this, and particularly teenagers. And so this isn't about cosmetic work. It's not about that at all. This is about people who are living in pain. This is about people, you know, one constituent explained to me, and I could actually see it, that constant use of antibiotics as a result of asthma and other respiratory illnesses as a child growing up. His teeth are discoloured. He's self-conscious. His parents are considering going to credit union again to try and fund that, and I think that's an absolute disgrace. I don't think anybody wants that on their watch. But we now have children who are growing up in poverty, who have ill health, poor health, or poor health outcomes, and dental decay will be added to the list of outcomes. Our dentists have been very, very good, I have to say. We know they're running businesses, but they primarily became dentists to offer their support and their services and expertise to a public health system. What we're now seeing in relation to dentistry in North Belfast and oral health in general is it is not free at the point of need. And the Minister needs to face up to that. That's what it is. It is not free at the point of need for many people. Philip spoke about the displacement of some very good dentists. I would say one of the issues that we get contacted about, I would say the top three are always health, housing, education, and then on the jobs and that. But see, within health, dentistry has been persistently stubborn. And I think since COVID, and the dentists, like every other health professional, did their very best in a pandemic health, global crisis. But since COVID, an awful lot of people are saying that they feel their access or deregistration or not getting access to public health dentistry has been particularly pronounced. So I really welcome this adjournment debate. I know we all know that when constituents contact us, it's not easy, but particularly about something that they're very self-conscious about, their teeth, their appearance. I also think the system in which dentistry is configured and what the format for payments is well outdated. It's well outdated, and that's part of the reason why the affordability of offering public services for dentists has become so tight. If there is another way of doing this, I'm sure the Minister is rigorous in testing his officials about how that would happen. I am sure he too, like the rest of us, has had many constituents contacting him about this issue, but I can rest assured that in areas of worst multiple deprivation, poor oral health is related to poor diet, poverty, and it's unfortunately a persistent argument. So I would appeal to the Minister to have another look. Again, I want to offer apologies because I literally have to go, but I appreciate this being brought forward as an adjournment debate. I want to just say one thing as well, and I know the Royal have been excellent, but see, children with special needs, there's a pathway there. What I'm noticing more in my constituency are children who are on the spectrum of autism, ASD, ADHD, PDA, who are refusing, or not refusing, they cannot go into a dentist, and time's money, and for them to go through to a specialist service, people are going to have to start paying for it. Despite some of the great training that the dental staff have done, the parents that I've spoken to in relation to this and many other issues, but certainly in relation to this, they asked me to raise it because increasingly a lot of children through neurodiversity find it really difficult, and the families find it difficult to bring them. So again, thank you, Philip, and I will read in Hansard the Minister's response. So, Gormagov.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Nuala McAllister. Nuala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for bringing the adjournment debate forward today. As a member of the Health Committee and a North Belfast MLA, it is an issue that I have been working on for some time, and like my colleagues in North Belfast, is an issue that comes to our constituency offices time and again. I hope that the Minister and Department are aware of the links between poverty and dental and oral hygiene. It's not merely a coincidence. It's academic research has been undertaken to actually highlight that in areas where there is more socioeconomic deprivation, there are more younger people especially who are more susceptible to oral health decay. This is an issue that has been raised with us by organisations like the previous members who have spoken have said, but it's also an issue that's been raised with us in North Belfast by preschool teachers who are noticing younger children within our constituency who have never been to a dentist. The very first time that I spoke about this in the Assembly floor, I had a dentist from North Belfast contact me to say most parents aren't aware, because there is no campaign, that you should see a dentist before your first birthday. Most people aren't aware of that fact, and that actually should be something that's happened. I will say as well, as a parent of 2 boys, my 7-year-old currently isn't registered with an NHS dentist or any dentist, but my 9-year-old and myself are. We're very lucky that our dentist will see the 7-year-old and check on them, but physically cannot actually register them with the practice. So I am lucky that I can pay fees that are cheaper than private fees, but many people are not so lucky. I have tabled many questions to the Minister, both in committee and 3 written questions specifically around the dental access scheme. When people contact us through our constituency office, our first priority is, can we get them on the scheme? Can we get them onto the access scheme? So many of them can't, because they just don't need one treatment. There needs to be an understanding from the department that whenever we ask people what is it that you need, it's not just one treatment, an emergency treatment, it's ongoing treatment, and therefore there is nowhere to turn. And my colleague who brought this actually said about additional funding and resources, if we see that cost of service review. But I've also tabled a written question to the Minister on the 1.6 million of additional support payments that were outlined last May, I believe, to dentists that are still providing NHS care, but that's still not allocated. So there is money there that was announced, but actually still isn't allocated. We know that only 1/2 of the funding to mitigate rising employer national insurance costs has also been allocated. So even where there is funding, we don't seem to see movement on it, and it's really important that we do that. It's also really important that we do have the recruitment campaign to ensure, or the campaign to ensure that parents do know that their children should be seen by a dentist before 1 year of age, but people simply cannot afford to go private in North Belfast. Not everyone has that luxury to actually go see a dentist for a checkup. But whenever more younger people are coming forward to see a dentist over the age of 5, quite often it's too late, and we are seeing rates increased of having to have tooth extractions, which means the community hospital dentist team are having their waiting lists longer, and they're having more pressure being put on them. So really, we are talking about swings and roundabouts here, that whenever you take your focus off one area, you're actually putting greater pressure on another area too. And so by investing downstream, or investing upstream, it's going to help the whole service in its entirety. And I also want to echo some of the contributions that have been made about the dentist practices and the dentists themselves that work there. They are running a business, and of course they are offering a public service, but no other business would run at a loss. And if you are not paid for what you do, then how can you actually sustain yourselves? We are hearing from dentists who are not getting paid for what it costs to actually put a filling in a person's mouth, that they're actually working at a loss to do that. So of course they're going to turn private, because they're having to pay out of their own pocket, and so we are going to see these waiting lists increase. The member spoke about 20,000 people in North Belfast that are no longer registered with dentists, both adults and young people. I would actually ask where those people have gone to, because they all haven't died and no longer needing dentists. They simply cannot get anywhere else to turn to, because whenever their dentist turns private, can no longer afford it, and there are nowhere else that they can turn to. We also need to see greater emphasis between the Department of Health and the Department of Education when it does come to that educational awareness within our schools. I remember growing up, and I'm sure others do, that when you were in school you had more of a discussion around dental hygiene. You were given your toothbrushes and your toothpaste and actually spoken about it and bringing it back home. That doesn't happen in all our preschools in North Belfast. In many of them that it does, but actually we've had people reach out to say that it doesn't. Where it works, it is helpful, and yes, it might not seem like a big deal, but whenever parents are already stretched enough to purchase food, the cost of living rising, every little does help. I would ask the Minister that if he's able to inform the House today when he is going to actually publish the cost of service review that was commissioned a year ago, whether there can be an update on the 1.6 million additional funds that will be allocated, and also if he can provide any more information or help to constituents in our constituency in North Belfast who don't qualify for the dental access scheme, who aren't registered with the current dentist, is where do they go? and where can they turn to? We would be grateful if we can get some answers from the Minister today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call on Brian Kingston. Brian.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank my North Belfast colleague Philip Brett for tabling this adjournment debate on the lack of NHS dental places in North Belfast. The situation we have in North Belfast is, of course, part of a wider trend across Northern Ireland and indeed across the United Kingdom, but it is worst here. All the statistics reveal a steep decline in NHS dentistry. The prognosis for NHS dental care in North Belfast and across Northern Ireland is deeply concerning. It is one of continuing decline, which will need significant intervention to reverse it. My office staff contacted a number of dental practices in North Belfast this week. Of those they spoke to, all have closed their books to new NHS patients. In one case, this was due to the so-called NHS dentist leaving. In all cases, the surgeries are not able to accommodate the large volume of NHS patient requests, so they have a blank refusal. All said that the financial payment for NHS dentistry was insufficient to cover all the actual costs, as others have pointed out. And obviously, private dental work gives them a better and more sustainable financial return. A number of surgeries have also stopped taking on new private patients as they are at full capacity and cannot cope with any more. NISRA and British Dental Association statistics show that patient registrations for dental services in Northern Ireland have been falling at an alarming rate over the past 3 years, with over 389,000 fewer registered patients now in Northern Ireland compared to early 2023, a drop of around 28% in 3 years. The fall in actual dental activity is even more stark. The number of NHS dental treatments delivered in Northern Ireland in December 2025 was 40% lower than in December 2018. The BDA say this collapse is due to the NHS payment system across the UK being insufficient to meet the cost of providing a modern dental service, with practices therefore prioritising private dental care. Those seeking NHS dentistry find themselves with literally nowhere to go. The consequences are pain, poor dental health and debt. The BDA say there are actually a record number of dentists, 47,901 dentists registered to practice in the United Kingdom, a number which has increased by 17% over the last decade and is at an all-time high. Yet we have a record number of people unable to get on a dental register. The BDA reports that the proportion of time dentists spend working on NHS dentistry is falling more rapidly in Northern Ireland than in the rest of the UK, falling here from 46% in 2024 to 43% in 2025 and just 39% in 2026. It is clear that there is something fundamentally wrong. The BDA say there's a mismatch between the fees set by government and the true cost of practices of providing modern dental care. This widening gap has destabilised the entire dental system. We're told that the UK spends the smallest proportion of its health budget on dentistry of any European nation. Also that Northern Ireland invests less into NHS dental services per head of population than the other parts of the United Kingdom. In 2023-24, government spend on NHS dentistry per capita was £52 in Northern Ireland compared to £56 in Wales and £67 in Scotland. I welcome that the Minister has taken the time to attend this debate. Last year he commissioned the General Dental Services to carry out a cost of services review led by Professor Kieran O'Neill. I understand that the review has now reported to the Minister and we would welcome if the Minister can report to us, give us an insight into the conclusions and recommendations of that review, which surely will be key to reversing the current decline in NHS dentistry in Northern Ireland and indeed across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I call on Colin McGrath. Colin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank Mr Brett for bringing this important adjournment debate, and I suppose the key fact is that whilst it's relevant this evening to North Belfast, it could be anywhere, because these issues are faced, I think, in every constituency, and I know that as members have referenced the fact that they have had to deal with constituents and their lack of ability to be able to get services. I likewise have had to deal with that in South Down. I think I should put on record as well, like Ms McAllister, I'm also registered with an NHS dentist. I've been lucky to maintain that and have that for many, many years, but I do know that it is one of the last practices that there is in my area, and that people do struggle to try and get access. And I think the message that has occurred over and over this evening is that we've got to get to the point now of saying that we're at the end. We can't continue this decline anymore in dentistry. We have to take a decision. Is that what we want to see going forward? Do we want to see just it's purely being privatised? And I think many members have put together quite eloquently why that's not really an option, because when we look at areas of deprivation such as those in North Belfast and right across Northern Ireland, it is those people that can't afford the services that will be impacted the most. They will be the ones that will be left with declining oral health, and that is going to lead to other complications that we're ultimately going to have to deal with. Fewer than half of people are registered with a health service dentist, and again I think that's a statistic, a reference that tells us that access is absolutely collapsing. And you know, the system is broken not because dentists don't want to deliver the service. They absolutely do. There's one thing that's clear time and time again whenever we meet with dentists and the Dentist Association is they're saying we would absolutely love to be able to deliver a service. But whenever you actually sit down with them and they go through the costs that are associated with some of the care that they provide, and you realise that it actually, as a business perspective, it costs them money to provide a service. I think we just have to let that one land a moment. It costs them to deliver a service. Well, who would do that? Who is going to go into business to say, I'll provide a service that's free, but beyond it being free, I'm actually going to have to put my hand into my pocket out of my business and actually provide that service. And when you match that to the alternative, and the alternative at the moment is that we do have a bit of an industry in terms of dental treatment. People do like to have the good-looking teeth. They like the sense of self-confidence, of self-worth that comes with having the good set of teeth, then people are prepared to pay for it. And what we've done is we've taken something that should be a health service matter and we have moved it into the private economic market. And unfortunately, that is always going to be the case, that those that have the money will win in that scenario. So we have to take that fundamental decision that we don't want that to be the landscape that we're looking at. We have to take the decision that we value everybody having that basic care of their teeth, then we have to be able to provide that service. So I would ask the Minister maybe a series of questions just to get some feedback. Do you, Minister, accept that without urgent reform that we will lose what remains of health service dentistry within this mandate? And I think that's the sort of crisis point that we're at. We're not talking about in the next 20 years or the next 50 years. We're talking that in the next number of years, that level of less than half of people being able to be registered with a dentist is going to decline. As has been referenced by other members, when will the full cost of service review be published? Because in that, there will hopefully be at least an analysis of where we are, and then we can see where it falls short, and then we can try and work to try and move forward. And crucially, what is the estimated gap between what dentists are currently being paid and what the real costs of delivering care are? Because that is going to be, it's that margin. If that margin is too wide, then there is not going to be the provision of services. If that can be down to where they can deliver the service, they get the money back for doing it, then I think we'll see an uptick in people accessing the services. And then I would ask the Minister if he would agree to a reformed dental payment model with the BDA before the end of this mandate, one that actually makes the health service dentistry sustainable in North Belfast and right across the north. I think the BDA have been lobbying many of us for many years now, and I think we've accepted that point, that if it is not financially viable to deliver the service, then the service will not be delivered, and then we'll see the problems being stacked up for the future. So hopefully we can get some light from the Minister this evening as to what's going to take place next, and hopefully services in North Belfast and beyond will improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And I call on the Minister. And Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Thank you to Philip Brett for raising the issue and to the members who have contributed. I think the debate highlights the very real and ongoing issues being experienced in Mr Brett's constituency. However, access to health service dentistry is a challenge right across the entire region, not just North Belfast, so I'll address concerns within the wider regional context. And yes, I have made it clear that improving access and sustaining health service dentistry is a key area of focus for me. Access has reduced significantly over the last number of years, and in my update to the Health Committee earlier this year, I noted official statistics now evidence the percentage of our population currently registered with a health service dentist has fallen below 50%. Now, the figure doesn't include those who are registered with a private dentist or those receiving dental treatment through trust-based services, but still, the figure is very concerning. Some areas of the region have historically had lower registration and treatment rates, often reflecting geography or population size, and North Belfast faces a combination of wider workforce pressures and reduced health service provision that mirrors trends seen across many of our urban areas. Members will be aware that the general dental practitioners are self-employed, independent contractors, and therefore are free to choose where they practice and the proportion of their time that they wish to dedicate to the health service. The number of practices and practitioners registered to provide health service care hasn't actually markedly changed in recent years. In North Belfast, there are 82 practitioners across 27 practices, and that is the fourth highest number across all assembly areas. Now that, you may think, appears promising, but the registration rate in North Belfast has reduced by 27.9% in the last 4 years. So it's clear that while there are a sufficient number of dentists, the type of work they're doing has changed, reducing the level of health service work carried out and increasing their private work. It's the same pattern right across Northern Ireland. The reason given is that the fees paid for health service treatment are insufficient to maintain the financial viability of practices. So in January, I met with the British Dental Association. They were unequivocal. The current system is unsustainable and it is nearing collapse. So they proposed a payment reform model to address the current instability and the continued loss of dentists to private practice. What they're looking for is a reduced or a core service model. But it's a reform that would require significant investment, and at present the current budget cannot meet that requirement because there actually is no current budget agreed. So while I recognise the necessity of payment reform, the reality is reform on this scale is dependent on funding decisions that have not yet been agreed. And reaching an agreement on the budget as soon as possible is essential if we're to progress meaningful reform in general dental services. Until then, I'm afraid difficult constraints remain, and my focus will remain on stabilising the service and protecting access wherever possible. So to support and encourage the profession to continue providing health service dentistry over recent years, I've taken tangible steps. In 25-26, I invested an additional $7 million in general dental services, and I've just agreed a further investment of $8 million for this financial year, That includes the continuation of a 30% enhancement to the fees for priority treatments, the continuation of the enhanced child examination scheme to encourage new child registrations, and £2 million of direct support for dental practitioners who continue to provide health service dental care. And that's an increase on the £1.6 million provided in 25-26 to answer Nuala McAllister. And also the enhanced child examination scheme is demonstrating children in the most deprived quintiles are the biggest registration figure. So it's helping 76,493 children aged up to 10 years of age who are registered under this enhanced examination scheme. Children who, due to medical conditions, are unable to access care in general dentist practice may be referred to community dental services. Ms McAllister mentioned preschool. You may want to note that there's been an expansion of the Happy Smiles to children in P1, P2 and P3 in the 20% most deprived areas. And the recommendation is for a child to see a dentist by first birthday as soon as their first tooth appears. The Dental Access Scheme also remains in place, providing access for unregistered patients with a pressing or urgent oral health care need. Separately, last year I also allocated a recurrent £2.5 million to practitioners to offset the costs associated with increased national insurance contributions. Now, while I hope the investment measures will be welcomed as a meaningful and tangible step within an extremely challenging financial context, I am also acutely aware a financial envelope of £8 million is not enough to address the significant challenges facing general dental services. Sustaining and improving health service dentistry will require longer-term reform, underpinned by an additional investment if the service is to be placed on a stable and sustainable footing. And my department is currently facing a projected deficit of approximately £800 million this financial year. £800 million. Like last year, unprecedented and frankly unmanageable. And it's going to place a significant constraint on my ability to deliver immediate and meaningful reform. Members will be aware that in December of 2024 I commissioned a cost of service review. The department has now received that report, and I say gently to the member, to Mr Kingston, I have not received it yet, but the department has. I would like to think I will receive it in days rather than weeks. We have that in draft report, and officials will undertake a detailed analysis and present it to me. In the immediate term, my focus is on stabilisation, as I say, while longer-term reform has progressed. Officials continue to target engagement with the dental profession through the BDA and through the recently established GDS Reform Advisory Group, whose aim is to better understand where access pressures are most acute and to direct resources accordingly. This includes improving our understanding of local access in areas such as North Belfast. So, as I come to close, Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear with members. I fully recognise the very real difficulties faced by patients in North Belfast struggling to access health service dentistry. I also recognise these pressures are being felt elsewhere and that general dental practitioners are operating in an increasingly challenging environment. But in conclusion, 3 points, if I may. The cost of service is extremely important because the Department and the BDA are not on the same page on this critical area. Mr Brett quoted, I believe, that 70% of BDA respondents said they were not appropriately rewarded. And that in itself explains why the cost of service report is so very important. Let's get onto the same page as the BDA. We need to explore something more than investing in the current regime. We do need a new regime, but that is going to be very challenging in the current financial constraints. And the third thing is to try and inject a little hope. And I hope that the announcement of an £8 million investment will do just that. 1.6 million to 2 million, as Ms McAllister asked for clarification on. But I finish with this note of caution, Deputy Speaker. We need a budget. Every executive department needs a budget, preferably a multi-year budget, but we need a budget because we're well into the financial year already.
Appreciate that, Minister, and I support your call for a budget. So how much have you in your bids asked for from the Minister for Finance in the forthcoming budget, specifically to focus on the issue of increasing NHS dental provision up and above the £2 million that you've already articulated?
Well, we have a draft budget, Deputy Speaker, and within that there are many lines of budgetary commitments. And let me write to Mr Brett, rather than try and recall off the top of my head, what are actually hundreds of lines of budgetary commitment.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for that debate. And I say the Assembly is now adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.